Chapter 101, The Whole Army of Ironbone Pirates. The bounty amount is a very interesting thing in this world. Although that amount of money does not necessarily represent the real strength of the wanted person, but to a certain extent, it represents the degree of ferocity and danger of the pirates. The comparison between the pirates is almost based on their bounty amount, so generally, for the pirates, they tend to be complacent when their bounty increases. The pirates with low bounties usually have awe in front of the pirates with high reward, and these pirates also have the feeling of being superior. This is considered as a class division between pirates. It is precisely because of this interesting phenomenon that Ian really wanted to know how high his bounty would be if he became a wanted pirate. After hearing Ian's query, Hina, wearing her sunglasses, sat down in her deck chair and said, "Oh? You want to be wanted too? It's just curiosity." Ian smiled and said, "Hina, beautiful, Bijan, just help me figure it out. Put that word away." Hina took a puff and said with a cold face, "Little brother, I'm much older than you. The only thing that you should call me with is Nei-chan, elder sister." After saying that, she said positively, "According to the pirates you arrested in the East Blue, your bounty is at least higher than 20 million berries, but since you have not caused any troubles, this is not a good assessment, so I can only say that if you were ever to be wanted, your current bounty should not exceed 40 million. That's it." Ian was a little disappointed when she settled in. Compared with Ace's 90 million, the difference is more than double. Sure enough, Logia devil fruit users are more valued. In fact, Ian was also thinking about it. Hina doesn't know much about Ian's strength. The two had only fought once, that is, the collision between her Rankyaku, Tempest Kick, and his Flying Slash. However, such a clash made Hina raise Ian's bounty by 20 million berries, which shows that she still attaches great importance to Ian. And there were other things that Hina didn't include. When she contacted the Marine headquarters to inquire about Ian's information, she naturally heard about Smoker's evaluation report on Ian. One of his words, "doesn't awe the Marine's authority," reminded Hina of many things. It's also based on this consideration for Ian to tag along on her ship. In Hina's opinion, for people like Ian, nothing could force him to the pirates' road, nor to the Marines. Therefore, she tried to say as little as possible about Ian's bounty. She didn't want Ian to grow ambition because of the high estimated bounty. Ian didn't know about her way of thinking. Just as he was going to put it down and tell her about the situation of Sabayati Archipelago, the watchman on the mast of the warship suddenly shouted, "Captain Hina! There's a situation ahead." Hina stood up and asked, "What's going on? Is it a pirate group?" "No, looks like it's not." The watchman looked ahead, holding his binoculars, and observed, "It looks like a shipwreck." Hina came to the bow of the ship in doubt. Ian and a group of marine soldiers followed her. As the warship continued to advance, what the watchman said gradually appeared in front of everyone. When they approached the shipwreck, a corpse was floating at the surface. The body was lying on a broken board, but there was a long cut on his back, which had been filled with the seawater. "It's a pirate." When Hina looked at the tattoo on the corpse's arm, she was shocked and said, "He's from the Ironbone Pirates." Hina was originally ordered to hunt down the Ironbone Pirates this time. Although her encirclement failed, she firmly still recalls the Jolly Roger of Ironbone Pirates, so she recognized it at a glance. The Marines on the ship were very surprised. It never occurred to them that the Ironbone pirate group they had been searching for would suddenly appear here. As the warships continued to move forward, more and more bodies appeared. Without exception, they were all members of the Ironbone Pirates. When they arrived at the site of the incident, everyone saw a broken ship. The bottom of the ship was fine, so it was able to float on the sea, but the entire hull was gone as if it had been blown away by a violent explosion. The people of the Ironbone Pirates were scattered all around, slowly drifting away with the seawater. "Investigate now." Hina immediately commanded her soldiers, "Look for survivors. If there are any survivors, rescue them and ask if they saw what happened. In addition, look for the Ironbone Ewing and see if he is here." At once, the Marines acted immediately, lowered the dinghies, and rowed the broken ship. Hina turned around and asked Ian, "Could this be done by your friend, Ace?" Ian shook his head and said, "That's unlikely. Let's say that he left and followed the same route as us. Even if that was true, he could not have done such a cruel thing. The members of the Ironbone pirates here were all dead bodies, and most of them were mainly slashed by a sharp weapon, which is impossible for Ace to do. With the investigation of the marine soldiers, more and more strange situations appeared. Among the corpses they recovered, several of them looked like children. However, the strange thing was, although they were children, they had tattoos of the Ironbone pirates on their bodies. Just as Hina and Ian looked at the bodies in disbelief, wondering what had happened, the Marines finally shouted, saying that they found the body of the Ironbone Ewing. As soon as Ewing's body appeared, this meant that the Ironbone pirates were really destroyed. Hina carefully examined Ewing's injuries, and Ian also watched with disgust. It looked a bit scary because his body looked horrible. He had a big hole in his chest, as if a mortar had been pressed against his chest then fired. How could this be possible? Hina is confused. She frowned and said, "The Ironbone Ewing is the user of the Ironbone Devil Fruit. He can freely control the bones of his body and expose them to form a layer of bone armor, which is comparable to a steel shield. Let alone mortar shells. Even the cannonballs of a warship can't hurt him much. How could he be penetrated by a close-fired mortar? There are too many questionable points about this matter." The fatal injury of Ewing made them feel as if he was defenseless and was directly penetrated. Ace's suspicion was indeed ruled out at this time, but the question is, who was the person who attacked the Ironbone pirates? Ian was also thinking deeply that the Ironbone pirate group should be very cunning. Hina took her troops to the Labyrinth Island to encircle and suppress them, but she didn't encounter them at all. Instead, they appeared at a place far away. It can be seen that the so-called activities near the Labyrinth Island must be fake news from the Ironbone pirates, but these people were not that lucky. Although they have escaped Hina's encirclement, unfortunately, they encountered another enemy here, leading to the annihilation of the whole group. But what if, in a different direction of thinking, the Ironbone pirates were not accidentally encountered by other random enemies, but they were deliberately pursued? Don't blame Ian for thinking in like this. In general, the fight between pirates is usually not like this. It's mainly about robbing each other's money, then killing the loser's main cotters, and recruiting their subordinates to strengthen themselves. Therefore, the tragedy of the Ironbone pirates only shows that their enemies have a deep hatred towards them. To hunt down and erase an entire pirate group needs quite detailed information. After all, even Hina, a captain of the Marine headquarters, was confused. However, what pirates can have intelligence capabilities comparable to Marines? This is hard to say. Maybe there are, but pirates with such intelligence capabilities rarely appear in the first half of the Grand Line. Hina's thoughts were similar to Ian's, so she also was very confused. At this time, a Marine suddenly ran over and said excitedly, "Captain Hina, I finally found a clue. Look, we found this." The Marine soldier, with a ragged black cloth in his hand, opened it and showed it to the crowd, saying, "This is what we found in the hands of a member of the Ironbone pirates." It seems that he had torn it from his opponent's clothes before he was killed. Hina and Ian looked up and saw that after the black cloth was unfolded, there was a pattern on it. It was like a skull pierced by a sharp sword. It looks like the flag of a certain pirate group, but if they understood it correctly according to the meaning of the pattern, it is a bit off, which seems to mean that they are killing pirates. Hina looked at the design for a long time, and came to the same conclusion as Ian. She thought it didn't seem like a sign of a certain pirate group. After thinking about it, she stood up and said, "Hina has to report this matter to the headquarters. You keep searching the scene." "Hi." The Marines responded immediately and went to work again. Hina went back to the cabin. Ian looked around, and found that all the Marine soldiers were busy at this time. No one was paying attention to him, so he couldn't help but turn his eyes around and sneak into the cabin quietly. He planned to eavesdrop on Hina's report to the headquarters. Chapter 102, Z. Because there were other Marines in the cabin, Ian did not dare to stay for long, and soon came out. However, although he came out, there was an extreme shock in his eyes. Hina may have been distracted by the Ironbone pirate group, so she didn't think that Ian would dare to eavesdrop outside her room, so she didn't deliberately lower her voice when she spoke. After reporting the incident of the Ironbone pirates to the department, however, the orders that came from the headquarters told Hina to stop the check. When Hina asked why, the Marine headquarters told her that the Ironbone pirates were solved by the newly established Neo-Marines of the Black Arm Zephyr. The Neo-Marines from One Piece film, Z. After hearing this, Ian finally understood what was going on. so he left the cabin and went back to the deck quietly. Although he was pretending to be calm as if nothing had happened, his heart was beating hard. The name of the Black Arm Zephyr, of course, Ian knows him. He is a former admiral and instructor of the Marines. It has been said that he has the same character as Garp at his time. When he was young, he was an expert of Busashokuhaki at the age of 34, allowing him to coat himself with it and turn his arms black for much more devastating strikes and defenses, which earned him the nickname Black Arm. Since the beginning, Zephyr has always adhered to the concept of no killing, but then an unfortunate tragedy occurred, and his family was killed by pirates. It seems that since then, Zephyr has changed his principles and grew a lot of hatred towards the pirates. He originally wanted to quit his job and leave the Marines, but he was retained by the Marines. At last, he changed from admiral to instructor and began to cultivate Marines' freshman strength. The three current admiral, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru were his trainees. Not only that, but in his instructor career, he has trained many excellent Marines, even Hina, who was on board, and Smoker, were also his students. The Black Arm Zephyr was the soul of the Marines. He had been continuing his career as an instructor, but now he suddenly appeared here and killed the Iron Bone pirate group, which shocked Ian, and quickly, he started calculating the time with his fingers. At this time, Zephyr's age was just between 69–70 years old, which was not easy to calculate his specific age, but it is probably around this, that is to say, about 5 years ago, Zephyr's Marine freshman internship ship just happened to be attacked by pirates. The person who attacked his ship was a devil fruit user. Almost all of the Marines' freshmen in that ship were killed, and Zephyr lost his right hand. In order to revenge, Zephyr, with the help of Marine scientists, transformed his right arm into a mechanical arm battle smasher made by Karosky, Seastone, and formed a special force called Neo Marines. Then he started hunting pirate with devil fruit. Ian suddenly thought about it, and wanted to know how the huge penetrating wound on the Iron Bone Ewing's chest was made. It must be Zephyr's Karosky mechanical arm was fired on his chest, so that he could not use his fruit ability, which killed him by a single shot. There were bodies of little children found in the Iron Bone pirate group. It must be the power of the return fruit used by Zephyr's subordinates, the second in command, and vice admiral of the Neo Marines, the beautiful lady named N. According to the time, Zephyr's Neo Marines should have been established for a while, but this was enough to explain everything that these pirates have encountered. Speaking of which, it's also the tragedy of the Iron Bone pirate group. It's reasonable that Zephyr, even if he established the Neo Marines, his scope of activity should be in the New World. Unfortunately, the captain of the Iron Bone pirate, Ewing, was not only a devil fruit user, but he also was killing a lot of Marines. These 2 points were the most hateful things of Zephyr, so he didn't hesitate to rush to the first half of the Grand Line, directly annihilating this pirate group. At this time, Zephyr and Marines have always been in contact. His Neo Marines group has made it clear that they were also a force of the Marines, so their intelligence capability was naturally supported by the Marines. In other words, there were 2 forces chasing the Iron Bone pirates, one was Hina, and the other was Zephyr. But she was the bright side, and Zephyr was the dark side. At the same time, a captain of the Marine headquarters and a former admiral of the Marines were following him, but if the Iron Bone pirates were lucky enough to encounter the bright side Hina, they won't be dead in this brutal way. That was the real hell. Ian went to the sea 3 years earlier than Luffy. He remembered a lot of things from his depart, but other things were needed to be reminded only when he encountered them. Now the Black Arm Zephyr suddenly appeared, but it was a wake-up call for Ian. The potential power of the Marines was still terrifying. Even without the current 3 admirals, there are other retired admirals such as Zephyr. He just doesn't know when exactly the pirates who attacked his training ship, killed most of his students and took his right hand would become one of the 7 Shishibukai, which made Zephyr despise the entire Marines department then turn on them. Ian stayed on the deck thinking about all of this, and soon, shortly afterward, Hina came out from her cabin with a worried face. This probably shocked Hina at this time. Zephyr was her sensei. Naturally, she knew what kind of person he was. Now he has become so cruel to the pirates. A group of pirates has been slaughtered like animals. The scene was so bloody, and such a huge change in his temperament was very impactful and overwhelming for Tina. When the Iron Bone Ewing's body was recovered, Hina's task was completed, but she was not happy at all. In this case, Ian didn't want to bother her. He quietly went back to his room and started practicing his skills. The appearance of Zephyr not only awakened Ian, but also made him realize that it's enough to deal with ordinary pirates within his strength now, but he's still far from encountering more powerful people. Of course, the devil fruit can improve a person's power in a short time, but its disadvantages are also obvious. The seawater is one, and the Karoski, sea stone, is another. For these drawbacks, Ian naturally knows them, so he has made up his mind not to eat a devil fruit. With the help of the system in his mind, he can also become stronger. Why should he artificially set up weaknesses for himself? With the unlocked of a new card slot, more abilities can be equipped. Ian's most intuitive feeling was that the cultivation of the Nin skills has begun to speed up, because the growth of his Nin value can gain a lot of proficiency every day. Now his Nin proficiency was on the verge of upgrading to the advanced level. There are some differences between Nin skills and swordsmanship skills. The proficiency increases slowly, but its effect is very significant. Now Ian was looking forward to what changes would be brought to him when achieving the advanced level of the Nin skills. Once again, after using the ability of Yuki's card to turn his Nin into Ice Tier Gem and store it, the proficiency of the Nin skills has finally broken through. He didn't know if it's an illusion. Ian only felt that at the moment when the Nin skills were broken through, his perception of the Nin abilities seemed to have changed. Advanced Nin skills, increase the value of restored Nin per hour. The current restored value, 10. Increase the total Nin value by 40%. At the same time, the host can use Nin diffusion, the spreading of something more widely, abilities. Proficiency, 6/80,000. Compared with the previous intermediate Nin skills, the advanced Nin skills not only doubled the recovery value, but also increased the total value. What concerns Ian most is the later thing, the Nin diffusion abilities. He had guessed before that various ways of using Nin abilities should appear eventually. However, what first appeared was not the substantiation of Nin, Hatsu, that Ian had expected, but the diffusion of Nin, Ten and Ren, which surprised him a lot. Standing up, Ian closed his eyes and started trying to use the diffusion effect. He could feel that, as his Nin moves, an inexplicable force begins spreading around to all sides with his body as the center. This power seemed to be a little different from the previous uses, his mental power, Nin, previously used in entanglement, which was cohesive, but the Nin used now is loose. It was like his Nin was a squeezed sponge, then he let go of it, which made it spread everywhere. With the spreading of the Nin, all the objects it touched gave him feedback. Even if Ian closed his eyes, he could feel that he could see what was around him. It feels like the ultrasound of a bat. It feels really amazing. The N from Hunter x Hunter. Ian closed his eyes and walked around the small room, but he didn't bump into anything. As Ian's Nin spread out again, the scene outside the room was sensed, and he received its feedback too. The air seemed to be flowing, someone was passing outside well, a piece of wood on the floor was tilted up, and people passing by might trip by it. Someone has really stumbled. His left shoulder will hit the ground first. When Ian sensed the situation in the corridor outside with his spread Nin, a falling sound came. A passing soldier fell on his left shoulder, then he stood up, rubbed it, and left while mumbling. This kind of sense perception was really like Kanbunshoku haki, observation haki. Ian was very excited. He is now able to make predictions about what is going to happen through this N. Chapter 103, Further Improvement of Strength. For the rest of the time, Ian was in his room, experiencing this new way of using his Nin. At present, there are two types of Ian's control over his Nin abilities. One is the release of the Nin, which can be formed in a flying slash or just entangling the Nin on his sword. The other is the new technique of spreading the Nin brought by the advanced Nin skills. With the consistent experience, Ian found that the so-called Nin diffusion is actually to form an aura energy field around him. This force field is filled with his own Nin. Any movement of objects will stir his Nin, and that will send him a signal as feedback. This kind of perception can't be sensed by the naked eye. What the eyes can see is just an approximation, but what he can perceive through the Nin is very subtle, just like moving hands or feet. What the eyes can see is just the direction of movement, but what he can perceive through the Nin is the various muscle fluctuations involved in moving the hands or feet. Ian threw something in a random direction. Through this Nin ability N, he can accurately perceive its movement trajectory and accurately predict where it will fall. It can be said that after spreading his Nin, the world around him become different. Although he has not really seen or known the true feeling of the Kanbunshoku haki, observation haki, he knows that his N effect can perceive the same as that type of haki. He knows very well that, in fact, in this body, there should also be hidden haki, and the biggest advantage of his system is that he let Ian experience the same effect as haki in advance, which will help him to develop his own haki in the future. Resolve. Ian excitedly pulled out the devil blade Yamato and held it in his hand. Though his eyes are closed, when the sword was in the end field, he could sense everything about his sword. When he started slowly waving it, he could even feel the blade's trajectory cutting through the air, how the air flew, how then intersected, all in Ian's perception. With a wave of sword agitating the air, Ian had a new understanding of Yasuo's wind flow sword skills. With a sudden wave of his hand, Ian launched the wind wall. This time, not only did he have no sense of stagnation, but also the wind wall that was produced was different from the past, he was able to control its size. Until this moment, Ian has truly achieved the expert level of swordsmanship. Sure enough, he found that there was a certain connection between his basic skills. In the beginning, due to the release of Deliberatenin, the first flying slash that he shot against Krieg, that led to the advancement and the breakthrough of his swordsmanship skills. Now, because of the advanced level of his Nin skills, his swordsmanship has been integrated. Of course, through continuous experiments, Ian has also discovered some shortcomings of the current Nin diffusion or N. He can't spread his N field too much now, because if it spreads too far, it will lead to large consumption of his Nin. Ian crushed several ice tier gems and found that the diffusion of his Nin is within the range of 5 meters, which is an acceptable range. In this range, Ian's mind power will consume about 5 points per minute. With his current Nin value, if he simply maintains this N field, he can use it for a long time. The 5-meter radius is basically the range of face-to-face combat with an opponent. Similarly, even if he was facing a long-range attack, such as a bullet attack, once the bullet enters his perception range, the distance of 5 meters is enough for Ian to respond. Of course, the larger the range, the better the perception, which means the more time Ian has to react. This can only be achieved when Ian's Nin capacity becomes more and can maintain huge consumption. While Ian was still experimenting, he suddenly felt that someone appeared outside in front of his door. He seemed to raise his hand and was about to knock on the door, so he directly shouted, "Please come in." The one standing outside the door was Hina. After hearing Ian's voice, she was a little confused. She didn't understand how Ian knew she was outside or going to knock, but she pushed the door open and entered. As soon as she came in, Hina saw Ian, with his eyes closed, moving in the narrow room, waving his sword. Hina didn't know what was going on. After a while, she found something surprising. Because Ian walked around with his eyes closed, he didn't bump to anything at all, just like the layout of all the objects in the room had been memorized by him. "What are you doing?" Hina couldn't help asking. "Oh, I am experiencing my own Kanbunshoku haki, observation haki." Ian said quietly, "It just has been awakened. The unseen blade is the deadliest." I don't know why the author wrote the catchphrase of the Master of Shadows said. Hina's smoky cigarette fell to the ground. What did he just say? "I just saw you an hour ago, and now you turned around, telling me that during this time, you have awakened the Kanbunshoku haki? Are you kidding me?" Even Hina couldn't help feeling that this was ridiculous. "Isn't it too much? Little brother, this joke is not funny at all." Hina calmed down, lit a cigarette again, and said, "Would you like me to prove it in a spar?" Ian replied with closed eyes and a grin. "Good proposal. Come with me to the deck." Hina glanced at him and thought it was an excellent opportunity to really understand Ian's strength. So Hina took the lead, and Ian walked behind. However, Ian kept his eyes closed when he went out to the deck. Hina noticed that, and she was so surprised, because Ian didn't stumble or bump to something during the whole way. It wasn't until they got on the deck that Ian opened his eyes and looked at her. "Let's start." Hina did not say much, and went directly toward Ian. The index finger of her right hand extended at a very fast speed, shot a Shigan finger gun. Ian stood still all the time. When Hina thought her finger gun was going to hit his chest, she saw Ian moved lightly to the side, letting her Shigan pass over his chest. Hina didn't believe that it missed. When the Shigan attack failed, she immediately rushed to him with a lifted leg. But it was still the same result. When she is about to kick him, he avoided it with the simplest dodge. Then Hina kicked at him several times one after another, but none of them did succeed and hit him. She couldn't touch him at all. In a fit of anger, Hina launched the Rankyaku, Tempest Kick, directly at Ian. However, in the face of the powerful Rankyaku, Ian pulled out his sword in an instant and also shot a flying slash to offset it. After dozens of consecutive attempts, none of them could pose any threat to Ian. Hina even used the Soru, shave, another technique of Rokushiki to attack him from another direction, but Ian was able to perceive it and avoided it. At that moment, Hina really believed that Ian had truly awakened the Kanbunshoku Haki, he was for sure using it. After a slight gasp, Hina gritted her teeth and said to Ian, "You monster! Haki's awakening is known as the sooner it awakens, the stronger it gets." Of course, under the guidance, Hina also awakened her Haki, but she currently could only use the Busashoku Haki. However, when she was fighting Ian before, he realized that he could also use the House Hoku Haki, and now, in an instant, Ian was able to use the second type of Haki, Kanbunshoku Haki, but Ian was so much younger than her, which made Hina feel a sense of frustration. Ian smiled and said nothing. His Ninfield or N was considered as Haki because they had the same effect, which he has been preparing for. In the spar with Hina, he also gained a little bit of experience. The perception and prediction brought by the diffusion of the Nin, N, were indeed the same as Kanbunshoku Haki, but the most crucial thing was that it depends on the speed of the user himself. If Hina was much faster, even if Ian can perceive her trajectory, there would be no way for him to avoid her attacks. So from this, between two Kanbunshoku Haki users, the winner would be the faster. And that fast contains three meanings: one is the speed of the attack release, one is the speed of movement or mobility, and the other is the speed of reaction. Ian's current speed value is basically derived from cards, which was high because his two 4-star cards were speedy type cards, so he was the faster at this spar. But his own speed cultivation wasn't that much. This made Ian wonder if it was necessary to put the physical practice on the agenda. Because speed is mainly related to physical training, and according to the interaction between basic skills, if physical skills are also developed, it will indirectly affect swordsmanship skills and nin skills. After battling with Hina, Ian has a new understanding of his own strength. Now that he has achieved the effect of the N, if he doesn't consider the devil fruit user, he can basically stand up to a captain of Marine headquarters. Chapter 104, Disembarking. The spar between Hina and Ian on the deck was naturally seen by many Marine soldiers. Although they didn't know why the two were fighting, but in their eyes, Captain Hina won the spar. The goddess of the Marine headquarters has countless admirers and suitors in the Marines. In their hearts, this goddess was invincible. Such emotions were blind, but it was undeniable that when Hina left angrily, the Marines on board were not happy. They came round to Ian and said, "Boy, Captain Hina wants to hit you. How dare you avoiding her attacks? Hi! Do you know how many people here want to be trampled by Captain Hina? Ah! I want to be ravaged by those high heels." Ian looked at these Marine soldiers silently. At first, he thought that they were looking for trouble, but then he found that they were just perverts, and the whole image he built of them was cracked. Each one started blushing the next moment, showing a sly expression. So wretched! Just when Ian was thinking about how to deal with these people, Hina roared angrily. "Shut up! Go back to work!" Hina came back to the deck. She heard what the Marines had just said. She looked annoyed and said, "I'll transfer you all to G5 as soon as possible. Don't you think that's too much?" After watching the Marines leave, Ian said to Hina. Hina ignored him and said, "You have to help too. You are not going to stay and eat on my ship without work." Ian shrugged and went to help. After more than 2 hours, the number of the Ironbone pirates was finally counted. There were 124 bodies in total, roughly matching the number of the Ironbone pirates. Some of them could not be found, they might have sunk into the sea or been eaten by sea creatures. Now it can be confirmed that the whole crew of the Ironbone pirates has been completely destroyed. Of course, these corpses could not be taken back with them, so the warship then turned to find a small desert island and buried them. None of them had a tombstone. That's how it is on the Grand Line. Every year, many people die like those pirates. When the Ironbone Ewing died, his bounty was naturally cancelled. Ian thought it was a pity. After all, it was 75 million berries. It's a large sum of money, but now he can't get it. After managing everything, the fleet set out again. Ian thought that Hina would take them to the marine fort from the calm belt. Who knows, but they didn't. The 3 warships under Hina's command, except for one which was intact, were simply repaired. Therefore, their movement was not that faster. It's dangerous to sail on the calm belt with such a huge ship. They won't be able to escape when they encounter a Sea-King attack, so the fleet kept moving on the Grand Line, just following the eternal pose, not stopping in any island on their way, but the time to reach Sabayati Island was faster, about 20 days. At this time, the ship's supply was sufficient. After all, these warships were very large and has a huge load. When approaching the Sabayati Island, Ian has to leave alone. Hina can't disembark him directly to the Sabayati Island, because when approaching the Red Line, her battleship has to turn to the calm belt, and then go back to the marine headquarters through the Tarai current. Well, Ian was very grateful to Hina. His previous judgment was correct. Both Hina and Smoker belonged to the more humane category of the Marines. So in the following time, Ian didn't bother Hina at all. He didn't screw around, he was basically in his room or the deck, running back and forth between the two. Hina's main warship had weight-lifting equipment for the Marines to exercise. Ian found some and put them on his sword, and then continued his sword-swinging practice every day. With his current strength, he can only lift about 300 kilograms of weight, which wasn't too much, but with that alone, he scared all the Marine soldiers on board. With the 300 kilograms weight, Ian swung his sword at least 1,000 times a day. Just by watching him, they felt that their arms' muscles were numb. But what terrified them the most was that after finishing this exercise, Ian was doing fine, and after a short break, he continues his training with some push-ups and other exercises. Every morning, after the exercise, when he loses his stamina, he takes a rest, then goes and eats for free from the canteen on the ship. When his strength gets recovered in the afternoon, he starts punching the sandbag. Ian has consciously performed physical exercises. Among the cards he drew, there were 2 physical type cards. One was Master Rashi's card, but this card was only a 2 stars card, with just 2 skills. One of the skills was Turtle Fairy Flow Martial Arts, which was described very vaguely. It only says that it can increase the destructive power by 10%, and it requires intermediate level physical skills to be used. The other skill is the Thunder Shock Surprise, which can paralyze the enemy. It requires intermediate level physical skills and intermediate level nin skills. Ian tried to equip this card, but found that he was unable to unlock his physical skills at all. The same problem appeared with his other martial art card Joe Higashi. His skills are Tiger Kick, Slash Kick, and Screw Upper. Ian thought that this card could help him learn Muay Thai. But what he didn't expect was that it was useless too. This made Ian wonder. Is it possible that physical cultivation, like swordsmanship, can only be acquired through self-training? In fact, he didn't know that the so-called physical skills was just a general concept. It wasn't just a few punches or kicks that could be counted as a physical exercise. The actual body training means a kind of exercise from the inside out, adjust breathing, strengthen bones and muscles, even control the blood flow, and then he would achieve the purpose of strengthening the human body. This is the real physical practice. All the skills on these cards just require a certain physical skill level to be used. That's why Ian can't gain any progress in his physical skills after equipping them. Now, if he wants to progress in his physical training proficiency, there are only 2 ways. One is to learn and master a complete set of physical training method by himself, and the other is to obtain a card with a passive skill that directly cultivates his physical skills. There are such cards, but only if he could draw them. Ian has been training and hitting the sandbag for several days. Although he has punching it with his fists until he gets exhausted, he failed to emerge his physical skills, which made him gradually feeling down. In fact, the best way to learn physical techniques is to learn the Marine 6 techniques, Rokushiki. This Marine 6 powers, Rokushiki, which have been circulating in the Marines for many years, have become relatively perfect techniques, and its effects are also comprehensive. It generally focuses on the development of the human body. However, Ian understands that this may not be feasible. Unless he is willing to join the Marines, he may learn the 6 techniques. Otherwise, the Marines will not allow such physical exercises to get out of their hands. So after thinking about it, Ian can only put it aside for the time being. The only method he has, is punching the sandbag or doing anything to exercise, until he uses all of his stamina. In the evening, Ian stayed in his room and kept advancing his nin proficiency. On such days, he just repeated the same exercises, monotonous, but enrichment. It seems that since he left the Frost Moon village, he has rarely been so immersed in such practice. He did not expect that he would practice like old times in Hina's ship. The navigation of warships was not smooth sailing either. The climate on the Grand Line was erratic. From time to time, they had encountered some ferocious sea kings. Fortunately, they were all elite soldiers from the marine headquarters, which made it easy to deal with these situations. Occasionally, Ian feels guilty because he ate meals on their ship every day, so when encountering sea kings, he jumps into the sea with his sword, slays the beast, and then bring back to the boat some of his meat to make a rare sumptuous meal for the marines. At this time, the marine soldiers would cheer for him. All of Ian's actions were seen by Hina and the marines. His strength and seriousness gradually won the recognition of many marines. No one was surprised by the fact that Ian was an outsider on their ship. Time passed quickly. Hina and her warships gradually approached the Red Line, and they were about to turn to the calm belt. So Ian had to disembark. From the battleship, a small boat was lowered down, and Ian was checking his belongings on the dinghy. "Ian, don't you want to be a marine?" A soldier was lying on the side of the warship and said, "If you become a marine, you can go to the marine headquarters with us." "Yes, why disembarking here alone?" Another marine joined in. For so many days, these marines on board were getting along and possessed some feelings with him. These marines were ordinary people. They didn't have so much to think about, not like him, so they refused to let Ian leave. "No, it has long decided from a long time, I have to go to the Sabayati archipelago." Ian smiled and said to them, "I wish you all the best. Are we close to the no wind yet?" She meant the calm belt. Hina, in her overcoat and smoking a cigarette, also came to the side of the ship. "Haha, you made a pronunciation mistake." Ian smiled and gave Hina a kiss and said, "Beautiful Hina, did you write down my Den Mushi number? Remember to call me when you have time. Call me by Oni-chan, elder sister, you skunk." Hina coldly snorted. "That won't work." Ian grinned and said, "I've forgotten to tell you something. When I met Vice Admiral Garb, he said that he would introduce you to me and make you my girlfriend." Hina's face suddenly went dark, and all the marines on board burst into a rage. "What? Is that true?" There were some of them who were unwilling to let Ian go, but in a flash, the marine soldiers on board started throwing all kinds of things at Ian. But he just laughed, quickly untied the rope, and rowed away. After staying on the ship for so long, Ian did behave and stayed low, and now finally, after looking at the expression of the crowd, his black belly was really satisfied. His boat rowed away, and Hina's dark face finally relaxed. She murmured something in a low voice. Then she said loudly, "Turn round, our direction is the calm belt." Chapter 105, Island Landing. Ian was rowing slowly and moving toward. Before leaving, Hina told him that the Sabayati archipelago has no magnetic pull for which to affect a log pose. So she gave him a pointer to Fishman Island, which can help him going to the Sabayati archipelago. It takes about 2 days until he arrives at the Sabayati from his location, so Ian kept rowing in his boat while checking his attributes. In fact, since killing Pixar on the Cactus Island and upgrading to level 10, Ian's attributes have made a big leap, and then on Ace's ship, he made Ace a grinding tool to raise his level, and then on Hina's warship, he improved his nin skills to the advanced level. It can be said that his recent strength change has been progressing, but he has not paid attention to his attributes. When he was alone, he was taken aback by his attributes. Now he was equipped with his best cards. 2 4-star cards and 1 3-star card, plus the overall increase bonus of the nin skills, so that his current attributes are unconsciously like this. Name, Ian. Level, 11. Door key value, 1569. Strength, 239. Speed, 495. Vitality, 366. Nin, 469. Skills, Expert level swordsmanship, sword speed plus 40%, destructive power plus 40%, able to use flying slashes. Advanced level nin skills, increase the value of nin restored per hour. Current restored value, 10 points. Increase 40% of the total amount of nin, able to use nin diffusion. Compared with the miserable attribute when he was in the Frost Moon village, Ian has become really powerful now. If he calculated his strength just based on the door key value, he has far exceeded many members of the CP9. Although it wasn't yet possible for him to catch with Rob Lucci's 4,000 Dora key value, but don't forget, Ian still has 3 card slots to unlock. Once his level is raised and equipped with good cards, his development will become very fast. After seeing his strength and speed attributes, Ian understood why Hina couldn't even touch him when they were fighting. Ian had previously asked the system before how the strength and speed values are reflected in reality. The system's answer was very interesting. Approximately the strength value 2 is the maximum weight that Ian can lift, and the speed value /10 is the maximum movement speed of Ian. In other words, Ian can lift about 480 kilograms at most now, and his mobility is as fast as 49 meters per second. Of course, this is only an approximate indicator. Although he can lift 480 kilograms numerically, 500 kilograms can also be lifted if he works hard. Doriki was like this too. He is indeed a proper superhuman. A Doriki of 500 or higher is classed as superhuman. But he knows that on Earth, the fastest human being ran 100 m in about 9 seconds, which is about 11 meters per second, but Ian's speed is several times faster. So in terms of speed, Hina can't catch up with him, which made her unable to hit him in his Nen field. At this point, Ian also understood why the attribute bonus brought by the cards can't reach the full value. If the attribute bonus given to him of these cards was 100%, then even with only 3 cards, Ian's attribute would be estimated to be able to hang with some vice admirals, and after developing and upgrading his level and cards, he would break the limits of this world. But he can still equip 6 cards. Looking at his own attributes, Ian felt pleased with his accomplishment. In this world, strength is the capital of survival. Naturally, the stronger the better. Following the guidance of the log pose, Ian did not encounter any accidents. However, the next day, he found that the ships appearing on the sea gradually began to increase. Sabayati Archipelago is the only way to the New World. Ships from all paths will gather there, so it's not as sparsely populated as it is when landing on a single route island. The ships appearing in this area were almost all pirate ships, merchant ships, and so on, which was very rare. Ian's small boat mixed with these ships seemed very abrupt, but strangely, the pirates did not pay attention to Ian. There was no pirate flag on his dinghy, and the pirates did not know his identity, so most of them treat him as a resident of Sabayati Archipelago. The pirates who can come here all the way through all kinds of dangers on their routes are basically the best of the pirates. The weaker ones have been eliminated in the road. All the pirates who can come here are the ones with enough strength and capabilities. So for sure, they don't even bother to deal with an ordinary person. Nevertheless, there are many kinds of pirates. When he has seen the outline of Sabayati Archipelago from afar, Ian met a group of pirates with a lousy attitude. It was said lousy attitude, because these pirates, relying on their massive ship, drove past Ian's boat with unbridled abandon, making a huge wave and hitting Ian's boat. Seeing his boat swaying by the wave, after the sign of capsizing, the pirates lying on the side of the ship looked at each other, whistling and laughing at Ian. After Ian managed to stabilize the dinghy, these guys turned the bow of the boat and drove in the direction of Ian again, as if they wanted to do it again. Ha ha ha, boy, don't run away yet. A pirate on the bow of the ship shouted to Ian, didn't wait for him to answer, then he pretended to be suddenly aware, and said, "Oh, I forgot, you're afraid you can't escape." This caused other pirates to laugh and shout at Ian one after another, "There is no other way, boy, you'd better swim to the Sabayati Archipelago." Ian raised his head and looked at the pirates on that ship with one raised eyebrow. He was too lazy to talk to these guys. Damn it, he is a pretentious fellow. The pirates on the ship didn't appreciate Ian's expression, which made them very uncomfortable. The first one gritted his teeth and said, "Sink him." Therefore, the pirates on board quickly adjusted the direction of the ship's bow and ran straight into Ian's boat. Ian stared silently at the pirate ship that came directly into him, standing on the boat without moving. Just when the pirates laughed and thought that Ian had been frightened, a swipe of blade light was filled their vision. Then the next second, they only heard a loud crash from their hull. Before they knew what was going on, they saw that their ship had suddenly split into 2 halves. At the moment when his boat was about to collide, Ian cut off the pirate ship with a flying slash. With his current Nen value, his flying slash can cut through the brick and stone buildings. So he was so confident that his blow could easily cut such a wooden ship. Our little Mihak XD. The pirate ship was split into 2 parts from the middle, and then fell down to both sides, while Ian sat back in the dinghy. Then he passed through the middle of the boat, and those frightened and drowning pirates formed a sharp contrast from his calm expression. Now, who's going to swim to the Sabayati archipelago? Ian didn't even bother to see who the pirate group was. For him now, the ones who can be dismissed at will are estimated to be 30-40 million bounty pirates. Such pirates are no longer worthy of his attention. Moving on, Ian finally saw the special landscape of the Sabayati archipelago, which is made up of a large number of Yarikaman mangrove trees. The top of the island is covered by a crown of trees, and the bottom is a smooth tree trunk. Countless bubbles slowly fluttered in it. Under the faint mist and sunlight, these bubbles presented colorful lights, embellishing the whole island, making it like a dream. Just by looking at this scene, Ian was stunned because this was an island that will only appear in the fairy tale world. When Ian finally steered the boat, landed on one side of the island, and jumped onto the land, he found that the air here was full of a faint smell of resin, which was very pleasant, fresh, and natural. With a soft sound, a newly formed air bubble slowly emerged from the ground on the grass where Ian stepped. All the bubbles on the island were produced when the mangrove breathes. When Ian saw the bubble slowly rising, he couldn't help but reach out with his finger and poke it. He found that the outer layer of resin was thicker than he thought, and it was hard to blow it up. When Ian poked it again with a little more force, the bubble did not pop, but it stuck to Ian's finger. Looking up, Ian looked at the nearest Yarikaman mangrove tree marked with numbers, and found that it had a number 16 on it. The Sabayati archipelago was very large. There were many Yarikaman mangroves trees there, which have been marked with numbers to represent the area. Ian also couldn't remember what the number 16 area belongs to, so he can only look forward. The ground here was soft, squatting down and feeling sticky and wet land. Ian knew that this island doesn't really have hard rocky soil. All the ground was actually supported by massive tree roots. In the beginning, it may not be easy to walk on this kind of ground. Maybe everyone who set foot on Sabayati archipelago for the first time will be curious and excited. Naturally, Ian was no exception. He kept walking while looking around. After he walked for a minute, he suddenly found himself surrounded by some sneaky people. Chapter 106, The Stronghold. These sneaky people seemed to try their best to hide their figures. Ian was helplessly surrounded by them, but he was able to spot all of them with a glance. Obviously, these people were simply observing Ian. It seems that they wanted to confirm whether he has a companion or not. Ian saw their intention, so he couldn't help laughing and said in a loud voice, "No need to hide, come out, I'm here alone." Maybe Ian's words gave them confidence. These people no longer tried to hide, and one by one, they came over, fanning around Ian. When they came out, they were surprised to find that Ian was really alone. These people were basically big men with fierce faces. Many of them have tattoos or scars on their faces, pistols in their hands, and cold weapons on their waists. Just by looking at their appearance, they can frighten a lot of people. Their leader, a man with a thick mustache, said to Ian in amazement, "Boy, you dare to walk alone in a lawless area. You are brave." "Oh? This is a lawless area? No wonder." Ian nodded and asked him with interest, "Who are you? Pirates?" A sentence made this group of people burst into laughter and said, "In this chaotic area, is there any difference in identities?" Ian immediately understood their meaning. Even though this archipelago was very close to the marine headquarters, after all, it wasn't under the protection of the Marines. The Sabayati archipelago is so large that the Marines only stationed in some areas. With the number of troops garrisoned, it doesn't matter much. The lawless area is where pirates and bounty hunters run amok, and it's an area that the Marines were unable to make it under control. In this area, pirates can be turned into human traffickers at any time, and bounty hunters can also be turned into robbers. Here what they are, it doesn't matter. "Boy, you are unlucky to meet us, the Sicilian family." The leader smirked and said, "This is our territory, Sicilian family's territory. Since you want to pass through our area, leave all the valuable things on you." "Oh, the Sicilian family." Ian was stunned. He has encountered the mafia. In fact, what Ian doesn't know was that the criminal gangs in the lawless area of this island were basically formed by sticking together as a family, as a unit, whether a pirate group, a bounty hunter group, or the human trafficker group. Because the local residents of Sabayati archipelago know the existence of these lawless areas, they generally don't come to these zones. The criminal gangs here were only tourists from other places, or pirates who break in without knowing the situation. Under the circumstances, there will naturally be a competitive relationship between them. Sometimes there will be battles, so the weak people can't get along here. And most of the members of these criminal gangs were not powerful people. They can only embolden themselves with more people. Generally, a criminal gang establishes a family in the name of their boss. The external claim is the name of their boss. At present, the family Ian meets is a bounty hunter gang. Their boss naturally called Sicilian. Ian first arrived at this island and knew nothing about the situation there, but it doesn't matter. Isn't there a living guide in front of him? An NPC XD. Grinning at the corner of his mouth and laughing, Ian suddenly said, "You got it wrong. What you just said now, it should be said by me." What? The bomb he dropped, they didn't understand it for a while. Ian held the scabbard, pointed to them, and said, "Listen well. You are surrounded by me. Those who want to stay alive have to hand over all their valuable things." As soon as these words were spoken, the leader in the opposite direction immediately exploded, This guy is crazy? Just one person surrounded all of us? What a joke! This kid is playing with us." When they finally realized that they had been fooled by Ian, they immediately became irritated one by one, and the leader of the team was so angry, and then he shouted, "Shoot him! Kill this kid!" So his group of people immediately raised their guns and started firing at Ian. However, when their guns were lifted, Ian had already moved. There were a lot of bullets. Even if Ian opened the N-field N, it wouldn't be easy to dodge them all. So he simply left the place. They didn't understand what had just happened. They only felt that his figure was gone. The bullets flew and hit the position where Ian was standing, but Ian had already flashed aside and laughed loudly, "Are you blind? I'm here." So they quickly turned around and fired at Ian's new position. The firearm is really a good thing, which can make ordinary people have a certain amount of combat power. But if the opponent has a high speed like Ian, the effect of the firearm can't be exerted. Ian didn't want to play around again this time. When they were about to shoot, his speed erupted sharply, and with another flash, he rushed to the nearest bounty hunter. Stepping forward, Ian slashed and cut the rifle in the opponent's hand into 2 pieces, then turned his sword to his right wrist and cut it slightly. The blood spurted out as the blade of light flashed. The bounty hunter immediately screamed, and the firearm in his hand fell as he covered his wound with his left hand. Ian didn't cut off his whole wrist. It was still useful for him to keep these people alive for a while, so he just injured them and made them lose their combat effectiveness. After solving one, Ian's figure flickered again. Every time he approached a person, he waves his sword twice to cut off the gun and injure his wrist. His speed was overwhelming that these bounty hunters couldn't even respond. 7 or 8 people soon all fell to the ground, moaning and covering their wrists. Until that moment, they understand that they made a big mistake. Although the other party was alone, he was a very powerful guy. Ian stepped on the body of their leader with the tip of his devil blade Yamato sticking to his neck and asked him with a smile, "What's your name?" My name is Hawking." The bounty hunter was trembling. Ian's eyeballs almost pop out, "What the heck? This is the name of the famous physicist and cosmologist. He has such a name for a loser. Is that really okay?" "Well, Hawking." Ian coughed and said, "What kind of family are you, Sicilians?" Hawking did not dare to hide it and talked about the Sicilian family. This Sicilian family has about 40 or 50 members, and it was not right to call them a bounty hunter group, because they do everything: rob, catch pirates, kidnap, spy, intelligence and so on. In a word, they do whatever that can make money. The members of this family were basically ordinary people. They were just a little stronger and fiercer than the common people. However, they have caught many pirates, because they do everything by any means. If they can't win, they besieged. If the battering fails, they will try to poison or stun their opponents. According to Hawking's account, their family's sphere of influence is near the number 16 Yarikaman mangrove tree. Their boss, Sicilian, was also a pirate, who had a strange power. He defeated the old boss with his strange power and took his position. Hawking is one of his cotters. Today, it was his turn to lead the patrol. When Ian's ship docked, it was found by Hawking's group. Naturally, they would not let go of such fat sheep that took the initiative to come to their door, but the fat sheep turned into a frightening huge grey wolf in a blink of an eye, which what they did not expect. Feeling the coldness of Ian's blade, Hawking didn't dare to lie to him and explained everything in detail. The members of these criminal gangs are always like this. He can't expect them to talk about loyalty. At this point, they are even worse than real pirates. Ian asked the others again to confirm his story and found that Hawking hadn't lied, before he let go of his feet, and Ian said, "Very well, now stand up and take me to your stronghold." The sword was still placed on his neck, so Hawking didn't dare to disobey Ian's orders, covered his wrists, stood up steadily, and other members of the gang were also called by Ian. Although they were sweating and feeling a lot of pain, they did not dare to say a word, and obediently led the way. In fact, the range covered by the Yarikaman mangrove was very large. Ian was led by them for more than 20 minutes before he finally saw the stronghold of the Sicilian family. That house looked like, how to say it, a broken and garbage house. It was big, but it was full of mending scars. That was just from the outside look of the house. At first glance, Ian confirmed that it was a dilapidated and dangerous house. "This is your stronghold?" Ian really feels sorry for them. Such a house may collapse at any time, and they dare to use it as a base. How poor are they? "No way," Hawking said with a bitter face, "most of the money we earn has been taken away by the boss. What our boss has been given us is only a small amount. And we will soon run out of food and drink. The boss refuses to take out some money to repair our stronghold, so we have to live with what we got." "Oh?" When Ian heard this, his eyes sparked. "So, your boss has a lot of money in his hands." "This is not easy to tell." Hawking shook his head and said, "The boss money has to be attributed to other forces. There are several stronger forces around us. In order to keep the peace, we should pay them money every month as a protection fee." I'm now 100% sure that Ian is jinxed. In another word, Ian couldn't help but despise the Sicilian family more and more. At first, he heard that number 16 Yarikaman mangrove is their territory. Even the name of their boss was so arrogant, Ian thought they had a good force. Now, the result was just an inaccessible organization. Chapter 107, The Establishment of the Ian Family. While talking, Hawking had brought Ian to his dilapidated house. The Sicilian family was a little vigilant. There were not many guards outside the stronghold, only 4. At this time, they were squatting together at the door and smoking cigars. When they saw Hawking returning, the 4 of them were shocked. As Hawking and his men were all covering their wrists, and blood dripped from their hands, while Ian, who was walking behind, looked like a stranger, the 4 guards saw something wrong immediately, pulled out their guns, and tried to shout. However, Ian didn't give them a chance at all. His figure disappeared instantly. Then he appeared behind them. The devil blade Yamato in his hand was pulled out and flashed an arc light in the air. This light crossed through the necks of 4 guards. In the next second, their heads flew up. These 4 guards were killed without even shouting. Hawking and his group almost peed in their pants when they saw this scene. Until then, they finally understood how lucky they were by staying alive until this moment. If Ian didn't want to keep them to lead the way, they would be corpses for a long time. "Is Sicilian here?" Ian listened to the noise coming from the house. The people inside seemed to be having a party, so he asked Hawking aloud. Hawking's head nodded like chicken pecking rice and said, "Yes. He must be there. He doesn't usually go anywhere." "That's good." Ian smirked and walked toward the door of the house. Hawking and his team looked at each other, knowing that the Sicilian family was about to change. When he came to the door, Ian raised his foot and smashed it on the shabby gate. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open by him, and the sawdust was scattered everywhere. However, Ian obviously underestimated the sleaziness of the house, and the raising dust made him cough. At the moment when the door was kicked to pieces, the noises in the house were suddenly quiet. The people inside kept their poses and looked blankly at Ian, who appeared at the gate, as if he was a crazy man. Ian scanned the house and found that there were about 40 people in it. On the sofa in the middle of the hall, there was a burly man with a black eye patch on his left eye, and his face was full of scars. He looked very fierce. His upper body was naked and very muscular. He hugged 2 girls with exposed clothes on the left and right sides, and both of them were smiling. In the whole house, he was the only one who had such a style, so Ian stared at him and asked, "You are Sicilian?" The people in the hall finally reacted, and Sicilian pushed the two girls in his arms to the left and right, stood up, and said with a gloomy face, "Who are you?" Although he asked fiercely, Ian saw his eyes turning around. Maybe it was because the guards outside didn't warn him and made him feel a little flustered. He thought that some forces had surrounded his stronghold, so he wanted to see if he can run away if the situation was not okay. Ian guessed his intention, shook his head, and said, "Don't look around. I'm here alone. I'm going to ask you again, are you Sicilian?" "It's me." When Sicilian heard Ian saying that he was alone, he became much braver, nodded directly, and admitted, "What do you want? Who sent you?" Ian suddenly felt bored. He didn't want to talk with this guy about who sent him. This guy, Sicilian, has only a dark green aura, which was discovered by the passive skill of the evil eye expert. For Ian, he was a weak chicken. If he keeps chatting with him, maybe this guy will say something like giving him money or becoming his subordinate. So Ian said directly, "It's just me." After that, Ian put out his sword, the Devil's Blade Yamato, from the scabbard and waved it twice to the left and right, then returned it to the sheath instantly. However, it was such two weak swings that fired two blazing projectiles, one on the left and one on the right. The two sword aura converged in the air and became turned into a cross-shaped slash. The speed of the flying slashes was very fast. Sicilian didn't expect Ian to start fighting immediately. When the cross-shaped slash approached him, he had no time to dodge. He was instantly cut into 4 pieces by Ian's projectile. Watching Sicilian's massive body sprayed blood and fell to the ground, the room suddenly turned into a weird silence. The first person to scream was the two girls who were just beside him. Awoken by the scream, the people in the room started panicking. "The boss has been killed? My god! Run! Go on, kill him! Avenge the boss!" Some of them wanted to escape, but Ian was guarding the gate. "They can't run away." Others draw out their weapons to avenge Sicilian, but they just kept looking at Ian and didn't dare to rush up. There wasn't a unified intention, which turned the whole house into chaos. Looking at this disorderly scene, Ian unsheathed his majestic sword and slammed it to the ground, making a thumping sound, then said, "All of you, be quiet." The people in the house were all afraid, and none of them dared to make a noise. They calmed down one by one and covered their mouths carefully. "From now on, I'm taking over the Sicilian family." Ian slowly walked forward and said, "If any of you disagree or want to avenge his dead boss, stand up. It won't matter, because I'll keep going until my words are clear." All of them looked at each other, but they didn't speak. But soon, a ding-ding came, and a member of the Sicilian family, who had been holding a gun, dropped his weapon on the ground. That was just one person, then there were 2, 3 more followed him. It didn't take long until everyone in the house accepted reality and surrendered. Everyone looked in awe at Ian, who was standing in the middle. Even Hawking and his team followed in. Under his leadership, all the people in the room called Ian respectfully, "Boss." "Very good." Ian nodded with satisfaction. He knew that the members of these criminal gangs were the most realistic people. Whoever was strong, they would obey. It was not surprising that such a situation happened. In fact, it is true that the strength that Ian just showed shocked these guys. In their opinion, Sicilian, the dead boss, was already very powerful, with a strange power that no one could match. However, when the new monster came in and asked for him personally, then he cut him into 4 pieces without saying much. The new boss was able to kill Sicilian, their old boss, while doing effortlessly and making sure that everyone was watching. If they want to keep their lives, it's better for them to obey whatever the new boss says. The members of these criminal gangs quickly and smoothly accepted the reality of changing bosses. At the moment, someone stood up from a sofa in flattery and gave his seat to Ian. Ian didn't refuse either. He sat on the sofa and found that it was so soft and comfortable. Just then, the 2 girls with exposed clothes rushed up, clinging Ian's arms, and smiled at him pleasantly. Ian wanted to break free. He was not used to this feeling. The behavior of these 2 girls made him feel that he had become a wicked like Sicilian. However, at the moment when these 2 girls held his arms, Ian found that they were shaking all over, as if they were terrified. He could not help but sigh secretly, stop his action and let them hold him for a while. He knew that these 2 girls were probably kidnapped by Sicilian, or even worse, slaves. It doesn't matter if he breaks free from them. If they mistakenly think he was angry, they would become even more nervous. The mood was very delicate and became a little less harmful. When Ian confronted the members of these criminal gangs, his complexion didn't change much. "My name is Ian. It's a pirate hunter," Ian said coldly to the crowd. "Now that I have taken over, the family's name will have to be changed. From now on, you have to call yourself the Ian family." "Yes, Boss Ian," all the people answered in unison. Not only the name has to be changed, but also the scope of the affairs involved must be changed. Ian continued, "From now on, kidnapping and human trafficking are forbidden." Ian was originally a man who grew up in modern society. He was extremely resentful of such evils. Although he accepted a gang in this lawless area, he would not let his new subordinates do these things again. Hawking and the other guys looked at each other and didn't know how to answer for a while. "Huh?" Ian glared coldly. "Is there a problem?" "No, no problem." Hawking quickly waved his hand and said, "Boss Ian." "What do you mean?" But Hawking hesitated and asked, "Boss Ian, how can we make money?" "Information trading, as well as catching wanted pirates," Ian answered, without even thinking about it. The Sabayati archipelago is very massive, and it's the only way to the New World. Every moment, new pirates are landing on the island. If Ian was alone, he would have limited sources of information, so he wanted to gather a group of people to collect information for him. What kinds of pirates are on the island now, where did they land, in which area are they, how much is their bounties, how many pirates are under their control, how powerful they are, whether they are devil fruit users or not, etc. All this information needs to be gathered by his group of people. By then, when the time comes, as long as all the information was in his hands, Ian only needs to attack and finish the job. That would naturally make Ian's work much easier. These people are the local delinquent of the Sabayati archipelago. It's very suitable for them to collect intelligence. Hawking and the rest understood Ian's meaning, but they were not very optimistic and said, "But Boss Ian, catching thousands of pirates won't make much money." Ian looked at Hawking with a grin and said, "Thousands of pirates? Is that what you used to do?" Hawking was a little scared by Ian's creepy eyes and nodded quickly. "Then, we have to change that now," Ian said. "What you need to collect is the information of pirates with 50 million bounties or above. The higher, the better, even if they are over 100 million bounty pirates." "That would be fantastic." As soon as these words were said, everyone in the room took a breath of cold air. "Boss Ian, we are incapable of dealing with such enemies," Hawking hurriedly said. "We can't catch pirates of this level." Ian looked at them strangely. "Who said you had to catch them? You just need to gather their information. If you do so, I will deal with the rest." Now that Ian's strength has increased, his goal naturally needs to be set higher. What he needs now was not only money but also fame. The pirates with high bounties were his goal. If he can catch a pirate with over 100 million bounties, it would be much better than finding 5 or 6 pirates with 20 million bounties. Moreover, after he defeats or kills his opponent, he will gain much more experience, which is more efficient. Hawking and the others did not know Ian's thoughts, but they were frightened by Ian's words. What the heck? How powerful is this new boss, Ian? Chapter 108, The Running Man. Some people were willing to believe in Ian's terrifying tone, but more others were skeptical. Ian glanced around casually, and then looked at their eyes. There was no problem for those who believed him, but for the doubters, he doesn't need to demonstrate anything to them. He just said, "Clean up the place." Hawking quickly nodded, beckoned several people to come over, and took Sicilian's body away. In the process, they had been trying to resist nausea. After finishing the job, Ian said to these people, "Well, now everyone has to go out and start spying and acquiring valuable information. Hawking, you stay." The people in the room, just like being pardoned, hurried out of the room, while Hawking stood by with a worried face, waiting for Ian to speak. "Where is Sicilian's vault? Do you know?" Ian asked him. Hawking shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I think it's in his room." "Then go and find out." Ian didn't want to talk much nonsense. In fact, he estimated that Hawking may know where Sicilian's money is stored. However, in front of his new boss, he didn't dare lying because Ian will not trust him in the future. But, this guy, Hawking, is not a genie either. However, Knowing this, Ian asked him to look for it. If he finds it out, it means that he still can rely on him. If he can't find it or find an excuse to say that he can't find it, then he would deal with him late. Seeing Hawking entering a room, Ian had time to focus on the two girls on his left and right sides. These two girls, about 18 or 19 years old, were obviously in the prime age, but the haggard on their faces was so obvious. After noticing that Ian was looking at them, they quickly showed a flattering smile, and held Ian's arms closer to their chest. With a sigh, Ian said, "You don't need to do this. I'm not like Sicilian. I'm not a wicked person." The two girls did not dare to talk, they just lowered their heads, and they were still afraid and didn't relax their arms. Seeing them like this, Ian had to change the subject and ask, "Are you local residents? Or are you tourists?" "Yes, we're tourists from another country." One of the girls replied carefully. "You were kidnapped?" Ian asked again. But in this sentence, the two girls did not answer either, because they could not figure out Ian's thoughts. "Don't worry, I'm just asking. Since you are tourists, please tell me where you come from." Ian said, "I will ask my subordinates to inquire about your families. When they find your family, I will send you back to them." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the two girls suddenly brightened. They raised their heads excitedly and asked Ian, "Really? Yup." Ian nodded. "I said, I'm not a bad guy. Thank you." The two girls burst into tears, left his arms, and bowed down in front of him. "You don't need to do that." Ian helped them up. Then, he asked them about their previous lives again. Until then, the two girls finally let go of their guard against Ian and told him their origins. These two blonde girls, the older one, named Lorraine, and the younger one, named Elena, came from a nearby island to play in the playground of Sabaody archipelago with their family. Unfortunately, they were separated from their family on the way, and then they were kidnapped. The human traffickers sold them to the slave auction house, and they were bought by Sicilian. Not only did they have to serve him every day, but they also had to endure his beating and scolding. In the past 2 years, they lived a life without any dignity, but it was better than death. When Sicilian was butchered by Ian, they were not relieved, but they became more worried because Ian started killing without saying much. They mistakenly thought Ian was a more brutal person. However, this world is so unpredictable. Ian, who was thought to be cruel, ended up being a really good guy who was willing to send them back to their family, which surprised Lorraine and Elena. Ian was ready to see the dark side of this world when he came to the Sabaody archipelago. However, when the two girls told their stories, Ian became furious. Lorraine and Elena had a lot of scars on their backs. They even took off their shirts and showed them to Ian, regardless of their shyness. The crisscross scars were pulled by a whip at the slave auction house, while the round scars were scalded by the bastard Sicilian with cigars and cigarette butts. There were dozens of large and small scars on the two, which can be said to be shocking. This bastard, he didn't deserve a quick death. Ian's eyes grew colder and colder as he looked at the bloodstains left by Sicilian on the ground. After thinking about it, Ian replaced one of the equipped cards with Yukina's card, concentrated his nen in his hands, then put them on their backs, and healed the two girls. However, some old injuries were too long, and the recovery effect of Yukina's card could not work with them, so Ian just healed some newer wounds on the two girls. With that done, once again, the two girls burst into tears and embraced Ian gratefully. "Come on, don't do this to me. From now on, you have to stay near me until we receive news from your family. I'm not going to let anyone bully you again." Ian patted them on the shoulder and said, "Yeah, by the way, can you cook?" "Yes. Master Ian, what do you want to eat?" Lorraine wiped away her tears, and a beautiful and joyful smile appeared on her face. "Don't call me master. It's weird." Ian scratched his head and said, "Anything. I'm so hungry." "Oh, yes, there is one more thing." Ian said positively to both of them, "From today on, you two will be solely responsible for my diet, okay? To be honest, these members of the Sicilian family, I don't trust them at all." Yet, although killing Sicilian and subduing his original men, Ian doesn't believe or trust these people at all. These guys were scum. They may obey him now by force, but who knows what are they thinking. In order to do business, they were unscrupulous, and Ian won't give them the chance to poison him, so he directly handed over his diet to Lorraine and Elena. Now, Lorraine and Elena's hope of returning to their homes is pinned on Ian. Now, the three of them are truly united. After hearing Ian's words, the two girls also had a feeling of being trusted, so they nodded hard and promised him. When Lorraine and Elena went to get food for Ian in person, Hawking came out again, holding a small safe in his hands, came to Ian and said, "Boss, I found it. This is where Sicilian put the money." Ian answered indiscriminately, then looked at the box. There were some traces of mud on the safe. It seems that it was dug out from the ground. The guy, Hawking, really knew where Sicilian was hiding the money. Ian glanced at him and discovered his uneasy expression. Is it just an expression that he wanted to show his loyalty and worry about not being trusted in the future? The safe was made of iron. Hawking carefully said, "Boss Ian, I really don't know the password. It doesn't need that much trouble." Ian got up and drew out the Devil's Blade Yamato. He twisted around it some of his nen and gently slashed the safe. He immediately cut open the door of the safe. Hawking was stunned. He felt like when Ian's sword went down, it didn't face any obstacle. This blade is so sharp? If Ian knew what he thought, he would laugh. Now, the Devil's Blade Yamato was only a 4-star exclusive treasure, which can also be upgraded by the reinforced magic crystals obtained through 10 consecutive draws, and then it can be upgraded to 5-star treasure after being upgraded to the max level. According to Ian's estimation, Yamato's ability cutting space will be presented when it reaches the 5-star level. At that time, they will see what is called true sharpness. When the safe was opened, Ian crouched down and checked the contents of the safe. Apart from some jewelry, there were only 3 million berries in it. The total value of the contents of the safe was estimated to be about 5 million berries. "What? Is that all?" Ian asked, frowning. As soon as Hawking heard that, he became anxious and swore, "Boss Ian, I really haven't touched the money in it. All the money left by Sicilian is here." Ian also felt that he may have expected too much from them. The Sicilian family was just an inaccessible organization. None of these guys was strong enough to even scratch Ian, so how would they make tens of millions of berries? After discovering that the property left by Sicilian was just this, Ian was not very interested. After thinking about it, Ian said to Hawking, "Find someone to repair the house, and then the real money will start coming out of it." This house was a typical dilapidated building. Ian doesn't want to stay in it, because one day, it may suddenly collapse. With more than 3 million berries cash, they should be able to completely renovate the house, right? Hearing Ian's explanation, Hawking was instantly energized. In fact, he already had enough of this dangerous house. After receiving Ian's order, he immediately replied, "Consider it done, Boss Ian, I will do it now." Then he ran out to find someone. However, about an hour later, while Ian was eating the food made by Lorraine and Elena, Hawking came back trembling. "What's the matter?" Ian noticed his abnormality and asked him. Boss, they ran, a lot of them have run away, the members of the Ian family has fled," Hawking said with a weary expression. Chapter 109, The Leech. Hawking was extremely sorrowful when reporting this situation, because he was pushed out as a scapegoat by those who didn't run. The reason for doing that was, naturally, because the new boss Ian only knows his name. So all of them forced him to report the bad news. As a result, Hawking had to face Ian and tell him this news. He was ready to accept Ian's wrath. Originally, all the people, who went silent when he killed their old boss, accepted his new leadership, and pledged allegiance. Now, they turned around and ran away as soon as they get a chance. Hawking himself could not bear such betrayal. Now the current boss Ian looks very young, and young people are more likely to be impulsive. So the rest of them were afraid that he will be furious. However, what made Hawking completely surprised, Ian, who was eating on the sofa after hearing the news, just said, "Oh." Not surprised at all. Hawking thought he had read it wrong, rubbing his eyes hard, only to find that Ian really didn't even care. Now, Hawking was really confused, and with an opened mouth, he kept wondering what was Ian thinking about. So what? They run. After Ian finished eating, he picked up the napkin and wiped his mouth. Then he said, "I didn't expect many people to stay." Yet, from the beginning of taking over this gang, Ian knew that many of them had different thoughts and intentions. This was mainly due to Ian's own reasons. First of all, his age seemed too young, and all these nominally subordinates were older than him, such as Hawking, who was in his 30s. However, Ian, a young man, has become their new boss, which naturally makes some people feel awkward and uncomfortable. Secondly, there was the issue of reputation. If Ian was a pirate, as long as his bounty was high, these people would obey him because of his bounty, but the problem was that Ian is not. His identity as a pirate hunter has led to that he has no bounty at all. His reputation was only spread in the East Blue, which has no impact on the Sabaody archipelago. Perhaps Ian was very powerful, but this kind of strength can't impress these people because there's no matching reputation. And for what he said about catching only pirates worth tens of millions, many of them thought that he was just bragging. In addition, once Ian came, he vetoed the two most profitable businesses they had, the kidnapping and the human trafficking, which made some people think that they would not make money with this new boss. Then once they left the house, their lives would no longer be in danger, so running away naturally makes sense. Ian had expected this for a long time, so he was indifferent to the news brought by Hawking. Not only that, but he thinks that the more they were, the better. Because these people under his command would only gather information of the pirates, but when he catches the pirates, the bounty obtained naturally can't be taken by him alone. He has to share it and give some money to these subordinates. Of course, he doesn't plan to give them too much. As a result, when the number of people becomes smaller, the rest will get more money, which is easier to buy people's hearts. That's the reason for intimidation and lure. Ian didn't take these people as his real men. He only wants to use them to spy for him. Since they were all used as pawns, what's the point of his anger? Ian didn't intend to pay attention to these people who ran away, but for the people who stayed, no matter what kind of thoughts they have, whether they had nowhere to go or wanted to wait and see what's going to happen in the future. Ian intended to hold them up a little bit, so he said to Hawking, "Since you still came back to report this, that's really good. From now on, all the remaining members will be yours to lead." Hawking was delighted to hear, knowing that this meant that the family's second highest authority was for him. So he quickly expressed his loyalty and said, "Yes, Boss Ian. I will work hard to serve you." Ian nodded and asked, "Is the rest has spread out?" "Yes, boss." Hawking replied, "It won't be long before they bring back the information of all the pirates who have recently stayed on Sabaody archipelago, rest assured." The so-called bounty hunter family, though all of them were gangsters, were after all the local snakes of Sabaody archipelago. They were rats and snakes, they will always have their own way to get this information, which was much better than Ian's randomly ramming on the island alone. There was nothing new that night, but the next day, Hawking went and bought the repair materials. In fact, Hawking wanted to find someone to repair the house directly, but they were living in a lawless area. All the repairing craftsmen were unwilling to come to such a place, so Hawking had to return home and start Plan B, which was repairing the house by himself with the materials he brought. Since their base has to be repaired, they were not allowed to get in, the stronghold was temporarily unavailable. Ian moved a chair and sat outside. Lorraine and Elena accompanied him. The three watched Hawking and a few men working with hammers and other tools, fixing the house. The sound was boisterous and unbearable. Fortunately, at this time, the other family members who spread out to gather information came back one after another, and Ian finally had something to do. A table was brought out from the stronghold, on which were stacked the wanted posters and the corresponding information collected by Ian's men. A member of the Ian family, nicknamed the Limp, was explaining to Ian. "Boss, our manpower is limited, so at present, we only investigate the adjacent hotel area and amusement park area. Number 7079 Mangrove is the hotel area, number 3039 Mangrove is the amusement park area. These two areas are areas where pirates are more frequent. In these days, there don't seem to be any pirates with 100 million bounty landing on the island." "Oh, and who did you find with the highest bounty?" Ian asked. "It's the skinned pirates." The Limp said, "Their leader is Bolton Lucius, nicknamed the Leech. He is a ruthless guy. At present, his bounty is 86 million berries." Ian picked up the wanted poster of Bolton Lucius. He was a gentleman with two neatly trimmed mustaches on his lips. "This guy's nicknamed the Leech? Couldn't it be wrong?" Ian was a little surprised. The Limp said with panic, "No, I can't be wrong, boss. Don't look at this guy's aristocratic face, this person is really cruel. His favorite way of torturing people is to hang his victims on a cross then skinning them alive. As soon as this guy landed on the island, all the bounty hunter groups on the Sabayati archipelago got the news, but none of them dared to make a move against him. Is his men wanted? Ian asked. They're not. The limp shook his head and said, he is the most famous member of this pirate group. Well, it's up to him then. Where is he now? Ian nodded. Boss Ian, do you really want to catch him? The limp said uneasily, this guy is a devil fruit user. I don't care about this. Ian said, you just need to tell me about his location now. The limp's face was tangled, but he nodded his head and said, Bolton Lucius is the user of the paper devil fruit. It is said that his body can be turned into countless pieces of paper. The brothers of our family heard that he has been staying in the hotel area in recent days, and it seems that he's waiting for his ship to be coated, and then he's going to the New World. There is someone keeping an eye on him in the hotel area? Ian asked. Yes. The limp nodded, then took out a young den mushi and handed it to Ian, saying, since you have decided to catch him, use this den mushi to contact our family members over there. Do you dare to participate in the battle? Ian looked at the limp with a smile. When he heard that, he became speechless. Forget it. Ian didn't expect these people to help him in the fight. He waved his hand and said, you can come and watch. When I catch him, you can help me with carrying him to the Marines station. Ian didn't pick up the young den mushi, he just took his majestic sword, the Devil's Blade Yamato, and put on his hat and said to Hawking, look after the home. Hawking and the other workers responded quickly, and then watched Ian leave, and the other guy followed him, limping along. Do you think that the new boss can really catch such a powerful pirate? When Ian left, a guy repairing the house asked. Who knows? Hawking shook his head, if he really wins, then we the Ian family may really rise, but if he fails, we may have to find a new boss again. Lorraine and Elena also looked anxiously at the back. Perhaps they were the only ones who were really worried about Ian. Chapter 110, Origami. On Sabayati Archipelago, the most noteworthy is the bubble culture. According to the characteristics of resin bubbles, people have developed many methods to use bubbles. They tie ropes on bubbles, which can be used to make bags for purchasing goods. The buoyancy of bubbles counteracts the weight of goods, which is easy and less tiring. Or they can add a special windmill to the bubbles with light pedals which spin and provide motion to the vehicle, called bone shari. On the Sabayati archipelago, such vehicles were much better than bicycles. Everything on this island is bubble-based. What's more, bubbles can also be transformed into individualized hotel rooms at certain lodging areas on the island. It is also so far the only place shown other than Fishman Island where the coating can be done. The coating is a process in which a ship is coated with special resin from the Yarikaman mangroves, enabling it to survive the crushing depths of the ocean, such as at the bottom of the Red Line. The bubble hotels are built with countless bubbles hanging on the lines of cables. People brush the bottom of the bubble with alloy coating, which can not only increase the weight to maintain the balance of the bubble. At the same time, this layer of alloy coating also becomes the general foundation, which can be trampled on and hold things. Because the alloy coating was opaque, it covers people's privacy, so this kind of bubble hotel can be said to be very popular on the island, and it was the place that many tourists wanted to experience and spending nights on it. Ian came to the Grove 32 under the guidance of the Limp. The number 32 mangrove area had many hotels. Each hotel was built with rows of bubbles tied to two pillars. The bubbles and the pillars were multicolored, which looked very magical. Is Lucius here? Ian asked the Limp. Yes, he lives in that hotel. The Limp pointed to a hotel on his right. How can I get him out? Ian asked, is it okay if I go straight in? Of course not. This is not a lawless area, the Limp said. If we make trouble here, the Marines will be summoned as soon as the fight starts. We must lead him to another place. Ian really didn't understand these things, so he patted the Limp's shoulder and said, okay, it's up to you. The Limp nodded and gestured to a guy who looked like a beggar at the door of the hotel. Then he saw the beggar nodding slightly to show his understanding. Ian was really surprised and said, that's our man? Yes. The Limp said, he's a member of our family. He's in charge of surveillance. What the heck, this is really impressive. To be honest, Ian didn't expect that guy to be a gangster, but he really looked like a beggar. Ian had just seen someone throw coins into his bowl. "Let's go, Boss Ian. Let's go to an empty place and wait," the limp said. Ian followed him, left the spot, and went to the edge of the same mangrove area. In the process, Ian found that 6 more people were following them one after another, all of them were his subordinates. It's estimated that the limp informed them to come over by the Den Mushi. Well, it was shameful to say, these men were nominally members of the Ian family, but Ian didn't even know their names. When they came to an empty place, the limp blew a whistle, and everyone suddenly dispersed and found a place to hide. "Boss Ian, are you going to hide?" the limp asked. "No, I'll wait here." Ian shook his head. The limp stopped talking, and limped away, looking for a place to hide. Ian saw that they all brought out their own firearms. Ian sat on the ground with cross-legged, waiting for them, while the Devil's Blade Yamato rested on his legs. It didn't take long, about 20 minutes later, Ian saw that someone finally appeared. In the beginning, it was the guy who pretended to be a beggar that Ian just saw. But behind him, a group of people was chasing him. It's needless to say that these people were Lucius' men. Ian saw from a distance that Lucius was dressed as an aristocrat and followed them in a leisurely manner, while his men were chasing the beggar with rage while holding their weapons high in the air. The guy who disguised as beggar ran breathlessly towards Ian's spot. After seeing Ian, he stopped and said, "Boss Ian, I brought them." "How did you do it?" Ian asked him curiously. "Yeah. By the way, what's your name?" "Boss, my brothers call me Saru, monkey." When Lucius came out, I spit a mouthful of saliva on him. Then he and his men came after me. Saru said proudly. Lucius looks like a nobleman, and this kind of action is from the most intolerable thing to the nobles. Ian was convinced now. These guys under his command really have some means. With the appearance of the skinning pirates, Ian's people gradually came out of their hiding place. Lucius thought it was just a beggar who offended him, but now he found something wrong when he came here. His men stopped cautiously, and Lucius stepped forward, squinting and looking at Ian. "It seems that I have being watched." "Are you Lucius? The guy nicknamed the Leech?" Ian asked with a smile. "It's me. What can I call you?" Lucius' voice was so shrill. "I'm Ian, a pirate hunter." After standing up, Ian walked forward step by step, and said, "I'm not hiding anything from you, I came here for your bounty." Lucius narrowed his eyes again, he was a little surprised. Then he said, "You want to catch me? How brave!" With that, Lucius said to his men, "Shoot him. Kill him." The skinning pirates immediately executed Lucius' order and hurriedly fired their guns at Ian. Ian jumped up in place, dodged all the bullets and rushed towards Lucius ahead. At the same time, the members of the Ian family in the rear also shot at the skinning pirates. Lucius hasn't brought many people with him, so Ian's men had the courage to fight with these ordinary pirates. They also know that they could only help their boss Ian at this time with these pirates. But for Ian that was not necessary, he can deal with these pirates easily, and his men had only to hide behind without moving, and just keep watching from afar, because they may get injured or dies. But, these guys were so stubborn. When Ian landed, he swung his sword twice, cut down 2 members of the skinning pirates around Lucius. Then he made a stroke with his sword downwards to cut Lucius. The cane in Lucius' hand was pulled out abruptly. It turned out to be a thin sword. And with a ding sound, he stopped Ian's chopping. However, Lucius' strength obviously couldn't keep up with Ian's strength, which made him slide backward. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ian withdrew his hands and held his sword tightly with both hands and stabbed him. Lucius dodged sideways, and the blade passed over his chest. Ian turned his blade and slashed it towards Lucius' chest. Lucius held the handle of his cane sword with one hand, and pressed on the tip of the sword with the other hand. He used both hands hard to block Ian's slash. The 2 blades clashed and made a ding sound and sparks. After a few attempts, Ian apparently felt that Lucius' swordsmanship was not very powerful, so he became more relieved, so he repeatedly attacked and chopped at Lucius' vital points. In the beginning, Lucius tried to use swordsmanship to resist, but after several times, he could not keep up with the speed of Ian's blade, and eventually, Ian stabbed him in the left rib. However, after the blow, Ian didn't feel any sense of cutting into the human body. He didn't feel any resistance, it was just like his blade has cut a piece of paper. With a close look, Ian found that Lucius' chest had been torn open, but there was no blood flowing out. "It's useless, I'm a devil fruit user." Lucius sneered at Ian, "Although your swordsmanship is better than mine, you can't hurt me." With that, Lucius suddenly reached out and tore off a piece of paper from himself. Paper blade. Just like throwing cards, Lucius turned a part of his body into a small sharp knife made of paper, held it with 2 fingers, and slammed it towards Ian. Ian tilted his head slightly, and the sharp piece of paper wiped his face and flew over, cutting off several of his hair. From the beginning of the battle, Ian opened the Enfield. Such a move would certainly not hurt him, but just when he wanted to fight back, he suddenly felt something flying behind him, so he quickly swung his sword to the back and blocked it. The paper blade was thrown by Lucius just came back like a boomerang, landed on Lucius, and integrated with his body. You can escape one, but what about hundreds? Lucius said with a cold smile, and suddenly his whole body turned into countless pieces of paper. The pieces of paper whirled and flew towards Ian. This was equivalent to hundreds of sharp paper knives rushing together and attacking Ian, and they instantly surrounded him from all directions. Lucius, a paramecia devil fruit user, is really powerful. It can be said that this paper fruit is like Buggy's chop fruit. Not only he's immune to slashes, but his fruit is much more aggressive than the splitting human fruit. Looking at so many pieces of paper flying towards him, Ian's men were all shocked. They felt that Ian couldn't avoid such an attack. However, Ian smiled slightly, because he was not willing to dodge. Holding the Yamato with both hands, Ian suddenly raised it with a huge force and launched a whirlwind towards the front. LOL. He used the gathering storm without stacking the steel tempest. The flying pieces of paper were slammed by the whirlwind, and their trajectory was immediately distorted. They were carried away by the whirlwind, and they scraped away. After the whirlwind dissipated, the pieces of paper reassembled into Lucius' body in midair. His original smile disappeared, and his expression became hideous. Lucius didn't fall to the ground. His skin turned into papers. He became weightless, so he was able to float in the air by the wind. Suddenly a huge piece of white paper appeared in front of him. Then the white paper began to fold quickly. Soon, as the huge paper changed, a paper cannon appeared in front of Ian. Origami cannon. Fire. Ori meaning folding and gami meaning paper. With Lucius' order, the paper cannon actually shot a paper shell and flew towards Ian. Ian flashed away from the spot, and the paper shell hit the ground where he was. And it really exploded. Ah, that's interesting. As soon as he saw the explosion, Ian's eyes lighted up. He didn't expect that the paper fruit had such a special ability. This is the peculiarity of the devil fruit. Most abilities seem to be unscientific. This guy, Lucius, was very powerful because he developed the abilities of his paper fruit well. No wonder why he has a bounty of 86 million berries. The origami cannon were continuously firing at Ian. The explosion sounds kept on going, and the scene looked very intense. However, in fact, Ian was running back and forth to avoid these slow paper shells, so they were simply not going to hurt him. Lucius also discovered this problem. After all, his paper shells were not real cannonballs, and they did not have such a high speed, so he started quickly remanipulating the paper cannon. Only to see the paper cannon quickly unassembled, and then began to fold again. Soon, an origami dinosaur appeared in front of Ian. Haha, it's so funny. Ian laughed and said, "Is this an origami show?" Is this a performance, you asked? Okay, you'll find out so soon. Lucius snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, the origami dinosaur rushed towards Ian. When the origami dinosaur rushed to Ian's side, it violently opened its mouth and bit towards Ian. Ian saw that its jaw was very large, so he had to flash away. Then the dinosaur's mouth bit the ground, and a huge part of the ground was dug out directly by its bit, leaving a huge hole in grave shape. Oh, is it really as powerful as dinosaurs? Ian was so surprised. Meanwhile, Ian saw that Lucius' origami ability seems to work only one at a time. Just after the disassembly of the paper cannon, the dinosaur was folded. In other words, if he destroys this origami dinosaur, would Lucius still be able to use such origami ability? Chapter 111, Let's Keep Farming. With this in mind, Ian squatted slightly when he landed, and put his right hand on the hilt of the sword, which was placed on the left side of his waist. When the origami dinosaur missed its attack, it turned its head and rushed towards Ian again, and at that moment, Ian finally made a move. Iterui blazing flash. In an instant, the origami dinosaur staggered, and Ian appeared behind it. And with a kang sound, the Yamato was retracted into the sheath. Behind him, the giant origami dinosaur was divided into two, and from both sides, it began burning swiftly. When Lucius saw this, his eyes were red. He understood for the first time that he was a fool by underestimating this guy. The swordsman in front of him is not like other swordsmen he has dealt with before. This fellow can actually use flaming sword skills. Since embarking on the Grand Line, Lucius has killed many enemies by relying on the ability of his paper fruit. Because he was not afraid of physical attacks, and cold weapons were ineffective on him. Even when he gets hit by a firearm, it will only pierce a hole in his mergeable paper body. This made the members of the Skinning Pirates think that their captain was invincible. However, only Lucius himself knows that this invincibility was completely a lie. There are two things that he is most afraid of. One is the water. As soon as a basin of water was poured over him, he will lose his abilities, and the other is naturally the fire. When it comes to water, he will get wet, and he won't be able to use his paper abilities. When it comes to fire, papers are easily flammable. This is the characteristic of paper, which Lucius can't get rid of it. If he had known that the swordsman in front of him could use flaming sword techniques, Lucius would have escaped. How could he stay and fight Ian? The origami dinosaur was soon burned into a pile of ashes. Lucius could have reproduced another origami creature, but he didn't intend to do so. He turned around in mid-air and thought about escaping. After Ian cut off the origami dinosaur, he still expected Lucius to come up with some new attacks. He didn't expect him to escape so decisively. Stop! Ian ran after him immediately. Lucius lowered his head and smirked at him, thinking, even if you could cover your sword with fire, how will you take me down without reaching me? His body was turned into papers. Lucius could float in the air and escape through the flow of air. As long as Ian couldn't fly, he couldn't catch up with him. Ian knew this too, so he swung his sword violently and shot a blazing flying slash towards Lucius in the sky. The flaming projectile flew up obliquely, chopping Lucius' body in two. The incision parts began to burn just like the origami dinosaur. However, Lucius took the initiative to separate the parts of his body that were on fire, and re-merged his body with new produced papers. He smiled at Ian below proudly, idiot. My body can recover even if only a small piece of paper was left. Your flames are useless. Ian felt a bit nonplussed, but when he looked around for a second, a smile suddenly appeared on his face, looked up, and said to Lucius, really? Lucius froze, wondering what Ian's smile meant. Just then, he saw Ian jump up. No. I'm sure that he can't jump to my height. Lucius was startled, but he comforted himself like this. Then he stopped looking at Ian, and tried to keep moving forward. However, Ian quickly reached his height and stopped in front of Lucius. At that moment, Lucius' eyes popped out. In other places, Ian wouldn't be able to reach Lucius' height by just jumping up, but what Lucius forgot was that they were fighting on the Sabaody archipelago. The ground there was constantly producing bubbles. The strength and toughness of these resin bubbles were enough to support a person's body weight. Ian just used these bubbles scattered in the air to jump continuously, then finally, he came to the same height as Lucius. Surprise Madafica! Calm down! Lucius looked at Ian, who appeared in front of him and tried to keep calm. He stared at Ian tightly, intending to quickly turn his body into countless pieces of paper to dodge Ian's flaming projectile. Even if the other party could use fire abilities, as long as a piece of paper survives, he will be fine. However, Ian seemed to have seen through Lucius' intention for a long time. So what he threw out was not a blazing flying slash, but a flaming whirlwind. This flaming whirlwind was launched as a normal gathering storm, but the trick was that Ian ignited the Devil's Blade Yamato with a huge amount of high ace fire. So the wind was not visible, but it boosted the burning effect of the fire, so that the flaming whirlwind grew rapidly in the process of flying. When it came to Lucius, it has turned into a blazing tornado directly connected to the ground, which looked quite amazing. Not to mention the shock of the Skinning Pirates and Ian's men below, even Ian himself was surprised at the effect of this trick. This blazing tornado was as high as a 5 or 6 floors building. After reaching to the advanced level of the nin skills, this was the first time that Ian tried to use Yasuo's tornado and high ace flame together. Unexpectedly, he created such a powerful move. With this tornado's coverage, it was more than enough to draw Lucius into it. Even though Lucius' body was turned into countless pieces of paper, it was basically engulfed by Ian's flaming tornado. After Ian's nin was consumed, the flaming tornado slowly dispersed and disappeared in the air. The skinning pirate crew below had lost their will for fighting since their captain, Lucius, wanted to escape. After watching the raged flaming tornado, they fell on their knees and smelled the burning papers in the air. They thought that their captain was more ferocious. But the Ian family, led by the limp, shouted and cheered. Before they were worried about whether their new boss could beat Lucius, the leech, who has a bounty of 86 million berries, then when this amazing fire tornado occupied their vision, these concerns disappeared. They finally realized that their new boss was simply a monster. Everyone was shocked by the flaming tornado. At this moment, these pirates who didn't run away from the Ian family were confident that this is their end. In the middle of the air, Ian stepped on a bubble and gasped slightly. He just consumed a huge amount of nin. But, he was a little worried that Lucius would not be completely burned by the flaming tornado. Even if that was the case, it would be too bad. If he's burned to ashes, Ian won't get his bounty. When Ian was concerned about that, he suddenly saw a piece of paper falling from the air. The small paper seemed like a fish that escaped the net. It continued to grow in the process of falling, and finally became Lucius' body. What the heck, that can't be real. Why is the paper fruit so buggy? When Ian put his hand on the hilt to prepare for another flaming tornado, he saw Lucius falling from the air straight to the ground. Bang! Lucius smashed a hole in the soft ground, and lay there motionlessly. Ian kept thinking about the bodies of the devil fruit users, and then he understood it depends on the situation. When a devil fruit user uses his power, he will consume his own physical strength, just like when Luffy used the third gear for the first time. Just now, Ian's fire tornado has almost burned out all the papers Lucius' body changed to. In this case, if he wants to turn back to his human shape, he must consume a lot of his physical strength sharply. Although his life would be saved, he'll lose his consciousness and may enter a coma because of this harsh fall and his extreme exhaustion. After jumping back to the ground, Ian came to Lucius, watching his eyes turn white, and he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this guy was not burned to ashes, and his bounty can still be obtained. When Ian checked on Lucius, the limp went in with the rest of the Ian family and surrounded the skinning pirates. They pointed at their guns at them, and the members of the skinning pirate group could only raise their hands and surrender obediently. What else could they do if they don't surrender? Their captain has fallen. Some of you. Come, follow me and let's take them to the marines and collect the bounty. Ian instructed, the rest, ask and find their pirate ship, then go and loot all their belongings. Aye. Boss Ian. The limp and the rest immediately raised their arms and cheered. When they answered, their tone was full of respect and happiness. After witnessing the true power of Ian, these subordinates finally treated Ian as a real boss. Since Lucius was a devil fruit user, the original Karosky handcuffs were confiscated by Hina and could not be returned. Ian had to take these pirates to the marine station by himself. By asking the members of the skinning pirates who surrendered, Ian learned that there were still some other members left on their ship waiting for the coding to be completed. However, the number of people left behind was not that large, only a dozen people. So the limp led the team to their stronghold, took more than 20 members of the Ian family to find the skinning pirates' boat, leaving only 2 or 3 people to escort the prisoners with Ian. In this way, the pirates didn't dare to resist. With Ian there, no one dared to even think about a way out. They could only walk forward despondency while been tied up with ropes. Although he didn't start from the bottom and then kept increasing the bounty amount of the wanted pirates, he jumped directly to catch a pirate with a high bounty such as Lucius, but Ian's attempt was successful. Every devil fruit has its own strengths and weakness. As long as the information was in place, he can easily win fights by grasping these points. He was very sure that, in the Sabayati archipelago, there were a lot of pirates with bounties under the 100 million berries. Lucius, with 86 million berries bounty, Ian thought that he doesn't deserve that amount, he was more like a pirate with 50 million bounties. It was obvious that he has done so many wicked things, which made the Marines raise his bounty. Lucius' current bounty was higher than crocodiles, the Shishibukai, the Desert King, but can they say that Lucius can reach Shishabukai's power level? That's why Ian aimed at high-profile criminals. Whatever he can or can't defeat them, he has to fight them to confirm that, right? Of course, according to Ian's estimation, the bounty of 100 million level has to be a watershed, and the Marines rarely offer such a bounty on a low-profile pirate. But once it appears, it means that the strength of such a criminal has been valued by the Marines, and these wanted pirates were worthy of being chased by high-ranked officers. Ian doesn't know if he can catch a 100 million level pirate now, but he still wants to challenge himself and try it. At present, there were no pirates with bounty more than 100 million on the Sabaody archipelago, but Ian was not in a hurry. It won't hurt, if he keeps improving his strength and accumulating wealth by catching pirates with lower bounties. In gaming terms, it's called grinding and farming, and then with full of legendary items, hell carry all the fights. Chapter 112, Bad Visitors. Ian didn't have to bother looking for anything. Under the guidance of Saru, the member of the Ian family who pretended to be a beggar, the group headed toward the marine station of Sabaody archipelago. In this way, the marine soldiers had to divide into two parts and let them in after checking out their intentions. Meanwhile, the limp called for backup and went to the Skinner pirates' ship to loot all their belonging. If Ian was still alone, all these things would need him to run back and forth repeatedly to complete all these tasks. Now it's different, there are people under his hands, which is really good. However, the members of the Ian family, who were full of excitement, had forgotten one thing. They didn't contact Hawking and the others who were still in the base, so they weren't sure how the situation went at this time. They were still worried. It was just when Ian and his group went to receive the bounty, Hawking, who stayed in the base, found that a large number of men riding horses were coming towards the stronghold. All of a sudden, he became in a panic state, knowing that someone was asking for trouble. Now the stronghold was empty, and he could only hurry to pick up a weapon and prepared to fight. However, when these people approached, Hawking saw clearly that they were the leaders of the various families in the neighborhood. They were the boss of the Boulder family, who stationed in the number 14 mangrove area. He was joined by the boss of the Doge family from the number 11 mangrove area, the boss of the Bain family from the number 19 mangrove area, and the boss of the Baggins family from the number 21 mangrove area. This group led by the four bosses of the most powerful families near mangrove number 16 of the Ian family. When Sicilian was the leader of this area, he used to pay fees to these families. So when Hawking saw that the four bosses appeared together, he was so scared that his gun fell to the ground. The four bosses, who brought with them about 200 men, came to the stronghold. Lorraine and Elena saw the huge army, so they ran back to the house to hide. Only Hawking came forward with a smile and said, "Greetings bosses, what brings you here?" Doge, the leader of the Doge clan, was a very fat man. He squinted his eyes and looked at Hawking. "Hawking, you bastard, what were you thinking about? Seeing us coming, what do you want to do with that weapon?" "Boss Doge, I'm sorry." Hawking quickly explained, "I didn't see you clearly from." Before finishing his words, Doge suddenly took out his pistol, and with a loud bang, he shot Hawking's thigh. Hawking screamed, covered his thigh, and fell to the ground. The blood flowed, and the ground turned red instantly. The rest seemed to have anticipated this situation for a long time. They were not surprised at all. Instead, they laughed loudly. Doge got off his horse, stepped on Hawking's head and sneered, "This is a lesson for you. I heard that the leader of the Sicilian family has changed, is it true?" Hawking was sweating with pain, but he could only answer him, yes. As soon as he heard the question, he immediately understood that the aftermath of those members who had run away yesterday appeared. The change of the name of the Sicilian family to Ian's family was spread out by those who fled. Due to the fact that the former boss Sicilian had been paying safety fees to the surrounding forces, now Sicilian has died, so these families came to confirm the news. He was sure that they didn't come to avenge Sicilian, but it was intended to talk to the newly formed Ian family about their tribute. Yes, there was no friendship between the bosses of these families and Sicilian at all. There were only interests. The Sicilian family was only a small force. Now Ian took over, then in the eyes of these bosses, he also needs to pay tribute. After Hawking understood the intention of these bosses, he immediately became more worried about Ian. Since these leaders came here in person, they were probably trying to extort him for safety fees, and they were likely to increase the amount of tribute to the Ian family. After confirming that the news of the Sicilian family boss substitution was true, Doge took off his foot and let go of Hawking's head, and then sneered, "Since this is the case, call your leader out." Hawking hesitated and said, Boss Doge, our new boss, is not here." Where did he go?" Boss Boulder asked with a large cigar in his mouth. "Our boss, Ian, took a group of our men and went to catch pirates." Hawking could only reply honestly. This immediately caused the four bosses to laugh together, and Boulder's tears came out for laughing so hard. Then he said to Doge, "It seems that the news is true. This new boss, Ian, is really planning to concentrate only on the job of a pirate hunter. That's not bad." Next to them, Bane was a guy with a sharp-mouthed and monkey cheeks. He stuck out his tongue, licking his lips. A greedy gaze appeared in his eyes. Then he said, "Since he doesn't plan to do other businesses, our four families will divide it up for him." "That makes sense." The last boss, Baggins, finally spoke, and said, "Well, since your boss is not here, then we will wait for him to come back." After saying that, these guys were not asking for Hawking's consent. They raised their feet and went inside the stronghold of the Ian family. When they entered, they did not forget to mock them. "Your house is still as junk and shabby as it was." When they got into the house, these gangsters were not polite at all. They sat on the sofa belonging to Ian in the middle of the house and shouted, "What about hospitality? Bring us all the things you got." In the end, Hawking had to drag his injured leg to find Lorraine and Elena, and asked them to bring food and drink and serve these family leaders. Although Lorraine and Elena were extremely reluctant, they could only find a way to deal with this group of people. However, when they were carrying things up, Doge and Baggins stretched one hand, then slapped and squeezed their buttocks severely. It was so strong that Lorraine and Elena could not help crying out in pain, and their tears started dripping. However, they were not able to hold on, which led to Doge standing up and slapping Lorraine to the ground. Doge scolded, "I just squeezed you once to have an opinion about your capabilities, and you dare to shout?" Hawking saw this scene. Although he was so angry, he didn't dare to say anything. He had to wave and call for Lorraine and Elena to go back. As a family boss, why would he care about maids that much? Doge was so arrogant, so Hawking had to stand up for them. Lorraine and Elena understood what Hawking meant, so Lorraine got up and wanted to leave, regardless of her pain. However, Doge did not intend to let them go so easily, and said gloomily, "What, your guests are here, and not even a woman stays to entertain them?" His implication was that he wanted Lorraine and Elena to accompany him. Now, even Hawking doesn't know how to deal with this. Logically speaking, Lorraine and Elena were considered to be women of the new boss, Ian. How can a woman who has her own boss accompany guests? Hawking felt that his head was full of problems and it was about to explode, so he bravely limped forward and said, "Boss Doge, please forgive me, but they are not maids." "Not maids, so can't they be with us?" Baggins also sneered. As he said this, standing behind the sofa, their men immediately pulled out their guns and pointed them to Lorraine and Elena, while Boulder and Bane were watching without saying a word. This was the first time that these two girls have seen many guns pointed at them, so they started shivering with fear. Hawking gritted his teeth and said to Doge and Baggins, "My two bosses, they really can't accompany." Among the members of the Ian family, Hawking knew Ian's strength and capabilities, not to say that he was loyal to Ian, but he was sure that if Lorraine and Elena were really hurt, Ian would never forgive him when he returns. Because yesterday, when he came out with the safe, he saw Ian healing Lorraine and Elena. At that time, although he stopped and didn't dare to bother them, he also understood that Ian was compassionate to these two poor girls. So, in this case, Hawking has to fight for them. What surprised him, however, was that just after he had finished speaking, Doge shot him on his other leg again. Now Hawking couldn't even stand on one leg and immediately fell on the floor. Hawking felt that he was really unlucky these 2 days. Ian's jinx is contagious. Yesterday, Ian slashed his wrist. Today, his legs were pierced by bullets. Now, he has only one hand left that he can move. "Let it go at that, Doge." Boulder finally opened his mouth and spoke. Looking at the scene, he felt bored and said, "Don't forget what we came for. Let's talk about our business." Although Doge was a little reluctant, but when Boulder spoke, he needed to give him respect, so he sat down bitterly. Lorraine and Elena resisted their fears, ran over, and helped Hawking to sit down and started bandaging him. They had to help him because Hawking got injured while protecting them. Inside the house, only Boulder and his partners were left. The rest of the Ian family didn't dare to stay in after seeing Hawking's experience. Seeing no one else, Boulder and the other bosses chatted freely. "Doge, how much are you planning on asking him to pay this time?" Baggins asked. "In the past, when Sicilian was the boss, 1.5 million berries were sent to me every month." Doge drank sake and said, "This time, I'll change it up to this stupid brat who doesn't know how things work around here. He didn't even come to see me, so I decided to triple his amount directly. He has to pay me at least 4.5 million berries every month." "Oh? So let's unify the price," Bane said. "4 bosses, that adds up to 18 million berries. Can that kid handle this amount?" Boulder frowned. "Don't worry about him. That's his business." Baggins sneered, "I don't know where the kid came from. Does he think that he can claim a lawless area freely? He really thought that by killing a useless boss, he would be the new boss, and that's it? Yeah, let's take this opportunity to teach him a good lesson." Doge nodded in agreement. That small group of people chatted with laughter like this, imagining how to blackmail this new boss, but did not expect that after waiting for more than an hour, they never saw Ian return. "It's only a matter of catching a few million pirates. How can it take so long?" Boulder said disdainfully, "What on earth is this new boss Ian doing?" Doge's temper was grumpy, and he said, "Damn it, if he doesn't come back, I will demolish his shabby house." Just as his voice was falling, another suddenly came from the door. "Which idiot is talking about demolishing my house?" Chapter 113, Raise Your Hand. Who said that was naturally Ian, who has just returned. When he came back, he was leading the way. Behind him were the Limp, Saru, the monkey, and the rest of the Ian family. They were all carrying the things from Lucius' ship in big and small bags. At first, that group of people seemed to be in high spirits. However, when they came to their stronghold, they found something wrong. Outside their base, there were many unknown people, holding weapons in their hands, and having a vicious expression. The Limp looked at them and found that some of them were familiar. So he came to Ian and whispered, "Boss, it seems that they are members of various nearby families. Be careful." Ian nodded and walked towards these people, but he didn't expect that no one would come forward to stop them. They were just looking at Ian with a mocking face. Ian went all the way to the gate, but just at this time, he heard Doge's words. Knowing that these people didn't come here with good intentions, Ian naturally was not going to talk with them in a soft tone. At present, he opened the door and made a taunting remark. In the living room, Boulder and the others looked at the gate and saw Ian clearly. To be honest, Ian doesn't look like a boss at all. He doesn't look fierce, doesn't have scars on his face, not even a tattoo, wasn't wearing a gold chain or carrying a cigar, which was quite different from their appearance. At this time, he just wore a pair of leather boots, a fitted black trousers, a dark red windbreaker on his upper body, holding a katana inserted in its sheath in his left hand, a bear ear hat, and his long hair was tied into a ponytail hanging down from the back of his head, so not only he doesn't give a fierce expression, but he had a kind of handsome temperament. At the moment when they saw Ian, Boulder couldn't believe that such a young man as Ian was the new boss of this family, so all 4 of them were shocked. After returning to their senses, Doge remembered Ian's words, so he slapped the table and stood up, pointing to Ian and saying, "Boy, do you dare to disrespect me?" Ian pretended to be stunned. "Oh, it was you who just spoke. If you didn't stand up, I wouldn't know which one of you was the idiot." "You." Doge was so furious that he reached out and wanted to draw his gun from his waist. However, Boulder suddenly held him down, then smiled at Ian and said, "Are you the new leader of this family? We have been waiting for you for a long time. Now that you're here, let's talk about business first." Ian gave a hypocritical smile to Boulder, but he nodded his head and said, "Okay, let's get down to business. Everybody has come here for me, so what can I do for you?" Doge was grumpy, so he took the initiative from Boulder and said, "You kid quietly killed Sicilian and took his position as a boss. That's okay. But I'm asking you, why didn't you come to see us?" Ian looked at Doge like an idiot and said, "Who are you exactly? And why the hell should I come to you?" Doge was angered by Ian's words and was about to explode. He just wanted to say something, but he was held down by Boulder again. This time, Boulder even glared at him. Damn it, Doge, you are such an idiot. Is it time to mess with each other? This is serious business. After holding down Doge, Boulder said with a smile, it doesn't matter if we don't know each other. Now that we're here, I'm Boulder. He's Doge, and they are Bane and Baggins. When Sicilian was in charge, he was paying our 4 families safety tribute on a regular basis. So we're here to discuss this matter with you, Boss Ian. What are you planning to do? After Boulder's introduction, the limp came behind Ian, stooped while lowering his head, and whispered to Ian, Boss Ian, these 4 families are the biggest forces near our stronghold. Although they do everything, however, the main business of the Boulder family is to sell weapons. He is an arms dealer, while Doge is the largest human trafficker in the area. The Bane family are bounty hunters, specializing in buying hunters and mercenaries and doing other businesses. As for Baggins, I heard that he used to be a slightly famous pirate. Now his family business is mainly robbery. Since the limp saw Ian's strength, he is now hell-bent to Ian. In the face of these family leaders, he wasn't worried about it at all, and with just a few words, he came through all the details of the other party to Ian. After listening, Ian remained calm, but he was a little shocked. Well, the business of these 4 families can be said to occupy all the evil affairs. Ian said to the limp. I see. You guys go on first, and put away the things we brought. The limp saluted Ian and then retreated, as did the other members of the Ian family. Seeing this scene, Boulder was slightly puzzled. He could see the respect of these people for Ian from the salute of the limp, but didn't this young boy just become their boss? How could it be possible to conquer the main cotters of Sicilian so quickly? No, it's impossible. If they were really conquered, then why would anyone escape? Boulder dropped this thought from his mind, held the glass of sake and took a sip, then asked Ian, what now, Boss Ian? Have you thought about it? Ian did not rush to answer him, but moved a chair by himself and sat down in front of the 4. This action made them look at each other and giggle, because the 4 of them were sitting on the sofa, facing Ian in a funny way. The momentum of both sides immediately stood high, just like the feeling of 4 huge grey wolves facing a small rabbit. He's always using the sheep. So I wanted to change it this time XD. They were used to being the bosses and always liked to play these little tricks, but they didn't know that Ian wasn't taking them seriously. In Ian's observation, these 4 bosses were just ordinary people. They dared to be so arrogant without strength, so he didn't know what they are thinking of themselves. After sitting down, Ian was a little thirsty, so he made a snap. After Ian came in, Lorraine and Elena got the news. Initially, they were worried and panicked, but now, they relieved a lot. Elena was looking after Hawking, who was injured. Lorraine left them and went to watch the scene in the living room while hiding quietly. When she heard the snap, she immediately understood Ian's meaning and brought him a glass of sake. Hey, race your drink, Ian-sama. Lorraine put the sake down and smiled sweetly at Ian. Ian replied, thank you. At the same time, he looked up and glanced at Lorraine. However, when he saw the red slap mark on Lorraine's face, which had not yet disappeared, his face suddenly became gloomy. Who slapped you on your face? Ian asked coldly. Although Lorraine wanted to answer him, she didn't know if it would cause trouble to Ian, so she lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. On the other side, Doge admitted it shamelessly. He held a cigar in his mouth and said, my apologies, Boss Ian, I'm sorry, your slave wasn't well trained, so I had to teach her a lesson. Oh, and your subordinate, Hawking. He's really stupid. So I had to shot him twice in his legs. Please don't mind me, Boss Ian. Although he apologized, Doge didn't mean any of it. Even after speaking, he couldn't help laughing. So did Bane. He laughed so loud with Doge. Although Boulder didn't make a sound, he just smiled slightly and kept his eyes on Ian, as if he wanted to see how would he react. Different from the other 3, Baggins didn't smile. Obviously, at that time, this guy also touched Elena with Doge, but his expression was a little cloudy and uncertain at the moment. He kept looking at Ian's hat from time to time. Go back now. Ian said to Lorraine, and then whispered to her, don't come out. Lorraine immediately understood what Ian meant, and hurried back to the room. When Lorraine left, Ian took a sip of his sake and said lightly, haven't you laughed enough? Idiot. The smile on Doge's face suddenly disappeared. He didn't expect that under such circumstances, Ian would dare to provoke him again. He could not help slapping the table and shouting, "Boy! Do you want to die?" Boulder finally spoke coldly and repeated what Doge said, "Young man, think carefully before doing anything. Do you want to start a war with our 4 families?" However, Ian ignored him and stared at Doge. "Did you hit her with that hand? Do you dare reach out and show it to me?" Ian's eyes were red and very sharp from an extreme rage, while he was staring at Doge, and they also stimulated this grumpy guy. He raised his right hand and showed it to Ian, then slapped it on the table again, saying, "This is the hand. What? Do you want to come and get it?" These words have not yet faded away, and the 4 bosses and their men seemed to feel that something had immediately happened. They thought it was an illusion. When they took a closer look, they found that Ian's right hand has been placed on the handle of his sword on the left side of his waist. By this time, the sword has been unsheathed a little bit. With a lot of noises, all the men they brought with them pulled out their guns and all aimed at Ian. They all thought that Ian was about to attack Doge. Boulder and the other bosses were also nervous, staring at Ian. However, just under these eyes, Ian pressed his blade sharply back into its scabbard. Doge breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Ian was frightened by this massive amount of guns, so he didn't dare to move. So he shouted, "What's the matter, kid? Don't you want my hand? Why didn't you come and get it?" Ian took another sip and said, "Hey, no need. I've already cut it." Cut it?" Doge wondered, raising his right hand to look at it, but he found something wrong with it. Suddenly, his hand slid off his right arm. It was cut off from the wrist. The chop was so smooth that it wasn't until his hand fell off that Doge felt a sharp pain. "Ah! My hand!" Doge screamed loudly, his chopped wrist splashed out so much blood, while Boulder and the others stood up from the sofa in fright, and subconsciously stayed away from Doge. "What the hell, what's going on? I haven't even seen him pulling out his sword." They were so terrified. When they looked at Ian's location, they found that Ian seemed to exude an appalling momentum. Before, the 4 huge grey wolves felt that they were facing a small rabbit, but now, it seems like a furious lion was staring at 4 little hyenas. Chapter 114, Baggins Begging. Ian started, which means that the negotiation broke down. In fact, Ian had never planned to talk or even work with these people. He knew that Boulder's purpose was nothing more than an extortion of money from him. They wanted to get money from Ian, what a joke. So when he came in, he never thought of negotiation. "Shoot! Shoot him!" Boulder shouted in horror, "Kill him!" They were frightened by Ian's trick. How fast is this guy? Even after cutting Doge's hand, they can't even tell how he did it. The 4 bosses brought in a lot of people with them. A total of 20 guns opened fire on Ian. However, Ian has opened the Enfield just after he made his move. These people were in the narrow range of the living room. If he uses a little more of his Nen, the Enfield can be expanded and the range of Ian's perception would cover the entire house. So their every move was predicted by Ian. Ian can accurately sense the action of raising their pistols, the orientation of their muzzle, and the moment when they pulled the trigger to release the bullets. In this case, Ian can easily avoid the densest direction of shots. Ian moved and stepped towards the front left, with a sideways swing of his sword at the same time. He blocked a bullet with his blade and triggered his chain flash skill at the first gangster in front of him. There was no need to use the Nen in this move. Ian's figure shuttled among the group of gangsters at an extremely fast speed. When he approaches a person, he swings his sword, leaving the light of his blade behind, and then he jumps to the next, until all of these men fall down one after another with blood spouting out. Although these gangsters tried to shoot him, Ian's figure was really beyond their grasp. Even after he gets close to them, they failed to hit him, because they were already cut by his blade. The continuous screams made the whole room feel like hell. When Ian stopped, none of the men brought by these bosses was standing. Ian stood in the middle of this massacre holding his sword, while there was no trace of blood on the Devil's Blade Yamato. It was too fast. In less than 5 seconds, more than 20 gunslingers had been slammed to the ground. Boulder's face was exceedingly pale. Not only him, but even the other 3 bosses were extremely shocked. Bane even started sniveling. 3 of the 4 were still standing. Only Doge was kneeling on the ground, covering his wrist and screaming. Seeing Ian walking towards them step by step, Boulder panicked, pulled out his pistol, and fired at Ian, saying in horror, Don't come over." Ian tilted his head slightly, avoiding Boulder's bullets, but he kept walking towards them. Bullets may be useful in dealing with the average people, but it's just a child's toy in the face of people at Ian's level. Both Boulder and Bane shot one after another, but none of these shots under Ian's Enfield was a successful hit. Click! Click! There were no bullets left in their guns. When they heard the sound of the empty magazines, they finally collapsed and fell to the ground on their knees, begging Ian, "No, please don't kill us, we know that what we did is wrong, please." But it didn't work. As Ian walked by, his sword flashed, and Boulder and Bane both fell to the ground. When they were killed, Boulder and Bane had a look of disbelief in the eyes. They didn't seem to have thought that things would develop like this. They originally thought that the strength of 4 combined families could force the Ian family to yield. However, in the end, things were different, and the stronghold of the Ian family directly became the last place they would visit. Ian didn't really want to be a killer, so he showed mercy to those clansmen. He only injured them to the point that they faint, so with treatments they would survive. But for the 4 of bosses, Ian was not planning on letting them go. As the family's leaders, these 4 were the first to do all these bad things, especially Doge. Human trafficking was Ian's most abhorrent business, and he even dared to hurt his subordinates. All of this made him decide that Doge must die. And if he doesn't kill them, that will not help his next plan. Just like Sicilian, only after their death, Ian could control their men. Boulder and Bane, the 2 guys who dared to shoot, were killed first by Ian, then Doge kneeling on the ground, and Ian plunged his sword blankly into his head, making his miserable screams come to an abrupt end. At the same time, there was also gunfire outside the house. It is estimated that after Ian started, the members of the Ian family led by the Limp retaliated against the gangsters outside. It seems that they were determined to follow Ian now. Otherwise, if there were so many people on the other side, they would not dare to take the initiative of the shooting. Ian was also worried that this fight would take too long, and the casualties of his men could turn to be too heavy. So he thought about solving the matter quickly and going out to help the Limp, so he turned his eyes sharply to the remaining boss, Baggins. However, at this time, Baggins suddenly fell to his knees and said to Ian, "Please don't kill me, I'm willing to break my arm and leave Sabayati Archipelago, and never come back." Hearing what he said, Ian stopped and thought about it. Baggins said, gritting his teeth as he saw Ian thinking, "If one arm won't be enough, what about adding an eye?" However, this sentence actually caused Ian to feel cold for a while. This Baggins was so tough on himself. Can he really let go of such a person? "I beg you, Boss Ian, although I don't know what you have to do with the Shishibukai, Bartholomew Kuma, but I really don't have many bad deeds like the others." Baggins kowtowed on the ground. "From a long time ago, Bartholomew Kuma spared my life and didn't kill me. Please do the same and forgive me this time." Ian was shocked. "This Baggins has met Uncle Kuma? How did that happen?" Ian asked quietly. "Boss Ian, I used to be a pirate." Baggins raised his head and explained to Ian, "But only because of my miserable life that I went out to the sea and joined some pirates. Once our pirate group met the Shishibukai, Kuma, he destroyed our ship and killed our captain, but he let us go. Your hat was familiar to me from the moment you came in, but please rest assured I will never say anything about it if you let me go. From today on I will leave the Sabayati Archipelago and hide in the countryside and never come out again." Ian didn't expect to hear about Kuma from Baggins. He sighed and said, "I can let you go, but I don't need you to hide in the country. Your crimes won't be judged by me. You have to turn yourself in, go to the Marines, and tell them about all your bad deeds in detail. Do you understand?" "Yes, I do." Baggins was so happy that he immediately nodded. The bosses of these families who live in these lawless areas were not good people. Ian knows this well. He doesn't know how many evil deeds Baggins has, but it's estimated that one arm and one eye can be used to atone for his sins. So Ian thought, let him go to the prison to repent. "Well, fulfill your promise," Ian said. Baggins took out a dagger and hesitated a little bit, then he gritted his teeth, and in the end, he did it. Despite the pain and sweat, Baggins raised his head to Ian and said, "Boss Ian, I'm going to turn myself in now. Farewell." Ian nodded and said, "By the way, tell the people outside to stop the war. Otherwise, Don't blame me for doing it myself. Okay. Baggins turned around and pushed open the door. After going out, he clutched his broken arm, and shouted loudly to the two warring parties outside, "Stop! Stop it!" Ian's move was well used. With the appearance of Baggins, members of various families outside knew the situation inside the house. When they learned that the other three leaders had been killed by Ian, they were overwhelmed by this news and could only stop fighting. And Baggins' own family was also ordered to be dissolved by him, because Baggins was about to turn himself in next, and he could no longer manage his own family. The four families were quickly suppressed after the emergence of the Ian family. These lawless areas naturally had to be reorganized. The members of the Ian family were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. They were the four biggest forces in the neighborhood, and they were destroyed by the fantastic leader, Ian. So they took advantage of this opportunity and tied the hands of the men brought by these four bosses. These people originally wanted to resist, but when anyone showed his desire to fight back, he was beaten to the ground by Ian. With Ian in charge, these gangsters didn't have a thing to do and could only be captured obediently. Baggins was carried by two members of his family and left. He said he would turn himself in. Of course, he didn't dare to lie to Ian, because this kind of thing can be inquired easily. He didn't want to be hunted down by Ian. When the enemies in the house were moved out, all the members of the four families were piled in an open space outside the base, waiting for Ian's decision. At this time, all the members of the Ian family came out with arrogance, holding guns, and surrounded the enemies outside, staring at these gunmen with a stern look, while enjoying the best moments of their lives. Everything has changed, and they were the members of the strongest force in the area now. Lorraine and Elena also came out with Hawking. The two girls looked at Ian with admiration. When they heard that Doge was killed, they knew that Ian was avenging them. Obviously, the joy on their faces was glowing. Hawking was in the same state. He was shot twice by Doge in his legs. Naturally, he has hatred against Doge, but he did not even think that Ian would directly overthrow the four families. After coming out, he heard from the limp the news that Ian had actually captured the pirate, Lucius, with the bounty of 86 million berries, and he couldn't help but stunned for a while. The four bosses were really unlucky. If they come later, it's estimated that this news has spread all over the lawless area. At that time, they will definitely gauge the strength of Ian, the new boss. Now, they had already rushed to his stronghold, but instead, they were defeated so severely. At this moment, Hawking only felt that his whole body was relieved even through his pain, and the beats in his heart were finally soothing. He was helped to walk over to Ian. He willingly called Ian, "Boss." Ian also learned about what Hawking did from Lorraine. For him, Ian now feels that he's trustworthy. Although this guy looks like a wily old man, he dared to stand up and protect Lorraine and Elena. This was worthy of appreciation. So Ian nodded to him, and though he didn't say anything, it still made Hawking feel excited. Turning his head, Ian looked at the members of the four families who were bundled together, which gave him a headache. Chapter 115, Rip Off. According to Ian's original plan, he intended to combine the four families into one family. But now it seems that there are too many. The four bosses didn't bring all their men with them, there were only about 200 outside the base, and the number of those left behind in their stronghold was unknown. If all these people became under the name of the Ian family, then according to Ian's philosophy, things like human trafficking will definitely be banned and forbidden. So then, the problem arises, is it possible to gather a huge amount of money and search some of it with so many people just by catching pirates and getting their bounties? These people were not that strong. It's impossible to expect them to catch high bounty pirates. It's still up to Ian to do it himself. But their number was too large, which means that Ian has to split out more money, and that would defeat his purpose of making a fortune. It seems that the only way to solve this problem was to reduce the number of these people. Ian touched his chin and thought about it. He found that the only solution was to keep the strongest members of the four families and dismiss the others. As long as he has a slight strength, he can be accepted. At that time, I can rely on these people to catch those small pirates with a bounty of 10 or 20 million. No matter how they do it, even if they depend on their huge number, I believe they should be able to it. At that time, Ian wouldn't need to take care of these little pirates by himself. When they get the bounty, Ian can take his part of it and give them the rest. In this way, the Ian family can be transformed into an orthodox family of bounty hunters. And those who were dismissed, Ian did not intend to pay too much attention to them. They may re-establish a new family or escape the archipelago, Ian really doesn't care. As long as the power of the Ian family grows, other forces in these areas can be remotely controlled. At that time, he can also adopt a style of protection fees, allowing these forces to pay tribute to the Ian family. When it comes to weapons selling, robbing, stealing, and other businesses involved in these forces, Ian actually knows that he can't stop them. Human nature is like this, and he could do nothing about it. As long as there were wars and battles, there will be a need for weapons, and there will be casualties. Such a big force as the Marines can't prevent the proliferation of these things. Ian doesn't think that he can reverse this phenomenon with his own strength. When he won't do such businesses, someone else will for sure. Not to mention that Ian's men themselves also need guns and swords, right? How would they fight against these pirates? So in Ian's view, the most he can do is to control these things and not let them go too far. However, this business of human trafficking was absolutely prohibited by Ian. On the Sabayati archipelago, due to the existence of the celestial dragons, these kinds of things were rampant more than any other place. In Ian's view, this slavery is a complete violation of human dignity. He can't help it elsewhere, but at least in his own territory, such things must be stopped. After thinking about it clearly, Ian began organizing these people. He picked out some people who looked strong and asked them if they would like to join the Ian family. Without exception, all the selected people have agreed. After some integration, the members of the Ian family have now expanded to more than 100 people, while the rest of them were released by Ian, and he even allowed them to re-establish new families, but at that time, these families must follow the lead of the Ian family. Next, the matter came to an end. Those who got injured have been treated, and Ian kept wondering what he should do. Until this time, Hawking was a little anxious, so he went to find Ian, and then he whispered to him, "Boss Ian, by doing this, aren't you going to anger some people?" "What do you mean?" Ian asked him. "It's about the boss Doge. It is said that he has been in contact with the human auctioning house in the Grove N.1. Hawking explained, "Now that he is dead, Boss Ian, you prohibited the business of human trafficking, which means that the human auctioning house has lost a good supplier." Of course, Ian knew the human auctioning house in the Grove N.1 very well, but he shook his head and said, "Don't worry, the Sabayati archipelago is so big, and losing a supplier doesn't mean that the human auctioning house won't be able to operate. Unless one day, our family controls the entire Sabayati archipelago, they will be out of business. Now, they won't notice us." Hawking thought about it for a while, and found that it was indeed the case. If the Ian family didn't involve in the business of human trafficking, it would make other family forces cover their part of this business, because there was one less competitor. "Hawking!" Ian called for him, and then said, "Now the family has expanded. You and the Limp are responsible for bringing these people together and making them behave. Our main business is bounty hunters, and don't forget to teach them how things work here. Your main job is gathering information. One more thing, you have to find a way to get the movements of all the families around our site. If they acted out of bounds, you have to inform me immediately." "Boss Ian, rest assured." Hawking nodded. In the next 2 days, Ian has been dealing with family affairs. After the expansion of the staff, the original base seems to be useless because it was too small. Ian simply ordered Hawking, and many others tear it down and rebuild a new bigger stronghold. Contradictions between the original members of the Ian family and the newly joined members also required mediation. In addition, the situation of Lorraine and Elena's family, Ian also sent some men to inquire about it. In another word, there were quite a lot of things to do. After almost sorting it out, Ian thought about going to get his money. After Lucius, the leech, was caught, Ian brought him to the marine base, but they didn't give him the money directly. Instead, he got a check. There was a bank on the Sabayati archipelago. This island is so close to the marine headquarters. The opening of a bank was so bold, and they were not afraid of pirates or a robbery, because it is said that the people behind opening this bank were celestial dragons, which deterred many people. If anyone dares to even think about robbing this bank, he may find an admiral of the marine headquarters waiting for him outside the bank. So on the Sabayati archipelago, the checks were still very reputable. In addition to the bounty, the limp also raided the ship of the skinning pirate group and found many valuable things, which may be worth 2 million berries, mainly some food and jewelry. Ian intended to reward his men with these goods. After telling them and making sure that everything was going according to his plan, Ian left the stronghold. It's been several days since he came to the Sabayati archipelago. He really didn't explore much of the island. So he took advantage of the opportunity to get his money and walk around to relax. As he walked, a small cottage appeared gradually in front of him. Ian didn't care about it, but just as he was about to walk by the small cottage, he suddenly heard a bang. The wooden door of the house broke, and a figure flew out of the house. Ian looked at the man who flew out, and found that he seemed to be a pirate. He had a blue nose and a swollen face, and by the time Ian got near him, he found him in an unconscious state. Looking up, Ian saw a wooden signboard on the roof of the cottage, Shuckai's Rip-Off Bar. This made Ian stunned for a while, then he kept turning his head, looking around, until he confirmed that he has really walked to the Grove Endpoint 13. After thinking about it, Ian walked towards the bar. Welcome. When Ian walked in, it might be the sound of his footsteps. A woman who was not facing the door, greeted him without looking back, and then asked, "What do you want? Can I have a cup of tea? Please." Ian hasn't drunk tea for a long time, since he left Frost Moon Village. The woman, without looking to the customer, bent down and operated for a while, then turned around and handed him a cup of tea. Sure enough, she's Shakiaku, Shucky. Ian thought after seeing her face. This woman has short, neat black hair, with 2 tufts pointing upwards. She held a cigarette in her mouth, put down the teacup, and unexpectedly said, "Oh, isn't this Ian-san?" Ian was really surprised and asked, "Do you know me?" "Of course, I'm an information trader. You're very popular in this area recently." Shucky held her right elbow with her left hand, grabbed the cigarette with 2 fingers, puffed out a smoke ring, and said with a smile, "I heard that you have established a new family, but your only business is catching pirates, and you are not allowed to engage in the human trafficking business." In this short period of time, this information has spread all over the lawless areas. Only then did Ian realize that his movements in the previous few days were indeed big. So he replied a little nervously, "I see, haha." With that said, Ian glanced around the store and found that he was the only one there. The Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh, was not in the bar. The legendary Rayleigh remained undercover in the Sabayati archipelago. Since Ian has arrived at the Mangrove number 13, he thought that he would meet him here. However, it seemed that the situation was unsatisfactory. Rayleigh was not there, and Ian doesn't know if he would come here again or not. Ian looked at the store, while Shucky kept looking at him, but did not say anything, just leaning on the bar. When Ian turned around, she asked, "Ian-san, I'm curious. You are so young, and you did come here and conquered such a lawless area, becoming the boss there, and then set up such strange rules. Do you know that your practice is considered exotic in the lawless zone?" "Exotic? Why?" Ian asked. "Haha." Shucky smoked her cigarette and said, "The history of human traffickers on this island has lasted for a long time. Here, human trafficking is basically an industry. People have been used to it for a long time. Since you set foot in the lawless area and become one of the bosses, you are not willing to get involved in this business. What's the difference?" "That's a different kind of business." Ian shook his head and said, "I only do things that satisfy my desire." "Well, a good answer." Shucky laughed, suddenly turned the subject, and asked Ian, "But why do you specialize in catching pirates? Do you hate pirates? Or do you feel that you are justice, and pirates are evil?" Ian just wanted to open his mouth and speak, but Shucky raised her hand and said, "This question, you have to think about it before answering." "Why?" Ian asked in surprise. "Because the price of the cup of tea in your hand is 100,000 berries." Shucky laughed, "And based on your answer, I will decide whether you pay more or less." Puff. Ian spat out most of the tea in his mouth. He finally understood what the signboard of this small shop meant, "Rip Off." Chapter 116, Dizziness. 100,000 berries? Ian glared at Shucky. "This is just an ordinary tea, right? My shop, my rules, I set the price as much as I want." Shucky looked at Ian with a smirk on her face and said, "Did you see the pirate who was thrown out the door? He did something worse than you. He ordered a coffee, which is worth 3 cups of tea. What if I don't pay? Ian asked carefully. Shucky, still smiling, said, it's best not to have this kind of thought. You may be very powerful, but you can't beat me. Hey! The heck, this treatment is completely different from Luffy. Ian was a little depressed, and felt too bad. Don't worry, didn't I just give you a chance to lower the price? Shucky said, maybe your answer makes me feel generous. It's possible to exempt you from the bill. When Ian heard this, he understood why she asked such a question. If he remembers correctly, Shucky was also a pirate, and his practice of catching pirates for their bounties may have a negative impact on her decision. The mangrove number 16 and number 13 were not far apart, and there may be opportunities to face each other in the future, so she wanted to confirm what kind of person he is. Well, just answer it. It's not a difficult question to answer anyway. However, Ian didn't reply with the words she wants to hear because she once was a pirate. Instead, he directly said his true thoughts. I never thought that I was justice. Ian said, in my opinion, everyone should put aside their positions and then talk about justice. Otherwise, they are all rogues. I'm only catching pirates because I need money. Shucky giggled and said, that's interesting, and it really makes sense. After laughing for a while, she finally stopped and said with great interest, okay, you've passed. You don't have to pay for this cup of tea. But I still have another question, what do you think of the Marines? Do I have to answer this, too? Ian asked. You don't have to. Shucky shook her head and said, it's a common question. It's up to you, whatever you want to answer it or not. But who opens a bar in such a lawless area only gets boring customers. They only talk about money and women. There's nothing else. It's rare to meet such an interesting young man like you. That's why I want to talk more with you. Ian was helpless. Listening to her tone, would he still be unwilling to answer her after that? But to be honest, Ian has been in this world for some years. He really has some opinions of his own about it. Since Shucky wanted to hear him out, then he has no problem expressing his thoughts. He raised the teacup and took a sip. Ian tapped his finger on the table, pondered his words, and then said, what do I think? In my opinion, the Marines are just a violent primary military organization of the world government. What they maintain is actually not justice, but the domination of the world government. Although they claim that they are the absolute justice, they are very far away from it. Shucky looked at Ian in amazement. She didn't expect Ian to say such things. She felt that Ian's summary was very brilliant. It's hard to imagine this being what an 18-year-old boy would say. However, Ian-san, I'm really starting to like you a lot. Shucky smiled again, stretched out her hand, and said to Ian, I'm mainly engaged in intelligence business here. If you need anything anytime, you are very welcome to come and ask me. Okay. Ian reached out and shook her hand. This was his first meeting with Shucky, but overall, his impression was quite good. Are you running this place alone? Ian asked her tentatively. Oh, there is an old man who lives with me. Shucky said, but he is a coding mechanic. What about him? Ian asked. He knew that Shucky was talking about Rayleigh. In fact, the reason why Ian came here and talked so much with Shucky was just to set out Rayleigh's whereabouts. Ian was very clear that his current strength is not high enough. Although the essence of his nin abilities is the same as Haki, after all, this power is brought to him by the system. Maybe Ian can experience the use of Haki in advance through his nin abilities, but if he does not awaken his own Haki, he will stay lacking a huge source of true power. Just for now, Ian has no clue about how to awake or develop his own Haki. What he lacks most now is a good mentor. And speaking of trainers, here is the best on Sabayati Archipelago, Silver's Rayleigh. If he could get in touch with him, ask him to guide his Hakis awaken, that would be magnificent. From there, he could see the importance of friendship. Because what made it easy for Luffy to talk with Shucky, was his relationship with Hatchin. However, Ian could only test his luck a little by little, and then lead to Rayleigh's topic. Shucky didn't think much about it, and said, I haven't seen him for a long time. It has been about half a year. After hearing that, Ian went to a dark silence. Yet, he didn't ask any other question. After drinking his tea, Ian got up and left. Shucky walked him to the door and watched him go. Then she smiled and said, interesting young man, Rayleigh may also like him. After leaving the mangrove number 13, Ian continued to move forward. He was going to the tourist area, in the mangrove area from 40 to 49, where there is the bank to withdraw his money. But to get there, Ian had to go through the mangrove area from 30 to 39, which is the famous amusement park, Sabayati Park. From the first sight of this place, he found that this amusement park area was just like heaven on earth. It was full of laughter everywhere. Whoever the visitor, adults or children, everyone can find their own joy here. However, when he looked closely, there were some people at the corner of the street and their eyes were always piercing the pedestrians. Ian knew that these people were either thieves or robbers, or even worse, human traffickers were looking for targets. Their movements were very surreptitious. The people attracted by the bustling playground can't see or won't pay attention to these people at all. Only when someone finds himself alone, or loses a child or a partner, can he feel the dark side of this place. Here, other races need to pay attention to their own safety, because for human traffickers, kidnapping other races can be exchanged for more money than human beings. Ian didn't want to entangle with these people, he just wanted to pass through the park, get to the tourist area, and obtain his money. However, after walking for a while, Ian was on the street, where the population was a little sparser. Not far in front of him, there was a mother and her daughter. The mother was holding her child's hand, while the little girl was happily eating cotton candy in her other hand. The scene that looked very harmonious was completely destroyed when they passed by a small alley. Two hands suddenly stretched out from the alley, one hand covered the mother's mouth, the other hand covered the child's. In a blink of an eye, a mother and daughter disappeared from the street. If Ian hadn't just seen this scene, no one would notice what happened. This is the first time Ian seeing someone being kidnapped by these human traffickers. His heart burst into flames, and he immediately started running towards the alley. When he came to the entrance of the alley, he looked to the front and found the kidnappers were running away. Two big men were carrying two gunny sacks on their shoulders. He could see that the two were struggling in the sacks. There were many other people in this group. Seeing Ian chasing them, they quickly left some to deal with him. However, Ian didn't want to be stopped or even blocked by them at this time. When he passed by, he swiftly unsheathed his sword and directly chopped off the people who intended to block him from different places. Then without even looking at them, he continued his chasing. Of course, these people can't hold a candle to Ian. But, these kidnappers were very familiar with the terrain here. They weren't moving in a straight line at all, leaving several of their men to stop Ian. The two big men carrying sacks were drifting left and right in the alleys, which almost made Ian lose them. As a last resort, Ian opened his Enfield and expanded its range without caring about its consumption, so that he could catch up with them again. Seeing that he was about to catch up with them, the two men suddenly made a sharp turn and passed through the right corner. Ian quickly stopped and followed the turn, but at this time, he heard two flops. With a close look, Ian froze and saw the two big kidnappers slumped on the floor of the alley, and the sacks in their hands fell down, but in front of them stood an old man who looked drunk. This old man has a white disheveled long hair, a pair of round glasses on his face, a long scar over his right eye, wearing a large silver hooded cloak, and sandals, drinking from a sake bottle in his hand. Isn't this, Rayleigh? Ian was expecting to see Rayleigh in Shukai's bar, but instead, he met him here because he was chasing a group of kidnappers. This encounter was really bizarre. It seems that these two abductors were knocked down by Rayleigh. Although Ian was sure that he could catch up with these two men, but since they were stopped by Rayleigh, that saved Ian from more troubles. He stepped forward to see if the mother and daughter were fine and helped them get out from the sacks, but Rayleigh suddenly turned his eyes sharply, and then a massive shock wave struck Ian. This kind of force has encountered Ian before. When he was with Ace, he experienced it once, knowing that this is House Hoku Haki. However, he wasn't sure just how much stronger was Rayleigh's House Hoku compared to Ace's. In the face of Ace's House Hoku Haki, Ian was able to resist that shock wave, but when it comes to Rayleigh's, Ian felt a strong sense of vertigo. Ian was swaying in the same place for a while, and he kept staggering to not fall down, but in the end, he couldn't bear and kneeled on the ground. Damn it, Rayleigh! Does he think that I'm one of these kidnappers? Oh, is it because I was chasing those two guys closely? To be continued. Chapter 117, Sensei. Oh, showing some strength. Rayleigh burped, looked at Ian drunkenly, raised his sleeve to wipe the wine stains on his beard, and said, "You haven't fallen yet." Ian was in a strong sense of dizziness at this time, and he couldn't speak for a while, he could only stare at Rayleigh resentfully. However, this look made Rayleigh misunderstood the situation even more. He came over, raised a leg, and kicked Ian in the face. The kick was strong enough to make Ian only see darkness in front of him, and then he fainted directly after hitting a wall. Rayleigh crouched down, picked up Ian's devil blade Yamato, pulled it out of its sheath, and looked at its glittering cold light, couldn't help but smirk and said, "Great sword. Ian's blade is different from the ice tier gem." The devil blade Yamato is an item that appears to everyone, so Rayleigh was able to hold it. However, if this sword gets too far away from Ian, it will automatically disappear and return to Ian's inventory. Rayleigh took Ian's sword, waved it gently, and cut open the sacks on the ground. The mother and daughter were able to see the light again. The mother hugged her daughter in horror and looked at Rayleigh with a bewildered look. "Go home," Rayleigh said with a smile, "in the future, try not to go to a place with few people." Then the mother realized that she and her daughter had been rescued. She wept and thanked the old man. Then she took her daughter and left the alley. At this time, Rayleigh squatted down and started searching the two big men. He took out 2 wallets, opened them, then he threw them aside with a look of shame. It turned out that they had no money. Then he came over and groped on Ian. With this touch, he immediately found Ian's check, and after seeing the number on it, even Rayleigh was stunned. A lot of zeros. Rayleigh took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and counted, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more than 80 million. How could this boy be so rich? Until this time, Rayleigh realized that he might have hit the wrong person. If a kidnapper has so much money, why would he still do such a thing? So Rayleigh took Ian's sword, bent down, picked up Ian, and left the scene. When Ian woke up, he saw Rayleigh sitting by a campfire, drinking sake and grilling a huge fish. "It's getting dark, did I faint for such a long time?" Seeing Ian sitting with her arms folded, Rayleigh smiled at him and said, "Hi. You finally woke up?" As soon as Ian remembered what had happened, he opened his mouth and yelled at him, "Why did you attack me? I'm not with those people." At this time, he didn't care about anything, even if the person on the opposite side was a legendary character. Why on earth would he do this? Ian was stunned and dazed by the house hoku haki, and then he got kicked in the face. His face was still numb at this time. Rayleigh laughed and said, "I'm sorry. The old man was drunk before. Besides, aren't you okay now? You are a young man, and you shouldn't mind an old man like me." "You." Ian only felt a headache. In fact, he could only roar twice. In the face of Rayleigh, there was really nothing he could do. It was impossible to even think about fighting him. Who am I even bothering? Angrily, he went over, sat down beside Rayleigh, grabbed the grilled fish, and Ian ate it up, as if he wanted to vent his dissatisfaction in this way. "Leave some for me," Rayleigh said quickly, "it's the old man's supper, too." Rayleigh's craftsmanship was not excellent either. After taking a few bites, Ian felt that he couldn't eat any more, so he handed it to Rayleigh. He had thought that Rayleigh wouldn't eat what he had bitten. Unexpectedly, Rayleigh didn't mind at all. He took it and started eating it. How to say that, combined with his shabby dress, Rayleigh, at this time, was really in a little decadent. Ian didn't know if this was the impact of Roger's death, the Pirate King, on him. Ian just watched him silently while he finished eating the grilled fish. After he was done, Ian started talking, "You've kicked me in the face and knocked me out. Are you going to make up for me?" Rayleigh spread his arms and said, "How do you want me to compensate you? I'm penniless. You should be very strong." Ian touched his chin and said, "How about you teach me how to use the haki and help me strengthen my body?" It was clear that the person in front of him is Rayleigh, but Ian can't directly call out his name. Although Ian and Shuki mentioned him, she didn't tell him the old man's name. Fortunately, though he was kicked by Rayleigh, it was still an opportunity to ask him if he could be his mentor. Rayleigh was a little surprised and said, "Do you know what the haki is?" "A little bit." Ian nodded. "You want me to be your sensei?" Rayleigh laughed, "That's not easy." "Then what can I do for you to accept my request?" Ian asked quickly. It would be very bad for him if he didn't seize this opportunity. Rayleigh scratched his head awkwardly and said, "This I like to gamble a lot, but I've lost all my money recently." Ian suddenly remembered something and reached into his pockets, but the check was missing. "Do you have it?" Ian said, "Even if you want me to pay tuition fee, you can't take all my money." Rayleigh reached for Ian's check, handed it to him, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I just kept it for you, that's all." Ian took the check, looked at it, but he didn't put it back in his pocket. Instead, he held it in his hand and handed it directly to Rayleigh. Then he bowed down and said, "I sincerely want to learn from you. Please accept me as your trainee. If tuition is needed, I will give you whatever amount you want." If all of his money is gone, he can still earn money again, but this opportunity may only come once, and he really can't let it go. Rayleigh didn't pick up the check, but instead, he fixedly looked at Ian. After a long time, Rayleigh said with a little interest, "Forget it, put it away. You don't want to take me?" Ian was surprised. "I'm old, and I'm in seclusion now, and I don't want to be your teacher anymore." Rayleigh lifted the bottle and took a sip. The reason why he told Ian before that he lost all of his money was that he wanted to get some from Ian and spend it. However, Ian's kneeling and his tone just now all showed that Ian really wanted to worship him as a teacher. In this case, Rayleigh could not bear to lie to him. When Ian heard this, he was stunned. This result was entirely unexpected for him. The heck, how can this person be treating people differently? Even when Luffy didn't have the idea of getting a teacher, this old man swam across the calm belt to reach Amazon Lily to mentor Luffy. So why when I wanted you to be my mentor so sincerely, you did not accept it? Of course, even though he was thinking like this, Ian was still bowing and respectfully said, "Please, I beg you." It's not that Ian was servile, but that he understood that having a good mentor is definitely the greatest wealth in life. He could only achieve limited accomplishments by himself, even with his card system. Rayleigh didn't speak, and Ian stayed in the same position for a long time. Finally, Rayleigh said, "Do you really want to learn from me?" "Yes." Ian said. "Well then, I can try teaching you for a while." Rayleigh said, "But whether you can learn it depends on your ability to comprehend. If you are too stupid, don't blame me." Accepted by Rayleigh. Did he really agree? Ian held back the joy in his heart, raised his head, and said, "Please rest assured, I will work hard." Indeed, the word effort means nothing to Ian. In fact, when he was practicing swordsmanship in Frost Moon Village, Ian worked very hard. He knew that he had ordinary physical qualifications. If he didn't work hard, he wouldn't make any progress in his life. "Don't call me sensei, call me Rayleigh," he said. "We're in Mangrove N.34 right now. You will meet me here tomorrow morning." "Okay. I will come on time," Ian said. Seeing Rayleigh waving his hand and laying down, Ian knew that he wanted to rest, so he left. It's getting dark, so he can't take his money from the bank. Ian can only go back, and along the way, he was thinking about what Rayleigh said. He could tell that Rayleigh doesn't want to accept a real disciple. He may have just accepted Ian's sincerity and intended to give him a hand, and later on, he may also like him and change his mind. In that case, he may also apologize for kicking him due to misunderstandings. But anyway, Ian got his chance. Rayleigh was the first mate of the legendary Roger pirates. There are not many people of his level, only Zephyr, Sengoku, and Garp could be compared with him. It's a blessing for Ian to get such a character as his mentor. And Rayleigh is an expert in swordsmanship, martial art, and haki. It can be said that those three fits well with Ian. After returning to the stronghold on the Mangrove No. 16, there was nothing exciting waiting for him, so Ian just talked to Hawking, and everyone went to bed early. Early the next morning, around 5 o'clock, Ian got up, went straight to the Mangrove No. 34, and bought breakfast on his way. When he came to the place, Rayleigh was still sleeping. He looked like a tramp. Rayleigh had set up a tent there, and Ian didn't dare to disturb him. He sat on the ground, waiting for him to wake up. Ian kept sitting for 2 or 3 hours. Rayleigh slept for a long time, but when he got up, he was not surprised to see Ian. Such a person, despite sleeping, was actually paying attention to everything around him. Seeing that Ian didn't have any impatient expression on his face, Rayleigh didn't say anything, but he was quite satisfied. Then he said, "Here you are." Ian handed him the breakfast respectfully, and Rayleigh took it and found that it was still hot. This was because Ian kept breakfast in his arms. "You're kind." Rayleigh nodded at him. After finishing his breakfast in a few mouthfuls, he said to Ian, "Let's start. Let's have a spar first. I want to know how strong you are." Chapter 118, Join Us. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Ian nodded and said, "Mr. Rayleigh, I majored in swordsmanship." Rayleigh was not surprised. After seeing Ian's sword yesterday, he had probably guessed it, so he took out a long sword and said to Ian, "Come on." Rayleigh's sword was a double-edged straight sword, with a cross hilt and a large round pommel, roughly half as long as his body height. Ian didn't know the name of his sword, but maybe it was a famous sword. Seeing Rayleigh holding the sword casually and standing in place, Ian doesn't dare to be careless. The fight began. Ian rushed forward with his sword and attacked Rayleigh. Slash. Cut. Chop. Slash. Since Rayleigh was fighting him, he was just blocking, so Ian was immersed in his mind and focused on attacking. The Devil's Blade Yamato in his hands was used smoothly. Kojiro taught him very well, which was displayed now by Ian's moves. This was something he has learned throughout his life. Regardless of whether it was Ian or Rayleigh, both of them were almost reaching their extreme. Ian thought that his speed was very good now, but he did not expect that Rayleigh was much faster than him. Every time he blocks, he seems to be so flexible. Every time their blades collide, a spark and a ding sound were emerging continuously, which lasted for a long time. In just half a minute, the two have swung their sword for hundreds of times. Of course, in this process, Ian didn't use any of his abilities. He was there to learn haki. If Rayleigh mistook his nin for haki, it would be bad. Because haki is a thing that needs to be awakened first and then a lot of exercising to be mastered. The steps can't be disordered. If Rayleigh skips the step of awakening because of misunderstanding, Ian won't gain anything from this training. At this time, Rayleigh suddenly retreated, and Ian stopped at the same time. "Very good. I can see that your swordsmanship foundations are quite good. You must be taught by a true master." Rayleigh nodded with satisfaction, "I have nothing to teach you about swordsmanship. Yes, I mainly want to learn physical strength and haki from you," Ian said. "Actually, haki is gradually developed on the foundation of physical exercise," Rayleigh said, "so, let's start with physical strength." Under Rayleigh's beckon, Ian walked over and sat down cross-legged while facing him. "Now, I have to teach you the way of breathing first," Rayleigh said. "The exercises of physical strength are simple and easy to explain, but difficult to practice. The key point is this breathing method. A correct breathing method can fully provide oxygen to the muscles and viscera of the human body, thereby accelerating the effectiveness of the exercise." Ian listened quietly, while Rayleigh explained, and tried to follow Rayleigh's instructions. The breathing method that Rayleigh gave him was very strange. When ordinary people breathe, they inhale oxygen, but when they breathe out, the exhaled air still has some oxygen, and that was the trick. This amount of oxygen, which was not absorbed by the human body, according to the Rayleigh method, was the most important part. It is necessary to consume all oxygen components through this new way of breathing. In the beginning, Ian couldn't do it at all, and Rayleigh kept explaining every step to him. Gradually, when Ian mastered some tricks and was able to accomplish this way of breathing, he suddenly felt a little different with every breath. It was a more powerful, more clear-headed feeling. "Very well, now that you have learned this breathing method, you must first turn it into instinct," Rayleigh said. "Then, in your daily exercise, integrate this breathing style into it." For the next few days, Ian had been consciously controlling every breath he takes according to Rayleigh's method, and as time went on, he gradually got used to it, so by this time, his nightmare began. Rayleigh formally prepared physical exercises for him. When he learned that Ian was not a devil fruit user, the first thing Rayleigh made him do in the morning was swimming 10 kilometers in the sea. The mangrove number 34 was just on the edge of the island. Swimming was effortless, but swimming for 10 kilometers can be fatal. It's a total of 20 kilometers if he wants to get back, because the 10 kilometers must be in a straight line. In the beginning, Ian was able to strictly follow Rayleigh's instructions and maintain the special breathing method during swimming. However, when his stamina gradually exhausted, his breathing began to become disordered. On the first day, he had just swum for about 5 kilometers, but he couldn't bear any more. If he hadn't tied up a lifebuoy ring to his waist, he would have drowned. Even so, Ian gritted his teeth and kept going. He persisted longer every day. During this period of training with Rayleigh, Ian didn't catch any pirate in person. All of his businesses were handed over to the family's members, and their targets were only those small pirates with 10 to 20 million bounties. Just as Ian thought, don't underestimate the potential of these people. With enough strong and brave people, these pirates have been easily caught, so in a short period, the normal life of this family can still be maintained, so Ian focused on his training with Rayleigh. As for the money on that check, Ian went to the bank and took out his money. Although Rayleigh didn't charge his tuition, Ian did his best as a disciple. After finishing training him every day, Ian takes Rayleigh and goes to gamble together with Ian's money. Over time, Ian felt a little strange. Rayleigh's haki was obviously so powerful, but why does he lose every time he gambles? When Ian mentioned this to him, Rayleigh laughed and said, "If you cheat when you gamble, what's the point of gambling?" Hearing this answer, Ian couldn't help shaking his head. He didn't understand his thoughts. Although Lucius' bounty has not been used to recharge diamonds and draw cards for the time being, Ian felt that it was worth it. Compared with his bottomless pit system, Rayleigh's gambling expenses were not so high, at least. In 1 month, he only spent a little more than 8 million berries. Rayleigh was gambling just for fun, not to make money, so it was not an addiction. When staying with Raleigh, Ian has always remained in the disciple role. He was treating Rayleigh as if he was Koshiro in Frost Moon Village. Rayleigh didn't say anything about that. In fact, he was quite satisfied with Ian. Ian was indeed not very qualified, but he was willing to work hard. And once during this time, Rayleigh went back to Shuki, and naturally, she talked to her husband about Ian's appearance and personality. Not only did he learn more about Ian, but he also heard from Shuki about Ian's thoughts about the pirates and the marines. Rayleigh didn't mention that to Ian, but when he was teaching him, he tried harder. When Ian was able to swim the full 20 kilometers back and forth, Rayleigh gave him another practicing method. Rayleigh's exercises were very hurtful, but Ian insisted on persisting while gritting his teeth, and kept moving forward. In this way, 2 months later, Ian's body was much stronger, and suddenly in his mind, the systematic prompt sound came. You have unlocked the primary level of the physical skill. Ian opened the system platform and checked it. Primary physical skills, increase all attributes by 5%, current proficiency, 0/20,000. This surprised Ian a little. He didn't expect that this physical skills to have such a property. It actually increases all attributes according to the percentage. Doesn't this mean that the higher the level and the attribute, the higher the benefit of physical skills? At present, the 3 basic skills Ian had were all different. The swordsmanship was available from the beginning. And the primary physical skills have been unlocked probably by the long-term physical exercise, while the non-skills was acquired after his first card was equipped. Only the physical skills was obtained by Ian through his own efforts. In addition to adding a bonus to all of his attributes, the most important thing about the physical skills was that Ian can finally use some of the skills of the physical type cards. The appearance of primary physical skills made Ian work even harder. However, with the progress of the training, Ian found that it was not easy to increase the proficiency of physical skills. Taking swimming as an example, he swam 20 kilometers on the first day, which increased his proficiency by 20 points, but the next day he has swum the same distance, but it only increased by 19 points. It seems that doing the same exercise repeatedly makes a gradual decline in its proficiency growth. Ian estimated that this may be linked to his own physical improvement, that is, if he wants to maintain the same growth trend, he must continue training harder and harder. The growth of strength is not easy. In order to become stronger, he has to work really hard. The gradual formation of physical skills has also brought obvious benefits to Ian. He seems to have experienced an increase in his swordsmanship. This growth has not been reflected in the proficiency of swordsmanship, but he still feels this way. It's like the feeling that his expert-level swordsmanship is no longer obscure when he first advanced his nin skills. This made Ian realize that foundation skills have some small details in common. In such training, the days passed day by day. One day, when Ian dragged his tired body back to the stronghold, Hawking told him that he had some friends waiting for him inside. Ian felt a little odd. Who are these friends that come looking for him in the Sabayati archipelago? As a result, when he walked into the newly built house, he finally understood what was going on. Who else would it be if he wasn't Ace? Ian, are you back? When Ace heard his footsteps, he turned around. His cheeks were bulging. He was eating the food prepared by Lorraine and Elena, and he said as he ate, "It was not easy to find you. You have come this fast to the Sabayati archipelago?" Ian looked at him in a daze. "Yes." Ace nodded and said, "Since we separated that day, my companions and I have been traveling along the route. It's not easy to come here." Ian sat down and asked him, "Are you going to New World next?" "Of course." Ace held his hat and grinned, "My boat is already coated. I'm here to ask you something." "What is it?" Ian asked. "It's this." Ace took out a piece of paper, which looked like an invitation, and said, "A strange bat gave me this. It says, we want to invite you to join the Shishibukai." Chapter 119, Another Trap. "Show me." Ian took the invitation from Ace in doubt. Ace was careless. After handing over the invitation, he began to munch again. Lorraine and Elena looked at him with a smile, only thinking that the young master Ian has such a funny friend. Since Ian became the boss, Lorraine and Elena only felt that this period was the best they ever had after getting kidnapped from their family. Although the young master Ian has been away from home lately, he has not forgotten to find their relatives for them. The news came a few days ago, and it is said that they have some signs of a positive outcome, which made Lorraine and Elena respect and appreciated Ian more and more. They loved living in this stronghold just because Ian was in it. And now, they even treated his friend Ace very well, desperately adding food to his plate. Ian was frowning at this time, looking at this Shishibukai invitation letter. The invitation letter was indeed genuine. The stamp of World Government and Marines above can't be faked. After reading it repeatedly for a while, Ian closed the invitation and asked him, "Ace, has your bounty increased again?" He was focusing on his training with Rayleigh during this time, so he didn't pay much attention to the news. After hearing his questions, Ace turned around and swallowed the food in his mouth and said, "Yeah, it had just increased once a while ago. Now it's 140 million berries." Lorraine and Elena whispered in amazement, "That's awesome. 140 million berries." Ace laughed, he was actually quite proud of himself. What he didn't expect was that Lorraine and Elena continued to look at Ian with admiration and said, "Our master is really powerful. He has such friends with high bounties." Ace suddenly became very depressed. In fact, the two of them didn't know much about the bounty of pirates, and Ace was not the kind of person who looked fierce, so Lorraine and Elena were not afraid of him at all. They extremely admired Ian. They don't even think about why Ian, a pirate hunter, would make friends with pirates. Ian didn't notice the scene, his fingers were tapping swiftly on his leg, and he was lost in his thoughts. Ace's bounty has increased, which is expected. Naturally, the Logia devil fruit users were generally be valued. Moreover, Ace estimated that since the recent period, the only newcomer who has a bounty with more than 100 million. From these 2 points of view, it was natural for Ace to be invited to join the Shishibukai. He also knows that Boa Hancock, the pirate empress, who has a bounty of 80 million berries, was invited to join the Shishibukai. It is obvious that the amount of the bounty was not the judgment standard of Shishibukai. The key points were strength and fame. Currently, Ace was probably not that famous, but his potential is absolutely sufficient, and indeed he has the strength to become a Shishibukai. However, Ian felt that there was something odd about it. It's very simple, because the current 7 members of the Shishibukai were full, and there were no vacancies. Desert King Sir Crocodile, strongest swordsman in the world Dracul Mihawk, Knight of the Sea Jinbi, Gecko Moria, Heavenly Yakshadong Quixote da Flamingo, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, and Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, these 7 people, the Shishibukai, who were currently in position. If there is no vacancy, why would they invite Ace to join the Shishibukai? What does this mean? It's impossible for them to add the 8th person in the Shishibukai, because the literal meaning of the Shishibukai is, 7 warriors of the sea. Shishi is the old 7 and Haki equals 8. It's needless to say. Otherwise, why don't they call it Hakibukai directly, not my joke? So, the meaning of this is somewhat intriguing. In the first case, the world government and the Marines deliberately want to deprive a Shishibukai of the position, so they want to find a replacement. And the second situation is that there is a Shishibukai who wants to quit. But, the second case does not seem to be too likely. Generally, no one is willing to take the initiative to withdraw from his rank as a Shishibukai, because becoming a Shishibukai is a kind of privilege. For pirates, doing whatever they desire without the worry of being chased by the Marines is the dream. The only thing they have to keep in mind is that they need to heed the call whenever they were summoned and to stay away from anything that interferes with the world government interests. However, the first case was very possible. Perhaps some behavior of a certain Shishibukai caused the dissatisfaction of the world government and the Marines, so they were preparing to deprive him of his title. After thinking about this possibility, Ian figured out who might be that person. The first one that came to his mind was Gecko Moria. For no other reason, in the original story, Moria was attacked by Doflamingo after the Great War. The reason the world government finally deemed Moria to be far too weak to continue as a Shishibukai and decided to annul his pact and eliminate him. But even if Moria was weak, he should be slightly stronger than the current Ace. After all, Ace was a newcomer who has not debuted for a long time. How can the world government and the Marines give up a quite strong Shishibukai like Moria for Ace? Ian had a headache, me too. He understood the reason why Ace came to him. Maybe he had discovered something wrong with the invitation, so he came here to discuss the matter with Ian. What do you think, Ace? Ian turned his head and planned to ask Ace. However, with this turn, Ian found that the guy, Ace, was sleeping with food in his mouth. Immediately some blue veins appeared in his forehead, then Ian directly punched Ace on the head. The heck, I'm having a headache here for your invitation letter, and you fell asleep. Sleeping, that's the only thing you have in your big dumb head. After receiving Ian's punch, Ace finally woke up and looked at Ian in a daze. I asked for your opinion. Ian kept hitting his head with the invitation letter, and said, what are you planning to do about this invitation? Ace grinned and said, I don't really have any idea. I heard that Shishibukai must be in service whenever the Marines needed it, so I'm not willing to accept this invitation. But Jimmy and the others said that there are many benefits for joining the Shishibukai, and they are trying to persuade me to accept. So I'm not sure. After arriving at the Sabayati archipelago, I heard that you had established a pirate hunter family, so I thought that I must come to see you and ask you about it. What your crew tells was right. You're a pirate. Shishabukai's title is good for you. Ian said, but I feel that there's something wrong with this invitation. As he said this, suddenly, an idea flashed in Ian's mind. He thought of the third possibility. Is this invitation a trap? It's very simple. If Ace agreed to join the Shishibukai, then one of the 7 current Shishibukai would be excluded, and if the world government and the Marines do not disclose in advance of who will be deprived of his title, this will make all the incumbent Shishibukai target Ace. At that time, Ace may face the wrath of the 7 warlords. When Ian thought about it, he only felt a cold sweat sliding down on his forehead. What the heck, this is literally the way to murder a person with a borrowed knife. The world government and the Marines may think that Ace with his flame fruit will threaten them in the future, so they plan to kill him indirectly with the Shishabukai's hands. However, Ian still hasn't figured it out. Since they want to kill Ace, why not making the Marines do it themselves? With Ace's current strength, they could dispatch a vice admiral, and he will be arrested? Can't the Marines even send a vice admiral? Information. Ian was sure that his information was too little now, so he thought of Shucky when he settled down. Come with me. Ian grabbed Ace and went out. It was about dinner time. Shucky should not be asleep. Ian led Ace all the way to the mangrove number 13 and found Shucky in the bar. Shucky usually has very few people coming here at this time, so she knew that coming now while bringing someone with him, she was not surprised and asked with a smile, Ian-san, what is the matter? Shucky, I came here to ask you about something. Ian said, is there anything happening with the Marines recently? Shucky asked curiously, why are you asking this? Aren't you working on buying and selling information? Ian said with a smile, the people under me are only collecting information on the Sabayati archipelago, and they can't do anything about the Marines. That's why I came to you. There's indeed a lot going on with the Marines right now. Shucky said while holding a cigarette. It doesn't hurt to tell you. So, then Shucky told Ian about all the recent activity of the Marines. After getting the information from Shucky, Ian finally made the connection. It turned out that the 4-year World Council is about to be held. More than 170 kings or queens from all over the world will arrive at the Holy Land Mary Gosa in about 3 months and hold the World Council there. At each World Council, due to the safety considerations of the leaders of the participating nations, the Marines dispatched many warships to escort them. Although there were more than 3 months before the conference, the Marines have entered the preparatory stage. After all, it will take time for the battleships to go back and forth to all countries. A large number of warships and Marine soldiers have been sent out. It can be said that the current Marine headquarters is about to usher in a hard period, and its troops were seriously insufficient. In order to prevent the pirates from taking advantage of this event, the Marine headquarters can only leave admirals and vice-admirals to stay in the headquarters as the combat force. However, this was not over yet. Not long ago, the Marines had a major accident in a research institution in the New World, Punk Hazard. A large explosion in a research facility resulted in the spread of toxic gas on the whole island. The Marines had to allocate manpower again to deal with the accident on the island. It turned out that in this case, coincidentally, Ace, a new pirate with a bounty over 100 million berries, have just appeared. As soon as this kind of information was linked, it's not difficult to understand why Ace received the invitation letter to the Shishibukai. The Marines have no time to take care of Ace, but they can't let him go. So they thought of using this method to arouse the hostility of all the Shishibukai towards Ace, trying to make them kill Ace, the new pirate. Once Ian has sorted out the reason, he immediately said to Ace, "Ace, if you don't want to die, don't accept this invitation." Ian didn't elaborate on this connection to Ace, but he had a good point. He trusted his friends very much, so he nodded and grinned. "Well, Ian, I'll listen to you." Chapter 120, Rayleigh's Idea. In fact, Ian also knows that even without his warning, Ace was expected to refuse this invitation in the end. Being Shishibukai means to accept the control of the world government and the Marines to a certain extent. How could Ace, who pursues freedom, take this restriction? Now the reason why he would come to him was just that his crew, Jimmy, and the others, caused him some trouble for this invitation. It's not that Jimmy encouraged them, but that since they got on Ace's boat, they naturally wanted to follow Ace's fame. What could get more powerful than being one of the Shishibukai? Of course, the inside story of this invitation letter was only based on some speculation from Ian. Ian was not sure whether this is the case, but anyway, it's better for him to be careful. Ace stayed in Ian's base for another 2 days. After the coding was completed, he and his Spade pirate group planned to keep going on their road. Ian went to see them off. Now their ship has been changed into a larger one, and there were many new members. It seems that in the past few months, in his way sailing to this archipelago, many things have happened and a lot has changed. "Goodbye, Ian, I'm going to explore the new world." Before leaving, Ace stood at the bow of the ship holding his hat and grinned at Ian. "When you come to the new world, I will treat you with delicious food." Ian himself didn't know how long he would stay in the Sabayati archipelago. At least he wouldn't leave this place until he finishes his training with Rayleigh. It's only then can Ace's hospitality comes true. After seeing off Ace, Ian went back to his original lifestyle again. Every day, he goes to Rayleigh on time to train. According to Rayleigh, his physical training will be done every soon. The rest was up to him to exercise on his own. After that, Rayleigh will officially teach him the haki. So, about a month later, on the mangrove number 34, Ian sat face to face with Rayleigh, listening to his explanation. The so-called haki is an inherent power of human beings. Rayleigh said, however, most people don't notice this kind of power, or they fail to awaken it for their entire lives. According to different purposes, haki can be divided into 3 types, Busashoku, Kanbunshoku, and House Hoku. Except for the third House Hoku, the first 2 can be enhanced through cultivation. Ian generally knew these contents, but he listened carefully. If you want to excite this potential power, you must first go through the awakening part. Rayleigh said, the so-called awakening is to find the sensation. Haki originates from an individual's spirit and not their physical body, so it is a kind of energy, a breath, which circles the human body. Now calm down, carefully understand your body, and look for it. As Rayleigh said that, Ian closed his eyes and carefully focused on understanding the inside of his body. However, regretfully the so-called sense of energy mentioned by Rayleigh was too general. He closed his eyes for a long time, and could not detect anything inside his body. It's hard. When he found that it was impossible, Ian opened his eyes and sighed. Rayleigh laughed and said, "Of course, if it was too easy to be awakened, wouldn't that make all the places full with hacky users? Don't worry. Take your time." Rayleigh continued, "It's not a sensation that can be grasped at once." Ian was not impatient and began to try again. After several failures, Ian felt that he could not go on like this. Now he mainly lacked the understanding of the concept sense of energy, so he thought about it and intended to find another way. He has experienced the use of a similar mind power, the Nen, so he was familiar with this kind of power. Since the essence of the Haki and the Nen was the same, then he just started researching in his body and see if there was anything that feels the same as the Nen. It has to be said that Ian's thought was right this time. When he closed his eyes again to research in his body, he finally noticed something in his body that seemed familiar. Ian suddenly understood, this might be the sense of Haki. With all his concentration, Ian put all his thoughts and spirit on this breath, and felt its flow. According to Rayleigh, high-intensity physical training will strengthen the flow of Haki in his body, and Ian has been practicing physical training under Rayleigh's guidance for the past 3 months, which was enough to make him perceive this energy. After feeling this aura, what is left was how to control it and let it burst out. This was the so-called awakening. After the first explosion of this aura, when he awake the Haki, his body will remember this feeling, and then he can gradually use and exercise it at will. This is what Rayleigh was talking about, the whole process of cultivation the Haki. Ian has found this sense of energy now, but he was stuck in how to make it explode. He has tried several times, but it was tough. Looking at Ian opening his eyes, Rayleigh was a little surprised and said, "What, still can't do it? I was able to find the sense of the aura, but I couldn't make it emerge." Ian shook his head and asked, "Is it because my aura is not strong enough?" Rayleigh touched his beard and said, "No. The explosion of this energy can be done regardless of the size. Since you can't make it emerge under normal conditions, let's change the way." "What way?" Ian asked. "Think of something that makes you angry." Rayleigh said, "Excited emotions can help this power burst." Ian was a little confused, then he settled down. "Things that make me angry? It seems that so far, I haven't encountered too many things that can really make me angry." Before going to the sea, he has always stayed in the Frost Moon village. How could there be anything worth his anger in that peaceful village? Even when he was out of the sea, he ran into many pirates, but because Ian has a certain strength, he was able to handle these guys without difficulties. He has never been able to generate such anger. It's true that in recent times, the only thing that made him a little angry may be to see the scars on Lorraine and Elena. However, it was just a big fire inside, not an extreme rage. Looking at Ian's weird expression, Rayleigh was stunned, and said, "What? Can't you think of something that makes you angry?" Ian nodded with honesty. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed. This was expected. Anger is an emotion that can only be aroused by empathy. It can't be experienced without a real matter. "Well, come with me." Rayleigh stood up, called Ian to his tent, and asked him to take off his hat and scatter his hair. Finally, he found a garment that Rayleigh hadn't washed for a long time, and asked him to put them on. In a blink of an eye, Ian changed from the original handsome young man into a slovenly fellow. "Put your sword here. Don't bring any money, and follow me," Rayleigh said. Okay." Ian nodded and put his sword in the tent. He, of course, knew that when the Devil's Blade Yamato became too far away from him, it would disappear. So after turning around and leaving the tent, Ian simply cancelled the equipment of the Devil's Blade Yamato in the system interface. After catching up with Rayleigh, Ian asked, "Where are you taking me? Didn't you just fail to become angry?" Rayleigh said to him with a smile, "Then I'll show you the ultimate evil in this world." What do you mean?" "I'll take you to the human auctioning house." Rayleigh said something that shocked Ian. Going to the human auctioning house, Ian can understand, but why dress up like this? Hearing Ian's question, Rayleigh laughed and said, "What? Do you think I'm going to take you to the human auctioning house to show you other people? Wrong. I'm taking you there to auction ourselves." Ian opened his mouth in surprise and shouted, "As slaves?" "Of course." Rayleigh nodded and said, "Otherwise, how can it be called empathy?" Ian was convinced, but he didn't expect Rayleigh to come up with such an idea. "Well, let's go." Ian didn't care. With Rayleigh's strength, there was absolutely nothing that they can't deal with. Remember, don't do anything without my command. Rayleigh said, when things happen, don't resist. Ian nodded, indicating that he had taken note. Led by Rayleigh, Ian followed him to the playground area. Rayleigh looked around for a while, and then took Ian directly into an alley. When they got there, Rayleigh said to Ian, "Okay, curl up on the ground, and look like you're starving." "Does it work?" Ian asked as he lay down on the ground. "Of course, don't you know? On this archipelago, many people become tramps every day because they have been robbed of all their money." Rayleigh said, "These tramps are the favorite targets of human traffickers. Haha, when I run out of money, I sell myself. I often do this." Ian looked at Rayleigh with a stunned expression, no wonder why he thought that his business was very good. "Remember, wait and pretend to fight back." Rayleigh said this to Ian, then he put his hands behind his head and went to sleep. Ian thought for a moment, then he acted along with it. He looked for mud around and rubbed some on his face, covering his face as much as possible. Then he curled up and looked powerless. Time passed by slowly. They were just lying in the alley. Occasionally, some passers-by saw them and left in a hurry. These people were so unsympathetic, Ian murmured to himself. Then he thought of something else. Could it be that Rayleigh's clothes smell really bad, that everyone, who gets close, starts running away? They didn't know how long it took for them, two homeless men, to have finally caught the attention of some human traffickers/kidnappers. Some people started showing up at the other end of the alley. "They are coming," Rayleigh said suddenly, reminding him in a low voice. Although his eyes were closed, Rayleigh's Kanbunshoku haki has always been perceiving the surrounding situation. Chapter 121, Being Auctioned. Shortly after Rayleigh's words fell, a group of people rushed towards them. Ian felt that a man suddenly grabbed his right hand and picked him up from the ground. Then everything became dark, he was put inside a gunny sack. The same thing happened to Rayleigh. These guys had no technical content at all. Ian despised them very much, but he did not forget what Rayleigh had told him. He pretended to struggle a few times, and then he felt a heavy blow on his head. This blow could be enough to faint an ordinary people, but it didn't affect Ian that much. He just pretended to be stunned and let these people carry him on their shoulders without moving. Ian could feel it. The gang carried him for a while, then put him and Rayleigh on some kind of transportation. After a long time, they seemed to reach their destination, so they threw them down. Then, Ian felt he was carried into a certain place, where there were many faintly crying all around. Soon, the man carrying him threw him on the ground. Ian's back hit the ground hard, but he still remained his consciousness. However, at this time, the sack covering him was removed. Ian closed his eyes and pretended to be in a coma, then he only heard two people talking. "Mr. Disco, these are two humans." "Hi, really, your family, the Koro family, can only get this kind of goods every time. Haha, isn't this a good job? Forget it, stay here." Two men, although one is a little old, the other looks young. "They are tied together and sold as labor force, maybe I can sell them." "Ha, thank you very much. Lucky for you, it's not a big monthly auction. Otherwise, how could I accept this kind of junk?" "Good then. Thank you, Mr. Disco. Come and get the money after the auction." The conversation between the two voices ended there, and then Ian felt that his neck and hands were tightened, as if he had been shackled by something. "Put them in the cage," said the voice previously called Mr. Disco. Two hands reached over, holding Ian's body, dragging him around for a while, then throwing him on the ground. After hearing the sound of the iron cage closing, Ian slowly opened his eyes. He was now left in the corner of a large prison, with Rayleigh next to him. Raising his hand, Ian saw that his hands were chained, and the chain went all the way to his neck, which also had a pair of cold shackles. Turning his head and looking around, Ian was leaning against the other side of the wall. There were several people locked like him. Most of them were young women. These girls were drooping their heads and sobbing in a low voice. The cries Ian heard before may be out of them. There were also some men, but their number was small. However, these strong-looking men, just like those girls, were lowering their heads blankly and looking at the ground. Although they were not crying, they were shaking all the time. "See? This is the human auction house." Rayleigh also stood up and whispered to Ian. You knew well be sent here? Ian also lowered his voice and began to communicate with him. Mangrove No. 1 became the human auction house, is the largest human auction house on the whole Sabayati archipelago. Rayleigh explained, unlike other places, slave auctions are held every day here. It never stops. Every month, there will be a large-scale auction to take out the best goods for auction. Every time the human traffickers on the island kidnap people, the first thing they think of is to bring them here. Only those who can't be auctioned here will be sent to other auction houses. Mr. Rayleigh, you seem to have come here many times? Ian asked him, why don't they recognize you? Ha ha ha, every time I came here, I steal the money before the auction started. They will rarely remember what an old man slave looked like. Rayleigh said, but this time, we won't do this. Now, after the auction has begun, you have to keep an eye on everything. Ian stopped talking, and Rayleigh sat quietly in the corner, waiting. After a couple of minutes, Ian suddenly heard a burst of music, accompanied by cheers. He noticed that when the music started, the girls tied to the wall, and the men were trembling all over. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been waiting for a long time. Welcome to the No. 1 auction house. Today's auction will also begin as always. This time, it's what I call walking super bizarre Mr. Disco's auction. With Disco's voice, two men wearing pointy hats and big pants came over and opened the iron door of the cage. These people dressed as clowns came in and went straight to a woman with the No. 1 mark and picked her up violently. The girl seemed to be very beautiful, so she was selected as the first auction. No. Let me go. Please, I beg you, let me go. The girl's horror had reached its apex, and she screamed loudly. However, the two clown men did not move at all, raised their hands, and dragged her out. The girl's crying and shouting kept rising as she was dragged out. On the other hand, the excited cheers coming from the front desk were even higher. What a beautiful slave! That's great! I didn't expect to encounter such a wonderful product today. It was men's voices who shouted these words aloud, and Disco began to introduce this beautiful slave girl in time. It's just the beginning of the prelude. Soon after the beautiful girl was sold for 4.3 million berries, the two clowns appeared at the gate of the cage again. The No. 2 was one of the strong men. When he saw the clown men moving towards him, he suddenly stood up in horror and shouted, "No! I don't want to be sold! No!" He tried to resist. However, one of the clowns took out a whip, and hit him violently, leaving a wound on his face. The No. 2 man couldn't help screaming and kneeling on the ground with his face covered. But the clown still didn't intend to let him go. He whipped him again and again, beating him to the ground. Later, the clowns dragged him out of the cage, but the No. 2 man did not give up. When he reached the cage, he reached out and held the iron cage firmly. "I don't want to be sold, absolutely not!" He yelled desperately, and at the same time, he said while looking in the direction where Ian was, "Help me, please, save me! I don't want to be a slave!" However, the voice was still in decline, and a dagger was suddenly inserted in his palm, which immediately made a blood fountain emerging in his hand. After he was sore and let go, the clowns dragged him away from the cage. "Just bandage him up and send him on the stage," a clown said. The No. 2 man still did not avoid the fate of being sent to the auction. Ian watched him being dragged away, only to find something inside him wanted to burst, but it was blocked. When the man asked for help in his direction, he clearly saw the despair and terror in his eyes. That look really stung his nerves. Ian always thought that human trafficking was pure evil, but to be honest, he didn't really witness the situation of these slaves being trafficked. Now, Rayleigh showed him the reality. "Do you know that being auctioned is not the most tragic moment, the most horrible thing is that they are going to live as slaves for the rest of their lives." Rayleigh whispered next to Ian, "They will be raised and live a life worse than homeless dogs. Their owners can beat and sold them at will and cut off any part of their body, just to see their expressions when they scream. They will become more and more withered and lose their lives in this continuous torture, and their owners will finally throw their bodies to feed their pets like a heap of garbage." Ian was shaking all over. He said hoarsely, "Can't all this be seen by the Marines and the world government?" "Hi, Marines?" Rayleigh laughed and said, "Do you know what they call this place? Public Employment Security Office." Although Ian's current expression can't be seen, it must be very gloomy. As the auction goes on, the people in front were pulled out one by one, and everyone's performance was different. Some people were unwilling to give up their lives, so they fight desperately, but the result was in vain. They will soon be suppressed, and like animals, they will be dragged to the auction ground, while others were already desperate, leaving the clowns takes them away like zombies. At this time, it was finally Ian and Rayleigh's turn to come on the stage. Neither of them resisted. They walked quietly and went to the middle of the auction stage. The next 2 slaves will be bundled for auction. The voice of the auctioneer, Disco, was spread through the loudspeaker in the entire venue, and he said with a cadence, "The main object of the auction is this young man. As long as you buy him, the old man behind will be offered as a gift. The dignified May/Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh, known as the right hand of the Pirate King, the first mate of the legendary Roger Pirates, will be sold for free as a bonus." Ian wanted to laugh so hard, but he held himself. "Look!" Disco cried loudly, and at the same time, reached out his hand and pinched it on Ian's chest, saying, "Such a young man has an extraordinary strong body. Such a high-quality slave can be used for a long time, and it's absolutely cost-effective to buy it. You can use him as a sandbag, as a means of transportation. And interested ladies, you can also let him use his tongue to lick all your toes." With the introduction of Disco, the audience was finally interested in Ian's offer, buy one get one free. "I'll give 550,000 berries. 600,000 berries." The bidders started sparsely calling up the prices. Ian stood on the stage and looked at the people in this auction venue. Although it was not full, there were many people. This was just a daily routine auction. It can be seen how popular the auction house was. All of these bidders were people in classy clothes. Judging from their clothes, these people were nobles and wealthy people from various countries. Ian stood on this platform and was treated as cargo. He was surrounded and evaluated by these ruthless people, only feeling an unprecedented sense of shame. He felt that he was not a human being, they treated him as a tool or an object, which was really humiliating. How hideous they could be to trample on human dignity like this. Ian's whole body was shaking. At this moment, he finally realized what pure rage was. There was an extreme fury in his heart, and he felt that he could not bear it any more. Chapter 122, Get Away. Rayleigh was standing at a very close distance behind Ian at the moment. He could naturally detect Ian's strange difference. He whispered to Ian, "Look at these people. They are just some guys who worship and imitate the celestial dragon. The real celestial dragon hasn't appeared here today. Don't think about resistance. Imagine that you are just an ordinary person now. Feel the despair, feel the helplessness." Rayleigh's words, like the sound of hypnosis, echoed in Ian's ear, constantly stimulating the anger in Ian's chest. Ian's emotions were naturally reflected in his eyes. A man dressed as an aristocrat under the stage did not participate in the auction. After seeing Ian's red eyes, the aristocrat's eyes suddenly brightened, and suddenly shouted, 2 million berries. The price, which overwhelmed the other bidders, made the entire house quiet. A noble lady sitting next to him covered her mouth with a hand fan and asked in confusion, "My dear, isn't it worth so much for such a slave, a bastard boy?" The nobleman said excitedly, "You don't understand. Look into his eyes carefully. What a wonderful pair. I'll dig out his eyes and keep them as collectibles." After listening to his words, the rich people who participated in the auction around immediately laughed and said, "What a nobleman, your taste is really unique." "Haha, I think so too. I can't wait any longer." The nobleman rubbed his hands. In a timely manner, Disco, the auctioneer, knocked down with the auction hammer in his hand and confirmed the deal. "Hurry up! Bring him here!" The aristocratic man eagerly shouted, "It would be a pity if these eyes disappear. As for the buyer's requirements, the auction house generally won't violate them." Immediately, 2 clowns came up, took Ian by the arm, and brought him to the nobleman. The nobleman took out a gorgeously decorated dagger from his pocket, but he was shorter than Ian, it was a little difficult for him to do what he desired, so he told the 2 clowns, "Hold him down." The clowns hurriedly pressed down Ian's body. The nobleman grabbed Ian's chin, raised his head, put the dagger in front of his eyes, and sighed, "It's so wonderful." The other slaves only had fear and numbness in their eyes. "It's the first time that I saw such an angry pair. Everyone knows what's going to happen next." However, among those who participate in the auction, the men were eagerly waiting for a good show. Even the ladies, who pretended to be afraid by covering their faces, were actually looking at this scene quietly through their fingers. When he looked carefully, he saw the excitement in their eyes. These people, what are they looking forward to? Ian had always been eager for Rayleigh's words. He tried to feel all of this as an ordinary person. His anger had already been saved, and it was so close to bursting. When the blade of the dagger came to his eyes, and when the lingering light from the corner of his eyes saw all the ugliness of these people, Ian couldn't hold it any longer. What a demonic hobby! What a distortion of humanity! Everything here makes me sick. With a sudden effort of his arms, Ian broke free from the two clowns who were pressing him and stood up again. At the same time, with this roar, a massive shock wave burst out of his body. Sweep the whole audience. Everyone in the entire auction venue, including Disco and his men, suddenly fell to the ground with their eyes turned white and their mouths frothing. Ha ha ha! Rayleigh, who was still standing on the stage, of course, suddenly burst into laughter. I didn't expect to be the only person standing. Rayleigh's method worked, and Ian's haki finally awakened with his anger, and even Ian didn't expect that he was capable of having or using the House Hoku haki. When Ian returned to his senses, he looked at the absolute silent place, and looked at his fists in disbelief. Of course, he knows what had happened just now. At this moment, he can feel that his body was filled with a kind of power that was extremely similar to his nin. This is naturally the real haki. Strange, this body, my own body, I thought that it didn't have good capabilities. How come awakening the House Hoku haki? Before Ian could figure it out, a sudden sound came from the system in his head, saying, it has been detected that the host itself has stimulated a homologous power, and is in the process of merging within and of the system. Wait! Ian was in a hurry. If he didn't say a word, the system would begin the merge. What's the matter with this fusion? Whether it's good or bad, what the heck, starting the fusion without asking for my permission. However, this time, the system did not respond to his call, and the system interface was temporarily blocked, leaving only a progress bar, which was slowly increasing in the form of a percentage. Looking at the percentage, Ian knew that it could not be completed in a short time. When he was a little upset, Rayleigh came to Ian. He grabbed the shackles off Ian's neck with high speed and immediately threw it to the air. In fact, there were explosives in these shackles. Once the slave wants to escape, the shackles will explode on the slave's neck. When Rayleigh removed these shackles in this way, it will explode when it was thrown away. Ian looked at the scene with a gloomy face. He can't imagine what it would be like if this collar was exploded around his neck. Come on, let's get out of here. Rayleigh smiled at Ian. When they came to the backstage, Rayleigh saw the slaves who had been sold before. They were supposed to be given to their buyers after the auction. But at this time, they fainted because of Ian's House Hoku haki. Rayleigh patted them and woke them up, then took off the shackles on their necks one by one, and said to them, run away. These women and men who were sold thought that their lives were over, but they were saved again. So they all cried and knelt down to Rayleigh and said, Arigato, we will never forget what you did for us. Haha, don't thank me. Rayleigh pointed to Ian and said, if you want to thank someone, you should thank him. He saved your lives. So these people thanked Ian 1,000 times. Ian looked at their joyful expression as if they were reborn after a disaster, and his heart was overwhelmed with happiness. With these rescued slaves, they left the auction house from the back door. However, they went out. Even the guards outside the auction house were fainted, which surprised Rayleigh. It's not surprising that the House Hoku haki can stun all those people in the venue, but Ian's haki has actually passed through the wall and even shocked the guards outside. Isn't this kind of haki really amazing? At the first awakening, he could achieve this level. Rayleigh said that he has never seen it. Only Ian understood what's going on. When he just awakened his haki, the shock wave of that burst was mixed with a huge amount of his nin. According to the system, the nin originally had the same essence of power as the haki, which naturally led to the enhanced shock wave. Now the system is merging the two powers. Ian himself doesn't know what will happen after the integration. He has to wait first. Because there was no guard outside, after leaving from the back door, Rayleigh told those people to run away quickly. The two believed that they would not be careless again after going through such an experience. Rayleigh and Ian found their own way and left. When they were about to see the auction house, Ian looked back at the place and said to Rayleigh, one day, I must ruin this place. Why the hell didn't they stealing all the money and goods in the auction house? Rayleigh patted him on the shoulder, didn't speak, and took him all the way back to mangrove area number 34. Arriving at the tent, Ian changed his clothes and re-equipped his Devil's Blade Yamato. He held it in his hand and walked out, finding Rayleigh drinking again. Going and sitting next to him, Ian wondered, "Mr. Rayleigh, how come my awakening is the House Hoku Haki? My qualifications should reasonably be very poor." "Don't get it wrong." Rayleigh smiled at him and said, "Physical qualifications do not represent Haki qualifications. Although House Hoku Haki is very rare, it does not mean that there aren't many users of this power. In the New World, many powerful people have it. So you don't need to be surprised. What you have to figure out now is which type of Haki you are good at. Can you please explain more?" Ian asked in confusion. "Haki is a strong kind of power." Rayleigh explained, "It's classified according to different ways of use. After awakening the Haki, through continuous cultivation, can make the user produce the Busashoku Haki, Ka, armament type, hardening, forming a layer of invisible hard armor, and improve defense and attack power. Also, there is another type used to sense the intention of someone, allowing the user to predict the actions of others, which is the Kanbunshoku Haki. And there is the use of House Hoku Haki, what you just did. Most people can only use the first two methods because not everyone has the qualities needed to use the House Hoku Haki. In the same way, although your Haki quality is high enough and belongs to the peak level, it will still focus on one aspect of the application." Rayleigh said, "It's called being skilled on something specific." When Ian heard this, he immediately understood that he would be better at the use of Busashoku Haki. Because Nin and Haki belong to the same source of power. When he first discovered the Nin, he attached it and wrapped around his old sword to strengthen its blade, which is almost the same as the Busashoku Haki. Chapter 123, System Evolution Complete. Seeing that Ian understood, Rayleigh didn't say much, just mentioned something, "In the future, whether it's your physical or swordsmanship practice, try to use the Haki as much as possible. In this way, you can continuously strengthen your Haki." Ian nodded, said, "All right, Mr. Rayleigh. Call me Sensei, Master." Rayleigh suddenly smiled and said to him. Ian's heart was very pleased. When Rayleigh said this, undoubtedly, he officially confirmed his discipleship, not just the simple guidance that was announced at the beginning, which meant that he was quite satisfied with him, so he immediately called out, "Hi, Rayleigh Sensei." In this world, Ian only had two official masters, one was Koshiro, and now, the recent sensei is Rayleigh. "Since you called me master, then I will not hide it from you anymore." Rayleigh said, "I used to be the deputy captain of Pirate King, Gol. D. Roger. Since Roger died, I have been living in seclusion on this archipelago." Ian smiled and said, "I know, you must be a very famous person." "What, a famous person? I'm just an old man now." Rayleigh took a sip of his sake and said, "Do you know why I took you to the auction house?" Ian shook his head. He also felt that there was another reason for taking him to the auction house, not just to make him awaken his Haki. "Ian, you are a good boy." Rayleigh sighed, "You have a conscience, and every awful thing you saw in the auction house made you angry. However, I have been on the Sabayati archipelago for so long, and I have seen so much, which gradually made me numb. It's not just me, I'm afraid that there are many people on the island like me. This has always been something I have not understood. Why would Roger tell the world to seek his treasures when he died? Yeah, indeed, I haven't figured it out yet, too." Ian said, "Because of his words, the great era of pirates has begun, and the number of evil pirates has also increased. The ones who get hurt are always ordinary civilians. My thoughts are the same as yours." Rayleigh said, "But after a long stay on the Sabayati archipelago, I gradually understand Roger's meaning. The world government has ruled for many centuries. In dark places, everything is slowly spoiling. Such a privileged class as Celestial Dragon is the most obvious example. If these corrupted things continue to be concealed by the world government, then in the eyes of the world, everything would still be prosperous on the surface, so the damage to the world will be more serious in the end. However, Roger started the great era of pirates, and began to reveal these decadent scars little by little with the impact of the pirates. It's like a building. If we start destroying it from the top, it will take a long time to collapse." Rayleigh said, "And the huge amount of pirates would act like waves hitting the bottom of the building, accelerating the time of the collapse." "Do you mean, Roger wanted to use the power of the pirates to overthrow the rule of the world government? Ian asked doubtfully. I don't know. Rayleigh shook his head, even what I just said is only my speculation. No one really knows the true intentions of Roger. Ian wanted to ask something else, but Rayleigh said, okay, don't say too much. I'm just an old man who is too angry. Our era is coming to an end. It's useless to talk much about it. So let's change the topic, or think about what happened today in the auction house and its consequences. When Ian heard this topic, he frowned suddenly. Indeed, although all the people in the auction house have fainted by his house Hoku Haki, that will not erase the memory of those people. When they wake up and look around, finding all the auctioned slaves at the auction has escaped, they will definitely react badly. Don't worry, they won't be able to find you easily. Rayleigh smiled and said, I made sure that you disguised to protect yourself. And if they want to find the one who caused all of this, they can only look for me. The forces behind that auction house are huge, but they don't dare to retaliate against me, so during this time, you can stay on the island with peace of mind. Ian knows very well that the force behind the number 1 auction house was Don Quixote Doflamingo, the Shishibukai. To put it, Doflamingo can be regarded as the biggest dark force of the Shishibukai, the most influential underworld broker under the code name Joker. Ian was not sure if he could deal with him now, but that's not the same with Rayleigh. Doflamingo should be so terrified of him. Moreover, there were no celestial dragons in the auction house. As long as these privileged classes were not involved, according to Ian's understanding, with Doflamingo's arrogance, it's estimated that he won't pay attention to those ordinary nobles and wealthy people. If only because of the protests of these people vs. Rayleigh, it won't be worth it. So Ian guessed that he would probably put this matter down. After chatting with Rayleigh for a while, Ian went back. Rayleigh told him that he planned to go back to Shukai's rip-off bar for this period, and if something happened, he could find him there. Now following Rayleigh's instruction, his training was temporarily on hold, so when he returned to the family stronghold, Ian called Hawking and asked him about the recent family situation. Recently, because the World Council was about to be held, the Marines have sent a lot of soldiers to escort the world's leaders. Therefore, the number of pirates on the Sabayati archipelago has increased since this time. Many pirates took this opportunity to go to Fishman Island, and then rush to the New World. These pirates' bounties were varied, but the highest one has only 92 million berries. It seems that during this time, no new high bounty pirates other than Ace appeared. On the contrary, there were a lot of pirates with low to medium bounties. The so-called treasure, the One Piece, left by Roger, has attracted a large number of pirates to go to the New World. However, most of them, lacking strength, think that they could do it without even knowing how cruel the New World is. So eventually, they face their fate, and none of them would last more than a month there. Ian doesn't care for them, if they want to go to the New World, that's their own thing. However, the emergence of these pirates has made the business of the Ian family thrive. Ian was focusing on his training with Rayleigh during that time, so he wasn't taking care of the business in person. However, the family members caught 6 or 7 pirates. Most of the pirates they caught were worth 10 to 20 million berries, according to the gathered information, they were all weak. Ian knew about this, but today, when Hawking was called, he wanted to ask the situation of the family. Hawking didn't conceal anything, and said to Ian, "Boss, these days, we've got a total of 120 million berries for the pirates we caught. According to your instructions, I've collected some of them and given the rest to the family members. In addition, I've also paid some money as compensation for the bereaved families. So now, there are only 67 million berries left in the safe." When Ian first heard that his family had made 120 million berries, he thought it was pretty good. After hearing the final savings from Hawking, he suddenly frowned. "How come only that amount left?" Ian asked, "Didn't I tell you to save 80%? "Yes." Hawking said with a wry smile, "I've been saving 80% of the prize money. Originally, there should be 96 million berries left in the end, but the problem is that there are too many casualties when catching pirates. The family members are very opinionated now." "How about the casualties?" Ian asked. "More than 20 people have been killed." Hawking said, "The rest were even more numerous, we have a lot of people with minor or serious injuries. During this time alone, compensation cost almost 30 million berries. So, their complaints are against me? Ian said with a sneer. Hawking swallowed his saliva and said, Boss Ian, you know, when a bounty hunter wants to catch a pirate, he will inevitably fight back. It would be much easier if it was just robbery or kidnapping. It's true that the people he recruited were all selected from the 4 families he eliminated. These people were used to doing restful but shady business. Now they were under Ian's repression and transferred to pirate hunters. They immediately felt that the difficulty was greatly increased. Although their number was quite large, pirates were not easy to be trifled with. It's impossible to catch them while they give up obediently, for sure, there would be a severe battle. The reason why Shucky said that Ian was a stranger on this island was this: instead of doing comfort businesses, he was only focusing on the difficult one. Hawking reported these situations to Ian, just because he wanted to let him know and pay attention to these complaints. However, Ian had his own considerations. To be honest, the family he formed didn't mean much to Ian. The people he gathered were treated as cannon fodder by Ian, because they were not good people, he can't train them as his real team. Moreover, Ian didn't intend to run the family for a long time. Sabayati Archipelago was just a station. Whenever he decides to leave, will he take all these people with him? However, Ian could not say these words to Hawking. Hawking and the first guys who joined the family were loyal to him. Ian thought about arranging something like a backup plan for them to help them maintain a normal life when he is about to leave. I see. Ian nodded and said, for the time being, just keep it as it is, and give me the money we saved. Hawking nodded and went back to bring the money. Ian sat on the sand and began to calculate his assets. There was still a lot of money left for Lucius' bounty. There were about 60 million left, plus the savings. This time, he has about 120 million berries. It's an excellent time to recharge some diamonds and start drawing waves of cards. Just as he thought about this, a systematic prompt sound echoed in his mind. Fusion has been completed. Please open the system interface to check the modifications. Ian quickly opened the system interface and went in to look at them. Before awakening the Haki, he was worried about what kind of changes would be caused by this integration. Now he must confirm it. At this point, however, Ian breathed a sigh of relief. After the combination of Haki and Nin, the biggest change was the composition of the Nin skills. The original advanced Nin skills, after Ian awakened his Haki, broke through to the expert level directly. However, in the description of the expert level Nin skills, the recovered amount of the Nin value, per hour, disappeared. Expert level Nin skills, increase the total value of the Nin by 5%. The host can use the Nin diffusion and launch it in many forms. The recovery of Nin is related to the physical strength, stamina, of the host. The more abundant the physical energy, the faster the recovery of Nin will be. Current proficiency, 0/200,000. In addition to advancing to the expert level of Nin skills, Ian's own Nin has increased a lot, and even reached the value of nearly 800 points. Ian understood that this may be the value of his own Haki strength being integrated with the Nin, which increased the amount by a lot, plus the improvement of the Nin skills to expert, so it has risen to this level. In other words, the shackles of the system on Ian have disappeared. The recovery of Nin/Haki is linked to his stamina, meaning that restoring physical strength is equivalent to restoring the Nin, which is the same as the nature of the Haki. At the same time, because the Nin and Haki integrated in his system, Ian can also use the Haki to display the unique skills of his cards. From then on, for Ian, Haki is Nin, and Nin is Haki. When others use Haki, they may only be able to use Busashoku or Kanbunshoku, but Ian can also display more special effects. Ian was delighted to see these changes. He didn't want to restrict himself to the bottomless pit card system from the beginning, but insisted on having his own power. This choice was indeed right. This time, as long as the Flying Shadows, High card is upgraded to 5 stars, he can use his Haki when launching the Black Dragon Wave, the Dragon of the Darkness Flame. What should I call it then? Haki Wave. Chapter 124, VIP. In addition to the combination of the Haki and Nin, what surprised Ian the most was that the substantial effect of the Nin finally appeared. He picked up the Devil's Blade Yamato in his hand and tried to entangle the Nin around it. In the past, Ian had done this kind of winding, but at that time, the Nin was not solid enough to achieve substantiveness, and only limited reinforcement could be achieved. So in order to improve the flying slashes, Ian had to use the Sword of the Darkness Flame to launch it. But now it was different. With the output of Ian's Nin, his whole blade was covered with a black coating. Ian's was not wrong, the effect of Nin substantiation, and the hardening effect of House Hoku Haki, Ka, was the same. Ian looked around and found a large iron plate, then he gently slammed it with his sword and cut the iron plate into 2 parts. The hardened black layer not only improves the sharpness of the weapon, but also has a protective effect. The solid blade will not break even if it receives a very strong collision. If Rayleigh could see this scene, he would be very surprised. He has never seen a man who just awakened his haki and could use the Ka, hardening, comfortably. But it was not the case. Ian experienced the use of Nin with the help of his card system a long time ago. So far, after awakening the haki, Ian became very skilled in using it because it's an energy of the same nature. Others have to first awaken their haki and then learn how to use it properly, but Ian had experienced the use of similar power, and then, he awakened his haki. The order was reversed, but the result was the same. By maintaining the Ka, hardening, effect on the blade, Ian was feeling the consumption of his Nin. He found that the current consumption of the Nin was slightly larger than it used to. However, because his stamina was in good condition, the recovery of Nin was also very fast. In this way, the Ka effect was maintained, and Ian could last for a long time. Of course, when fighting someone, that might be different, because, at that time, Ian will not only need to consume more Nin, but also he will drain his stamina. To maintain such a state, the time will be much shorter, which requires him to continue his physical cultivation, so as to obtain greater physical fitness. When Ian was thinking of his newly enhanced strength with great interest, Hawking came back with a suitcase in his hands, which contained the saved money. Ian took it and opened it. He found that it was full of cash, so he nodded with satisfaction. When the Ian family was formed, in addition to trying to get more people to obtain information sources, its objective was also to keep a steady stream of money entering his pocket when he was busy. He really needs the money, but seriously, if in order to make money has been eliminated, it becomes a burden. Closing the suitcase, Ian found Hawking having a hesitated expression, so he asked him, "Is there anything else you want to tell me?" Hawking said, "Boss Ian, there's something else, I think maybe I should tell you." "Then say it." Ian said. "Recently, not only are there more pirates on Sabayati archipelago, but also more bounty hunters and hitmen have been coming." Hawking said, "But the strange thing was these people, although appearing on this island, they aren't catching pirates." "Oh? What is the situation then?" Ian asked strangely. Hawking shook his head and said, "I don't know about this, but I heard that these people are from all over the world, many of them are famous hitmen and bounty hunters, and many well-known pirates are mixed in them. It's strange that these people have different identities, but there is no sign of conflict. Sounds like they're in a group or a gang." Ian knocked thoughtfully on the table. "Yes." Hawking nodded, "I suspect that these people are here because of something, afraid that someone is organizing, maybe planning for something." "Don't worry about this," Ian said, "as long as these people don't provoke us, don't bother with them." Hawking nodded and said, "Understood." When he left, Ian carried the suitcase and went back to his room. Lorraine and Elena had been sent away, and the whereabouts of their families had been found. After seeing them off, Ian had no one to serve him, but he was not used to this kind of relaxation, so he didn't feel anything. "Gonna miss you, Lorraine and Elena TT." When he combined his original money with the money in the suitcase, Ian thought for a while, then he left more than 20 million berries, and recharged 100 million berries in one go. You have recharged with 100 million berries, which gives you 500,000 diamonds, and by adding an extra 10%, you've got a total of 550,000 diamonds. Your recharge was up to 100 million berries, which made you grow into a level 1 VIP, tier silver. You can now get the silver VIP privileges. With the completion of recharging, after the system's prompt sound came, Ian was completely stunned. When he recharged before, he had never heard of the term VIP. At that time, he felt very strange. This card system was originally evolved from a copycat mobile game. Basically, the VIP system is a necessity for this kind of mobile game. But he had never heard of VIP before when he recharged, so he thought the system didn't have this feature. He didn't expect that it would be necessary to recharge such a huge amount at one time to unlock this feature. This system was still as terrible as ever. What are the privileges of the silver VIP? Ian couldn't help asking. You can open the high-level card store. In this store, you can purchase or refresh the high-level card fragments and the high-level exclusive treasure pieces. Ian quickly looked for the location of the high-level card store and found it in the system interface. It was next to the original fragment store. The original fragment store was opened free of charge, so all the refreshed card pieces in it were 1 star and 2 stars, which could be purchased with the redeemed souls. However, in this high-end card store, the only fragments there were from the 3-star cards, and the purchase requirements have also been improved. Most of them require diamonds to purchase, and occasionally, they will brush out fragments that need the redeemed souls. Is the silver VIP can only get 3-star cards in this store? Ian asked. Yes, and the gold VIP can obtain 4-star cards, and the platinum VIP can obtain 5-star cards. The system replied. Ian was speechless, thinking that his system would never change, always being the bottomless pit of money, but this platinum VIP should be the only source of 5-star cards that Ian knows about at this time. He didn't know how much money this platinum VIP needs to be opened. Not only that, in this high-level card store, the amount of diamonds needed to refresh the fragments was also skyrocketing. The free shard shop required 20 diamonds to swipe once, but this store needs 200 diamonds each time, which has increased by 10. However, Ian found a benefit, that is, the opening of this store can reduce for him the number of 10 consecutive draws. It's known that not every card he draws is suitable for him. For example, High Ace card was very suitable for Ian because of its high movement speed. So naturally, he should try to gather more of this card through 10 consecutive draws to enhance it and make it a 5-star card, but the difficulty was incredible. It's different when having a shop that can directly buy him the pieces of high-star card. Ian can spend a lot of diamonds and keep refreshing. As long as he brushes out high ace pieces, he can buy them, which is more cost-effective than drawing them by luck. Originally, Ian wanted to see if he could draw another 4-star card to replace the Samanosuk Akakis card, but he inadvertently opened the VIP privilege and brought this high-level card store out. Then, Ian had a new idea. This time, he must find a way to draw a 4-star card. However, once we draw it, the remaining diamonds will be saved, and the money he will earn later has to also be saved as much as possible. At that time, he will recharge a huge amount and try to get a higher VIP level. In this way, 4-star card fragments can be refreshed in the premium card store. After the new card slot of level 20 is unlocked, he will be continuously refreshing until a specific 4-star card that's suitable for him appears. In this way, Ian can build his own deck, based on only 4-star cards with whatever attributes and skills he wants. Of course, even now, Ian can actually look around in this store, buy Samanosuk Akakis card fragments, and try to upgrade him to 4-star, but that seems to cost too much, and after this card is upgraded to 4-star, it may not be as good as an original 4-star card. So Ian decided to keep drawing 10 consecutive cards. So, he rested in his room, and started another 10 consecutive draws trip. However, he didn't know if his luck was better today. After only 12 tries of 10 consecutive draws, Ian pulled out 2 complete cards. The first draw was a card from Street Fighter, Blanca. He's the Amazon jungle orc with the green skin. When Ian drew this card, he looked at it emotionlessly. It's just a 3-star card. After throwing it aside, Ian went on to see the other one, and this time he pulled out an unexpected card. 4-star Iori Yagami. Ian has drawn so many times these 10 consecutive draws, and found this problem. It seems that characters from the King of Fighters series were more likely to appear on the system's cards, perhaps because this franchise had a huge number of characters. Iori was a character that Ian has always liked, so Ian stopped drawing cards after getting this card. This 4-star card can already be used to replace Samanosuk Akakis card. Just when Ian wanted to check Iori's card attributes, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Ian stood up and opened the door. Opening the door, he found Hawking standing outside with an invitation in his hand and said to Ian, "Boss, someone just brought us this just now." Ian took it in disbelief, opened it, and found that it was an invitation to a meeting for him. However, what kind of meeting, it does not say at all, there was only the location. "Who gave it to you?" Ian asked in confusion. "I don't know." The man was wearing a coat, and his face was covered. "I couldn't see him clearly." Hawking said. He dropped the invitation and left. Chapter 125, the plan. This invitation came inexplicably, not even the one who invited him was known or what kind of meeting it was. So Ian's first reaction was to ignore it. But Hawking said to Ian at this time, when the man left the invitation, he said, "He must come, it's a big deal." "Oh? Is that so?" he really said this? Ian was slightly interested. "Yes boss, so I thought about telling you immediately." Hawking said, "Sometimes it's like this in the lawless areas. Some people like to be mysterious sometimes. But when he said that there's a big deal, maybe it's true. Will it be those bounty hunters and hitmen who have recently come to the island?" Ian pondered, sending an invitation here means that they want the local forces of Sabayati archipelago to join them? Right, that can be true. Hawking said suddenly. So, go and check, see if other families have received similar invitations. Ian ordered. Hawking went on while Ian sat down and began to figure it out. Since Ian did not care about other families, he has not expanded much. However, Ian wiped out 4 other bosses in a day and gathered some of their men. Now in this lawless area, he was one of the strong forces, so it was not surprising that this invitation came to his hands. What made Ian curious was the big deal the messenger told them about. Could it be that someone wants to take advantage of this opportunity to rob the Celestial Dragon's Bank on the Sabayati archipelago? How brave are they? Aren't they afraid of facing an admiral of the Marines? Of course, this was only Ian's guess. Maybe it's not the case, so after thinking about it, Ian decided to go and check it out. Besides, he should at least find out the purpose of these people, otherwise, when these people really do something big, it will be bad for him too. However, he has to be prepared before he goes. It didn't take long for Hawking to come back. The news he brought back were indeed told to Ian. Almost all the underground organizations on the Sabayati archipelago received such invitations. However, it was strange that no one knows who sent these invitations. The information was quite small, which made Ian frown. As a last resort, Ian got up and went out. He planned to find Shuki, the professional intelligence dealer. When he came to her bar, he didn't find any customer there as always, but this time Rayleigh was chatting with her, and they both laughed happily. "Master Rayleigh." Ian couldn't help showing a sweet smile and saying hello. "Oh, here you are." Rayleigh also smiled. "We're chatting about the fun Shuki had when she was a pirate." After sitting down, Shuki handed Ian a cup of tea. She knew that he liked to drink tea. After putting down the cup, she asked him, "What brought you here?" "All right." Ian told them the whole story and then asked her, "Shuki, do you have any information about this matter?" That was the case. Shuki lit a cigarette and said, "Recently, many forces have come to me to inquire about this situation, but to be honest, I don't know much about it. These people who came to Sabayati archipelago this time, it is said that they have come here after receiving a recruitment message from the underground world, but, it seems that the person who released the recruitment news is not from the underground world." "Recruitment?" Ian asked doubtfully, "What kind of recruitment?" "To be exact, it's a commission," Shuki said, "because there is no limit to the number of people, and the pay is very high, so it's okay to see it as recruitment. A lot of people have come for it." "The pay is high? How much?" Ian asked with interest, and his eyes lit up. 1 billion berries. Shuki said an astonishing number. Ian froze when he heard the amount. Rayleigh laughed and said, "What an incredible number. What kind of commission is it?" Ian asked in surprise, then continued, "To be willing to pay such a high reward for it. The strange thing is here, the content of the commission is not released at all." Shuki said, "That's why I said I didn't know much." Ian pondered, and Shuki looked at him and said, "Are you going to check it out?" "Of course." Ian said, "With such a large amount of money, everyone will be moved, right? As for whether to participate or not, it depends on the commission. Be careful." Rayleigh told him, "This may also be a marine trap. The World Council is soon about to be held. If it is a trap they set for security, it will be troublesome." Ian nodded and said, "Yes, I know, I thought of that. If I notice anything wrong there, I'll leave right away." After getting up and leaving the bar, Ian went back to his stronghold. The time of the invitation was the night of the next day. In that night, a lot of strange people began to appear one after another on the island. They don't seem to be good people. They scared all the residents of the island, making them hide inside their houses with closed doors. These underground forces went to the amusement park area from all directions, because the place set in the invitation was in the mangrove number 39, which can be said to be the farthest place from the marine station of Sabayati archipelago. Ian also went out at this time. He didn't take anyone with him. From the beginning, he intended to go alone. This kind of gathering usually doesn't last too long. After all, the Marines should not be unaware of such big movements on the island. However, the timing of this meeting was really clever. It occurs to be when the Marines' manpower was so low, so they don't have to worry about being encircled and suppressed by them. In fact, Ian's identity was a pirate hunter, so he should not be mixed with these people. But since the Ian family was stationed in the lawless area, he has to go this time to find out what these people are planning, so that he could respond accordingly. Soon, Ian arrived at the meeting place on the invitation. It was actually a wasteland without any buildings. There was just a bonfire in the middle of open space. Beside the campfire, there was a small box. This bonfire was naturally a signal, so when Ian arrived there were many people around the campfire. These people were waiting, either standing or sitting, but no one spoke or opened the small box to check. Ian quietly merged into this group of people, lowering his hat and didn't say a word. In succession, there were still people coming, but no matter who they were, everyone else just glanced at them. Even if they meet someone they know, they just nod their heads without even saying a word. It can be seen that all the people who came to this meeting were cautious. Ian was carefully looking at the people in the crowd to see if the organizer would be mixed in the crowd. However, after a long time, he didn't find anyone that attracted his attention. All the people gathered there were vicious and fierce, having many tattoos, many scars, carrying all kinds of weapons. These people were either bounty hunters, hitmen, or criminals who were all looking for money. It is said that they were all ruthless people from all over the world. In addition to the local underground forces of Sabayati archipelago, there were hundreds of people present. It's not easy to figure out the objective of gathering this huge number of vicious people. The time passed little by little. When the meeting time arrived, everyone in this quiet scene suddenly heard Purapuru. Purapuru. The small box beside the campfire suddenly popped open, revealing what was in it. There were 2 den mushi inside. One was a normal adult den mushi, and there was a sound amplifying device on this den mushi. The other was a slightly smaller one. "Hello everyone, you guys can call me Mr. Justice." A seemingly disguised voice spoke through the amplifying device. This kind of speech through the den mushi was used a lot by people who don't go to the scene and expose their identity. Many people in the underground world have been used to it, but Ian felt a little strange. Everyone was listening quietly, no one spoke, they all knew that Mr. Justice was just a pseudonym. "I summoned you all here for a deal that only comes once on your entire lives, we all need to cooperate with each other." The voice said again, "Of course, you are not forced to participate. Those who are willing to participate will stay here. And those who are not willing to participate should leave now." Still, no one spoke. After waiting a while, the voice continued, "The World Council is about to be held. Everyone may know this by now. What I want to say has something to do with it, because this time, not only the kings and leaders of all countries are coming, but also the tribute gold they are going to offer to the Celestial Dragon this year, is coming with the Marines' escort ship." After listening to these words, the original quiet scene suddenly became uproar. "Sorry, we're leaving." A family boss who seemed to be from the Sabayati archipelago immediately stood up and said, "We will completely ignore hearing this thing." After that, he took his few subordinates and left without looking back. "We will not participate." "We're sorry, too." One after another left the place. Many bosses took their men and went back to their houses. After hearing that, combined with the mysterious name of the organizer, almost everyone understood what his plan was with this tribute gold. The local forces of Sabayati archipelago were the most aware of the Celestial Dragon's power. So when they heard that this event involves the gold offered to the Celestial Dragon by various countries, they immediately understand how big this matter was. In order not to get involved, they wisely chose to leave quickly, and didn't even want to hear the rest of the plan. Including Ian, he wanted to get up and leave. "I originally thought that these people were just trying to rob the local bank at most, but I didn't expect them to be this brave." After going through a disgusting life of slavery in the auction house, his hatred toward the celestial dragon soared, but that doesn't mean he will provoke them now. Although he wanted to leave, when Ian saw that most of the people were still sitting, he temporarily held back and wanted to continue listening to Mr. Justice. After a long silence, the voice continued to say, "I don't know how many people are left, but I guess there are still some, right? Then I continue, as you all know, the amount of the tribute gold offered to celestial dragons by various countries is different, but the lowest one is 2 billion. The more the tribute, the stronger the escort forces. I have the information here. It's a fleet with only the lowest tribute. If everyone is willing to do it, then I'll provide it to you. When it's done, I don't want the gold, and the promised 1 billion berries reward will be given to everyone. 3 billion berries in total." The people who stayed were immediately moved. However, out of caution, someone went over and picked up the microphone and asked loudly, "Since you don't want the gold, what do you want?" "I want a devil fruit on that ship." Mr. Justice said, "The target is a ship coming from the South Blue, from the country Pear Blossoms. In addition to the tribute gold, there are 2 devil fruits that they collected to give to the celestial dragons. One of them is a devil fruit that has never appeared in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. What I want is this one."